Crash into Cash. A sweet Southern romantic comedy. Written by Susanne Ash. Chapter 1. Dee Dee. The shrill sound of my phone ringing rips me out of my beautiful dream. He was standing there, on the deck of our beautiful house overlooking the ocean, holding our son's hand. I search blindly for it and answer. Hello? My voice is croaky from sleep, and I feel a bit disoriented, laying in my bed in a house a good hour away from the Atlantic. Dee Dee? Where are you? I thought we were having breakfast. Becca sounds upset, but not surprised. What time is it? I blink, trying to make out the digits on the old-fashioned wind-up alarm clock that sits out of reach on the far side of my nightstand. It's 8:30. I figured you're just running late. Please tell me you're in your car. Becca knows me better than that. I wish I could. I must have slept through my alarm again. Or forgot to wind the old metal clock last night. Its annoying alarm and the loudest ringtone volume on my phone is the only thing that wakes me up in the morning. Seriously? Again. You better get a move on. Don't be late. Arthur isn't going to let you get away with it much longer, no matter how much he likes your mom. I know. And really, it's Mom's fault I overslept. She and Dad called at 1 in the morning to chat. You'd think they'd been in Africa long enough by now to get the time difference thing right. Not that I was any better, and it had been nice to see both of their faces. Doesn't matter. Go get ready. I'll grab you a coffee. Becca's tone was urgent. Oh, and Dee Dee? Don't even think about kissing the picture of that spoiled brat actor. I laugh. She knows me too well. I'm not making any promises. I hang up the phone and jump into action. I really can't afford to be late again. I jump out of bed and turn on the radio. Jesse's Girl by Rick Springsteen is playing, and it's exactly what I need. I know I have some clean pants around here somewhere. I rush around the room, throwing pillows, blankets, and discarded items of clothing around me. When did this place get so messy? Didn't I just clean up and do laundry? I find a cropped sweatshirt I don't remember wearing this week. It smells like barbecue. Tossing it into the overflowing hamper, I pull on a pair of jeans that look reasonably clean. They are my favorite pair, and I need to feel comfy and cozy if I want to make it through the day after 5 hours of sleep. Sighing, I grab the first shirt that looks and smells clean enough and pull it over the worn-out bra that's seen better days and tends to poke me in all the wrong places. 5 minutes later, I'm dressed, purse flung across my shoulder. I pull my hair into a messy bun and pick up my keys from the nightstand where I've kept them ever since I wrote a story about how Billy Braxton scared some out-of-town junkie trying to break into his car away by pressing the panic button on his key fob. Never mind that my ancient Volkswagen doesn't have a key fob or an alarm. It has a regular key. I guess my large ring of keys could come in handy as a weapon, and it's a good habit to get into. One of these days, I'll upgrade to something built in this century. But today is not that day. I bent down to kiss the framed photograph of Cash Marshall on my nightstand. The man of my dreams. Bye, handsome, see you later, I say before turning the radio off and heading downstairs. I'm locking my front door when my phone beeps. It's a text from Becca. Heading to the office. See you there. Sending a quick on my way reply, I crank the key, and my VW Bug comes to life with a little spit and sputter. Then minutes later, I pull into the parking lot of the Rockville Tribune. By some miracle, I'm not late for a change. There you are. Becca waves at me from behind the reception desk. I'm sorry. I totally overslept. We will get breakfast one day this week. Pinky promise. I hold my hand out to her, and Becca interlocks her pinky with mine. She looks at me from head to toe and shakes her head. What? Do I have toothpaste on me somewhere? I wipe across my mouth and look down at my shirt and pants. As far as I can tell, there's nothing amiss. You know Arthur's probably going to send you home to change, she says, pointing to my outfit. I shrug and take one of the tall to-go cups from Cooper's that are sitting at her desk and shrug. Thanks, I call over my shoulder before making my way to the door to the newsroom. Please tell me you didn't kiss that picture, Becca calls after me. I ignore her and snag a few cookies off the tray sitting on the large conference table. Someone must be coming in to talk to Arthur about advertising, or a big story or something. He doesn't pull out the snacks for just anyone. I'm washing the first one down with coffee and put the cup on my desk when Fanny Williams, fellow reporter and my desk mate, taps her watch. You're late again. By 2 minutes. Totally Becca's fault. I made it into the building by 9, I say, popping the second cookie into my mouth. Third time this month, Fanny reminds me, making a note in the calendar that fills most of her desk. For a good cause. I had to rescue a stray kitten on the way in. What did you expect me to do? Leave the little guy scared in a tree? Wade Hart laughs. He quickly turns it into a fake cough when Fanny turns to stare at him. Don't you have some ad space to sell? She asks. Yes, ma'am. He returns his attention to the computer screen in front of him. From the look of it, he's working on a new ad for Poppy's Garden Center and Feed Store. I grin and wink before pulling my purse over my head and storing it in the bottom drawer of my desk. You too? No respect for your elders, either one of you, Fanny mutters. Her chair creaks as she turns, hands on the keyboard of the ancient typewriter she insists on using. I'm halfway through the emails that came in overnight, most of them spam, when I hear Arthur's voice boom across the room. Dee Dee, my office. Now. Can't keep the boss waiting, I say to no one in particular as I close my laptop and make my way across the small room filled with wall-to-wall desks and head to the editor's office in the back. Seriously, Dee Dee? We've talked about this. You can't come to work dressed like. I don't even know what to call this. Last week it was pink tutu and those boots that went up to your knees. Today it's this. Arthur stares at me and waves at my torso. What's wrong with a t-shirt? I ask, looking down to see what I pulled out of the pile of clothes this morning. If you don't know, we have a serious problem. What makes you think this is work appropriate? Look into the eyes, not the boobs, I read. What's wrong with that? It's good advice that more members of your sex should take to heart. Arthur rolls his eyes, and not for the last time. I'm glad he needs me. I'm the best reporter he has, and the only one who knows how to use spell check. Besides, who would enter Fanny's submissions into the computer? Wade's typing speed is way too low, and I can't see Arthur doing it himself. Plus, he promised my mom he'd keep an eye on me while they were gone. Not that I need it. I'm 26 years old. Not a teenager left alone for a weekend for the first time. But that's small-town life for you. Don't you have something more appropriate? Arthur asks, taking a seat behind his large desk. It's clean, and I put on pants today. No boots, not tutu. You can't tell me this isn't an improvement. And it looks better than those muumuu dresses Fanny wears. I stare him down, ready to fight for my right of personal expression in the workplace. It's an improvement, I'll give you that. But I need you to go home and change into something nicer. Don't you have some church clothes or something? A nice skirt or some slacks and a blouse, he asks. Why? I ask. Aside from the occasional mutter about me needing to wear something more appropriate, Arthur has never actually given me a hard time about my looks. And he's never suggested I go home and change. He runs a hand through his short, graying hair. We have someone important coming in, and I'd like us to look the part. Okay? Like who? And what makes them so important that they can't appreciate a funny shirt? I don't care if it's the president or Prince Harry. I stand in front of my boss, hands on my hips, waiting for him to give me a hard time. Oh, I think you're going to care about this one. It's why I've kept it a secret from you until the last minute, Dee Dee. Arthur grins, and I get the feeling I'm in serious trouble. Why? Because I know you, and honestly, I didn't need the drama. I like you, Dee, but you're not the easiest person to work with. If it wasn't for your mother, he shook his head. Arthur, you're killing me here. Who is coming in, and why do you think I'd make a big deal about it? I step up to his desk, putting my hands on it and leaning in to stare Arthur down until he tells me who is coming in and what it has to do with my shirt. I think you better sit down, Arthur says. He's leaning back in his chair, a smug smile on his face. He's enjoying this. I roll my eyes and stay put. Stop acting like you're about to announce the winner of American Idol or something. It's not working for you. You're not half as cute as Ryan Seacrest. It's not him, is it? Suit yourself, and no, it's not Ryan Seacrest. What would he be doing in Rockville? It's Cash Marshall. Say that again? I ask, looking around for a chair. I need to sit down before my knees give out from under me. I couldn't have heard that right. Cash Marshall is coming in. He should be here any minute, Arthur says, looking at his watch. Are you serious? The Cash Marshall? From Palooka Junction? And the Johnson Gang? I'd had a serious crush on the guy since I first saw him on that show when I was 14, and he was just a few years older. Sure, everyone had swooned over Duncan Street Bride, the main star. But not me. I'd been Team Cash from his first guest appearance on the Johnson Gang. I guess so. All I know is that he's an actor, and I know how you get. He grabs a stack of papers and thumbs through them like he hasn't just dropped the most exciting news of the decade on me. The news starts to sink in. I jump up and run over, giving Arthur a hug. I almost land in his lap when Becca knocks and walks in the door. You're never going to believe it. Guess who's coming in? I race over to her, grabbing her hands. I guess that means you finally told her, Becca says, squeezing my hands. Mr. Marshall called from the car. He should be here shortly. I pull my hands from Becca's and put them up, feeling the bun in my hair. My blood turns cold when I realize what I look like. I didn't even take a shower this morning. There's no way I can meet him like this. First impressions are important. Why didn't either of you tell me? How could you let me come into work like this? I look from one to the other, feeling the panic rise. Dee, you look. Don't say fine. Don't you dare. I stare at the woman who's supposed to be my best friend. She knew and didn't say a word. I won't, she promises. I groan and turn to Arthur. I need to go home and change. Put on some makeup. Do something with my hair. He nods, and I rush out the door. I can't believe I'm about to meet him. Cash Marshall, the man of my dreams. By the time I make it to my desk, the panic is replaced with excitement. I snatch my purse from my desk and take off at a full sprint. He'll be here in Rockville today. There's no time to waste. What's going on? Wade calls behind me. Back soon, I yell over my shoulder and rush out the door.
Chapter 2. Cash. We're 15 minutes out, Mr. Marshall, the driver of the town car says. I nod my thanks and answer my ringing phone. Hi, Mom. I landed in South Carolina. Everything okay? Did you have a nice flight? She asks. It was fine. I'm almost in Rockville. Can I call you back after I get settled in? I ask. Sure. One quick question, though. When are the groceries getting delivered? I was thinking of making ham and cheese sandwiches for lunch, and we're low on sliced cheese. You know which one? The kind your father likes. Can you make sure they bring the right one? I sigh and take a deep breath, trying my best to keep my frustration out of my voice. I swear some days dealing with my family is like running a kindergarten. Why don't you check the list on the corkboard? It should have everything you need to know. I pinned it up myself before I left the house. Where is this corkboard you're talking? My phone beeps, letting me know there's a second call coming in. Mom, it's hanging next to the fridge. It's been there for over 6 months. Ever since we started using the grocery delivery service. Where? Mom, I've gotta go. I have another call. I hang up and swallow the guilt I feel for being gone. It's not like I can stay home 24/7. Somebody in the Marshall household has to work, and it's not like Milo is going to pick up the slack. I look down at my phone when it buzzes. Matt Thompson, my agent, is trying to get in touch. Who are you talking to? Trying to reach you. Call me. Glancing at my watch, I figure I have enough time to call him back. Better to get this out of the way now. There's no telling what's waiting for me at the Rockville Tribune. Matt, what's up? I say, pulling up the privacy barrier. Calling to check in on you. Did you make it to Rockville yet? My manager asks. We're about to roll into town. I still don't know about this. You'll be fine. It'll be a good experience. Just think of it as a vacation. Who were you talking to earlier? Your folks? Remember, no press about this Rockville thing. We need this to look like a genuine effort to prepare for a role you want with every fiber of your being. No press, got it. Which was hilarious since Matt was sending me to a newspaper, but whatever. I was talking to my mom. She's confused about the grocery deliveries. I'm not sure this is going to work. What about Milo? Can't he stop playing Call of Duty long enough to get them groceries? Matt asks. It's Grand Theft Auto, and no, he can't. I don't think he's seen daylight in a while. He's in the middle of this GTA tournament with a bunch of Korean kids. And there's nothing short of a house fire that will get my brother to leave the basement until the tournament is done. How old is he again? Matt asks. I sigh. 31. You'd think. Never mind. By the way, the police called the office this morning. Your dad reported his car stolen, and they had us on file. Must have happened while you were in the air. What? He shouldn't be driving. Did they find it? I ask, rubbing the stubble on my chin. It's barely after 9, but it feels like I've been up all day. I was lucky to squeeze in a 3-hour nap between last-minute arrangements for my family and heading to the airport for the first flight out of Orlando. They did. From what they can tell, he went out in the car yesterday and walked back home. When it was missing from the garage this morning, he called to report it stolen. Matt is shuffling papers on his desk or something. I don't think this is a good idea, Matt. I shouldn't be out here in the middle of nowhere for a whole month for no good reason. They gave me the part. Isn't that good enough? I glance out the window as we drive into town. There's a sign that says Welcome to Rockville. Population 1875. I can't believe they have a newspaper in this place. They'll be fine. I'll check in on them, and you got them a bunch of help. And Milo is there. He'll get away from that screen of his if he needs to. Don't worry and focus on the job at hand. I'll do my best, I promise. I'm serious, Cash. You need this. We have to get people to forget about the Palooka Junction incident, and this is the first serious part you've gotten since then. Unless you want to shoot hemorrhoid cream commercials for the rest of your life. I don't. And I appreciate you getting me this opportunity. And the internship or whatever you want to call it at a small town paper. Mr. Marshall, we're here, the driver says over the intercom. I look out of the window and see the paper building. It's smaller than expected, not much bigger than a residential house. Matt, we're here. I'll call you later, I say as the car pulls into the parking lot. Sounds good. Tell Arthur I appreciate him letting you tag along for a few weeks. Matt ends the call, and I barely put my phone in the pocket of my jacket when I hear a loud bang and am flung into my seatbelt. I scramble out of the car. Are you okay? The driver nods and pushes what remains of the airbag out of his way. You? I'm fine. I walk around the car and look at the ancient Volkswagen Beetle in front of me. I can't figure out how this crash happened, but the front passenger side of the town car is seriously dented. The Beetle, on the other hand, doesn't look like it's even had a scratch. Not that it's easy to tell. The car is ancient and shouldn't be on the road. I don't want to know how much this is going to cost me, I mutter under my breath when I see a young woman with something that looks like a rat's nest on her head climb out. She seems okay and I'm thankful but annoyed that the studio didn't bother to send the car. I had to hire it myself, which means I'm probably on the hook for this damage as well. I'm so sorry, are you okay? The woman calls, getting out of her vehicle. We are. How about you? I'm fine. She walks around the car and puts a hand on his driver, making sure he isn't injured. Her eyes finally meet mine when she steps around the man. You. Yes? I bite back a groan. I know this look. You're Cash Marshall. I love you, she blurts out. My driver smirks at the scene playing out in front of him. Stop laughing, I bark, knowing full well he's doing what he can to hold it back. I turn to the young woman in front of me. How did you miss a big black car in front of you? I'm not sure. I was in a bit of a rush to head home to change. I look her up and down, the graphic tee that stretches across her chest grabbing my attention. Look into the eyes, not the boobs. The driver clears his throat, jolting me out of my inappropriate behavior. I swear I'm not in the habit of staring at women's breasts, but with those words plastered across them, it's like that elephant thing. You can't stop thinking about them once someone tells you not to think about an elephant. I look the young woman in the eye. She's pretty. Quirky and eccentric for sure, maybe a little crazy and a horrible driver. But there's something about her. What were you going to change into? I ask. Your prom dress? She pretends to gasp, clutching her hand to her chest. How did you know? I laugh, and it feels good to release a little of the tension that has built up in the past few minutes. Who am I kidding? All day. I'm really sorry about this, and it was totally my fault. I take full responsibility for it and will pay for the damage. She bites her lip. It might be in installments, though over the next decade or so. Don't worry, the company I work for has the vehicles insured. They will cover the damage, the driver says. I hope he's right. Looks like you got lucky today, I say to the young woman in front of me. I better get this back to headquarters and get started on the paperwork, the driver says. I nod and walk with him to retrieve my things from the back of the car and the trunk. Call me if there are any issues. Otherwise, I'll see you in a month. He shakes my hand and drives off, undoubtedly happy to get away from the crazy woman standing a few feet away from me. She's giggling, and I swear one of her eyes is twitching. We better head inside. Arthur is expecting you, she says, and my hopes that she doesn't work here are dashed. Not that I'm surprised, the way my life's been going over the past few years. After you, I say, grabbing my luggage and following her inside the small building that holds the Rockville Tribune, judging by the large sign on the front of the red brick building. Another woman, about the same as the one who crashed into my car, looks up, surprised. She jumps to her feet, knocking a cup of coffee over. The dark liquid spreads across the desk, soaking papers and dripping down to the carpeted floor that's seen better days. My companion rolls her eyes and walks to the door that opens up to what I assume constitutes the newsroom. Hello, Becca, I say, noticing the brunette woman's name tag. She's quiet, almost shy, and the total opposite of the crazy blonde woman who's motioning for me to follow her. Becca smiles and waves, and I'm pretty sure she's giving Crazy Girl 2 thumbs up as I walk by. I don't know your name, I say as we make our way through the room. I'm Dee Dee. She turns and holds out her hand. I shake it and notice the two people watching us from their desks. I'm Wade. A man who looks a few years older than me stands up and shakes my hand as well. Cash Marshall. I notice a picture of a pretty woman and a small child on his desk. Family man and obviously not a fan. I like him already. I'm not so lucky with the second person, an elderly lady who's clearly overweight and wearing one of the most unflattering things I've ever seen. My mother wouldn't be caught dead in an outfit like that. But then she wouldn't be seen in what Dee Dee is wearing either. Mr. Marshall, it's an honor. I love all your movies and shows. The woman rises with some difficulty and proceeds to curtsy like I'm Prince Harry or something. I'm wondering what I've gotten myself into here. This does not look anything like the newspaper my character Robert Talbot works at while researching the company behind one of the state's biggest environmental disasters. He's a serious journalist, not some whack job typing up the latest town gossip. Call me Cash, I say, hoping this is the one and only time someone curtsies me. I'm ready to give Matt a call and call the whole thing off when I see an advertisement graphic on Wade's computer screen. It's for some local honey, not hemorrhoid cream, but it's enough to remind me of Matt's predictions about my future as an actor if I don't play this part and do it well. If it wasn't for the fact that I knew the director and partied with him back in the day, that would be the only offers I'd be getting after setting fire to the set of Palooka Junction and working on my reputation as a womanizer and a bad boy a little too hard. No one cared that I cleaned up my act and spent the past year taking care of my parents, accepting small bit parts in commercials here and there to keep the money coming in. I had 3 people in addition to myself to support, after all. I sigh and reach out to help the older woman up. It's nice to meet you. Fanny Williams. If there's anything you need. He's fine, Fanny, but we should go in and see Arthur. Dee Dee takes my arm and pulls me toward the door in the back of the room. I hear something that sounds like, surely it couldn't be. Before I can turn around or smell anything, we're at the door. Dee Dee knocks once and barges in, pulling me in with her. He's here, Arthur. Dee Dee's smile is huge as she points at me like I'm a prize on some game show. Cash Marshall. It's good to meet you. Matt has nothing but good things to say about you. I'm glad we're able to help you with your role. A man in his 50s with graying hair, wearing a linen suit that somehow seems appropriate for the paper, gets up and shakes my hand. I appreciate the opportunity, Mr. Hastings, I say. His handshake is firm, and I think Arthur and I will get along just fine. Call me Arthur. Everyone around here does. I hope you'll enjoy your time with us. Summers are beautiful in the valley, but it can get a little hot. His smile is warm and genuine. I'm sure it will be amazing, I say, unable to bring myself to return his smile because I can't shake the feeling that it will be anything but. Where are you staying? I can drop you off, Dee Dee says, sitting in one of the chairs in front of Arthur's desk. Please, take a seat. There's something we need to discuss, Arthur says, pointing to the remaining chair. I don't like the tone in his voice. Or the fact that he's ignoring her. Even if she's annoying and crashed into my car. I take a seat and look at the man. I spoke to Matt, and it looks like there's a problem. Arthur sits down himself, worry lines appearing around his eyes. My heart sinks. I don't think I can take any more bad news. Praying that it's not more bad news about my dad, I sit up and look the man in the eye. What is it? Arthur clears his throat. I'm not quite sure how to say this. The house you were renting fell through. Literally. I don't follow, I say. This can't be happening. All I want is a shower and a nap. There was a leak in the upstairs bathroom, and a large chunk of the upper floor fell onto the bottom floor. I'm not sure the damage is fixable, but they won't get repairs done during your stay. All right, where am I going to be staying then? There's got to be a hotel or some other rentals. The town was small, but it was a touristy-looking place. There had to be something. I pull my phone from my pocket to start looking. There won't be anything available. Between the regular tourists and the fishermen, everything's been booked solid for weeks. I did an article on it last week, she adds for my benefit. Fishermen? I ask. We're miles from the ocean. There's a tournament down by the lake. Everyone's coming in this weekend, and they'll fish for the next 3 weeks. It's a big deal. She looks serious, but I hold out hope that it's a prank. She looks crazy enough to do that to a guy. One look at Arthur's face tells me it's no joke. What am I supposed to do, then? The older man rubs his chin for a moment, then looks up, grins and claps his hands. You can stay with Dee Dee.
Chapter 3. Dee Dee. Dee Dee, can I talk to you for a minute? Becca asks after sticking her head into Arthur's office. What's going on? I ask when she closes the door behind us. My desk, she says, looking at Wade and Fanny, both of whom are not only in earshot, but doing an awful job trying to look busy. I can basically see them straining their ears to hear what's going on in the boss's office. Why did you pull me out of there? Arthur just dropped the news on Cash that his housing plans fell through. Literally. I giggle and fill her in on the details when we get to her desk in the reception area. Poor guy. Listen, the reason I grabbed you is because I got a call from a car rental company. They said someone from our paper driving a light blue Volkswagen Beetle was involved in a collision with one of their cars. They need your insurance information. You had to pull me out for that? There was no telling what Arthur was telling Cash. I needed to be in there to protect him and do damage control. I did. The guy is on hold. He sounded pretty angry that you didn't call the police. I figured you didn't want Cash to hear all that. That's why I grabbed you. Becca points to the phone on her desk, one of the lines blinking furiously. He knows. It was his rental. His driver said it wasn't a problem. It did seem like I got off a little too easily earlier. Stuff being too good to be true and all that. I sigh and pick up the phone. The guy was a total jerk, I tell Becca when I finally get off the line a solid 5 minutes later. He makes it sound like it was all my fault. Was it? Becca asks. Well, yeah, but there were extenuating circumstances. I just found out about Cash Marshall coming in. I wasn't thinking straight. You can hardly blame me for that. Plus, I was in a rush. I'm sure all valid excuses, Becca says, trying her best to keep from laughing. Let's hope your insurance sees it the same way. Either way, I'm on the hook for my deductible, and I'm sure my rate's going up. I shake my head. It's all I can do to stretch my paycheck till the end of the month. The last thing I need is added expenses. How about Cash? First impressions of the real man? Becca asks, sitting down behind her desk. Honestly? He's nothing like what I pictured. He always comes across as such a happy-go-lucky guy, but so far, he seems duller than a wet Sunday. Maybe he didn't want to come to Rockville. Not his kind of town? Becca asks. Maybe. I guess I better get back in there before Arthur actually moves the guy into my house. I look through the window behind Becca's desk into the newsroom and to the back where Arthur's office sits. Say what? I told you. Cash's rental fell through, and you know how it is this time of year. Not a free bed to be found. I shrug. So Arthur is going to offer him yours, you lucky duck. Becca grins. Get your mind out of the gutter. It's so not happening. There's no way I'd make it through 4 weeks of living under the same roof with Cash Marshall without making a fool of myself. Especially not this version. He's nothing like the man of my dreams. I wave and rush back, knocking quickly on Arthur's door before letting myself in. There you are. I was catching Cash up on the housing situation and explained that you have plenty of room at your place. With your parents in Africa, I don't see why you can't open one of the guest rooms to Cash. It'll still only be the two of you in that big old place. Arthur is looking awfully smug and relaxed in his chair, hands interlaced behind his head. Not gonna happen. Who do you think I am? I can't live with a man I'm not married to. What will everyone think? I can hear the gossip machine coming to life as we speak. I give it 24 hours before Fanny is working on a feature about it. Arthur raises an eyebrow. Who are you? Scarlett O'Hara? This is the 21st century, and I'm not suggesting the two of you share a bedroom. There's enough room in that house. You don't even have to see each other if you don't want to. It's not an issue of space, it's an issue of propriety. I have a reputation to uphold, I say, doing my best to channel Aunt Margaret, the most proper and conservative member of my mom's side of the family. Oh, please. This coming from the woman who was caught making out under the bleachers with Anderson Rogers at your high school reunion last year. Arthur shakes his head, and I sneak a glance at Cash, who's looking amused. It's not helping me keep my temper under control. I feel the heat rising in my cheeks and turn to face Cash head on. That's totally different. Anderson and I were high school sweethearts. His girlfriend broke up with him, and he needed a friend. She dumped him because of his sneaker collection. Can you believe that? Sure, he has over 100 pairs. Anyway, Cash, I think you'll be very comfortable there. Like I said, there's plenty of room and even a hot tub out back, if I remember correctly. Arthur talks right over me, acting as if I'd vanished from the room. Hot tub, eh? Cash asks, glancing first at me then at Arthur and back at me again, looking as smug and amused as ever. Do you know what it costs to run that thing? Who's going to pay for that? I don't have money growing on trees, you know. So unless you're ready to give me that raise we talked about, hot tubbing is out of the question. I stare at Arthur. He shakes his head. No raise. We talked about this. I turn to Cash for support. All the man does is raise his hands like he has nothing to do with any of this. Dee Dee, I need you to head on over to talk to Winnie Jackson about those missing garden gnomes. She called again this morning. Send Fanny. We need to figure out where Cash is going to stay, because my house is not an option, I say, with my best drawing a line in the sand face. She's right. I couldn't possibly impose. Cash stands and pulls his phone from his pocket. Yes, you can. Dee Dee knows full well that it's the only viable option. Arthur turns to look at me. Take him with you to see Winnie. No arguments. I have tomorrow's edition to finalize. I really don't think this. Dee Dee, either he stays with you, or he goes back to wherever he came from. Your call. Arthur looks at me and waits. All right, let's go. I wave for Cash to leave ahead of me. Arthur puts a hand on my shoulder and lowers his head. I need you to make this work. Matt, his agent, is paying us $20,000 to teach him how to act like a real journalist. We need this. The paper needs this to stay afloat. Do what you can to make sure he enjoys his stay, okay? I nod and catch up to Cash. Who is this Winnie person, and why are we going to see her? Cash asks, gripping the door handle like this is some sort of roller coaster ride. You heard Arthur. Winnie's garden gnomes are disappearing. I try not to think about her or the house I swore never to set foot in since I lost a bet to Anderson in 4th grade and had to ding-dong ditch her. I caught a glimpse inside the house that sits on the far outskirts of Rockville and still have nightmares. That's newsworthy around here? Wouldn't she be better off calling the police if someone is stealing her property? Cash asks. The man has a lot to learn about this town and its residents. They don't come to her house for something like this anymore. Winnie is, you'll see. I shrug, taking the turn a little too fast. Totally Cash's fault for distracting me. He yelps and turns an interesting shade of pale green. Slow down before you kill us both. We're almost there. It's a slight exaggeration. I slow down and turn on the radio. Bonnie Tyler's Total Eclipse of the Heart comes on, and I don't know who you are, but it's one of those songs you have to jam to when it comes on. Can you turn that? 80s isn't my thing, Cash says, reaching for the radio when I shake my head. What's wrong with you? I ask, turning Bonnie down to a low hum in the background. Let's see. I'm stuck in this town shadowing you while we investigate kidnapped garden gnomes. I don't have a place to stay, and you drive like a maniac. I was thinking we could compromise on the music we listened to during what could be my last few minutes on this earth. He lets go long enough to cross his arms, his tone dry as desert sand. How can you have something against Bonnie Tyler? I ask as we make our way down Brown's Ferry Road out of town. It's not my first choice, that's all. I gasp. He's serious. How can you not love Madonna, Whitney, or Huey Lewis? I ask, glancing over at my passenger. Cash rolls his eyes and turns to look out the window. There's just something about it. You can't listen to this and not be in a good mood. Here, try. I turn the volume back up and sing along with Bonnie. Cash doesn't take it so well. He turns back to look at me, pinching the bridge of his nose. Can you please stop singing and turn this off? I have a headache. I'm sorry, I say with a pout before reaching over to crank up the volume and singing off the top of my lungs until we pull into Winnie's driveway. Ready? I ask in my most cheerful voice. I'll stay in the car. Mr. Grump leans back his seat and puts his arm over his eyes. Nope. You're here to shadow me, and you can't do that from the car. Come on. Let's go. I unbuckle and reach back for my purse. I'll start tomorrow, he says. No, you're not. You're coming with me. End of discussion. Because there's no way I'm heading in there by myself. I'm not. I've had a long day and need a couple of minutes to regroup. Let me close my eyes and see if I can get this headache under control, Cash says, rubbing the back of his neck. The scent of his aftershave fills the car. Poor guy looks like he's actually in pain. Maybe that explains the grumpiness. Here. I dig around my purse until I find the small bottle of aspirin I keep in there and hand it to him along with my water bottle. This has been opened, he says, staring at the water. Don't be a baby. It's that or swallowing the pills dry, and trust me, that's not a pleasant experience. Especially when it gets stuck in the back of your throat, making you choke until you cough it back out, having the half-dissolved pill land on your boss. Don't ask me how I know. Thanks. Go ahead and do your interview. I'll be here when you get back, he says, leaning back in the seat again. You should come with me. It'll distract you from the pain until the pills work. I open my door and wait for him to move. I'm good here. I'd prefer you come with me, I say in my most polite tone, crossing my fingers that it'll work. What's going on here, Dee Dee? Cash asks, turning to look at me. Nothing. I just really think you should tag along. It'll be good for you. I'm good. He closes his eyes again and sighs. Tell you what, if you come in with me, you can have my room for the summer. It's got a huge balcony overlooking the backyard. You'll love it. Why is it so important to you that I come with you? He asks, sitting up and turning to face me. No reason, I just think it's important you start your research right away. We don't have a lot of time to make a convincing reporter out of you. I hear the front door open and look out the windshield. Winnie is standing on the front porch, staring at us. Is she holding a stuffed cat? Cash asks. She is. And Winnie is stroking it. All right. I'm coming with you. He jumps out and meets me at the front of the car. I wave at Winnie and make the introductions when we get to the front door. I'm glad you're here, Dee Dee. Someone has to warn people about what's going on around here. It's not like Sheriff O'Neill is doing anything to stop this theft. She walks in and waves for us to follow her into a small kitchen that's full of knickknacks. I'll do what I can. Why don't you tell us what happened, exactly? I ask, trying to make this as quick as possible. Who's your boyfriend over there? Winnie asks, opening the fridge and pulling out a pitcher of tea. He's not my boyfriend. He's an intern. I grin at Cash, enjoying the fact that Winnie is completely clueless about who's in her house. Tea? She asks. We both shake our heads, and Winnie returns the pitcher before offering us a seat at the kitchen table. I take the only available chair, forcing Cash to squeeze into the bench next to Winnie. Taking my notepad and pen out of my purse, I start the interview. Winnie, Arthur tells me that you are missing a garden gnome. Gnomes? Multiple ones. 3 of them, to be specific. Write that down. Winnie taps her finger on the scratched formica table. 3 gnomes missing. Got it. Did they all disappear at the same time? No, of course not. They took one at a time. Several nights this week. Each morning when I step outside to drink my coffee and talk to the birds, another one has disappeared. Winnie shakes her head, looking like she's close to tears. Cash puts his hands on hers. Mrs. Jackson, we will get to the bottom of this. It's what we do. I cough and try to signal with my eyes that making promises we can't keep isn't a good idea. I don't think he gets it. Did you see or hear anything? Something to give us a clue about what's going on here. Footprints maybe? I ask, grasping at straws. Nothing like that, but I know what's going on. It's those kids from that new development. No respect from them or their parents. Winnie pulls her hand out from under Cash's and returns to stroking the stuffed cat I've been doing my best to ignore. She put it in her lap the moment she sat down. How do you know? I ask. I know. I can feel it in my bones. Plus, I could hear them snickering when they rode bikes up and down the street the other day. It's them. You can publish that. She points to my notepad, and I take more notes. Not that I'm going to print anything I can't corroborate. Sheriff O'Neill doesn't believe me, Winnie says, setting the cat on the bench next to Cash. He scoots away, trying not to be obvious about it and failing miserably. Winnie shoots him a dirty look. I can't say I'm surprised, Winnie. You know how it is. He has to have proof. As do I, but I know better than to bring that up right now. Oh, we'll have proof soon enough. Mr. Fox is on duty tonight. He'll find out what's going on. Do you want to see? She asks, her eyes gleaming with excitement. Sure. I have a feeling my story is about to get interesting. I hadn't heard of anyone new other than Cash coming into town. Winnie takes us into the front room. A large bay window overlooks the front and side yard that's littered with garden gnomes. There he is. Winnie points to a stuffed fox sitting on a small table next to the large window, turned, so he seems to be looking outside with those creepy glass eyes of his. I'm sure he won't miss a thing, Cash mutters, looking as disturbed as I feel. I do everything I can not to look around at the myriad of stuffed animals that litter the space. Thank you. He will. Would you like to meet Mrs. Fox and the children? Winnie asks. Cash turns ash white, his eyes darting to me. I wish we could, Winnie, but we have to run. I'll call you if I have any follow-up questions about the story. I take Cash's arm and pull him out the front door. I'll call you in the morning and let you know what Mr. Fox finds, she calls after us. I wave and dash into the safety of my car. Cash is already in his seat and buckled, ready to go. Thanks for not making me go in there by myself, I say, cranking the car and pulling out of the driveway as quickly as my little car will go. For once, Cash doesn't complain. You're welcome. Please tell me this isn't how every day on this job goes. I laugh, the tension leaving my body. Sorry, buddy. Can't promise you that. It will be interesting, though.
Chapter 4. Cash. The girl is crazy and missed her ADHD meds or something. It's the only explanation for why she's still chattering on and on about this two-stoplight town. Just wait until I take you over to the Copper Kettle. It's a greasy spoon-type place. They make the best Greek salad you've ever had. You like Greek salad, right? Never mind, who doesn't? And then, there's the lake. Everyone comes here for the views and the fishing. And your timing is perfect. It's lovely. Aside from the tourists, the mosquitoes, and the snakes, of course. Snakes? I ask, my voice going dangerously high. I've never been a fan, but ever since my friend Maeve's corn snake slithered into my lap while we were watching a movie, making me jump 5 feet off the ground, I've been doing my best to avoid them. Oh yeah, they're bad around here. They love to sun on the rocks around the lake. The water moccasins are the worst. But as long as you stay out of the woods and the rocks, you'll be fine. She nods to emphasize her point. Did you just tell me that the lake and the woods are the best part of staying here? I hadn't been paying attention, tuning her out halfway through the drive here from Winnie's house. Oh, it is. You just need to avoid the snakes and don't forget to hose yourself down with insect repellent. I keep some by the front and back door. Thanks. This is your place? I look up at the large log cabin in front of us. It's a beautiful place with a large front porch and a balcony in the back that I can barely make out from the driveway where we've been parked for the past 5 minutes. It is. What do you think? She asks, taking off her seatbelt and turning toward me. Very nice, from what I can see. Should we go inside, or did you plan on spending the rest of the afternoon in the car? I sound like a jerk, but at this point I'm too tired to care. Of course. Let's go get your bags. She slings her purse across her shoulder and hops out. I follow suit and walk to the back of the car. What now? I mutter and look around for my new landlord. Dee Dee is at the front of the car with the hood popped open when I realize my mistake. Beetle. Trunk in the front. I shake my head and join her in time to see her red face as she tries to heave my heavy suitcase out of the small space. Here, let me. I've got it, she huffs, dragging the case. Before I get a chance to stop her, I hear it. A loud ripping noise that makes the hair on my neck stand up. Stop, I yell, louder than necessary. Dee Dee stands there, frozen, for a moment, then groans and pulls harder. More fabric tears before I can get my hands on my luggage. She finally drops it in the driveway. Into a small pile of sand and leaves. Seriously? I pick up the bag and look at it. It has a huge rip in the side. Sorry. That was stuck good. I don't know what it got hung on. Dee Dee leans against her car. Her face is red, but I'm guessing it's from the exertion, not embarrassment. I told you to stop. Do you have any idea how much Hartman luggage is and how hard it is to get your hands on it? I had this shipped from Harrods in London. It had been my first big splurge when my acting career had taken off, and the case had always been a bit of a good luck charm. Sure, some of that luck had faded the past couple of years, but it was coming back. I could feel it. Don't worry. We can replace it. There's a Walmart supercenter in Wilmington. They have a lovely teal 2-piece for under $100. I'll take you later this week. I drop my bag, close my eyes, and start to count under my breath to keep from strangling her. Come on, I'll show you the house, and we'll get you settled in, Dee Dee says, and I swear the woman skips off toward the stairs leading up the porch. Taking a deep breath, I grab my bag and follow her, hoping the house is as lovely on the inside as it is from out here. I was wrong, and at this point, I'm not sure why I'm surprised when I step into a place that's as quirky and funky as the woman who's to be my roommate for the summer. It looks comfortable enough, but not a single piece of furniture matches anything else in the place. You can leave your bag here for now, she says, kicking off her shoes and pointing to the thick wooden stairs that lead to the upper floor. I do as asked and follow her around as she gives me the tour. Kitchen. She points to a door, and I stick my head in, finding pink and orange cabinets bright enough to require sunglasses while making that first cup of coffee in the morning. At least there's a coffee pot. It's avocado green like the toaster in the fridge, but as long as it's working, I'm willing to overlook the color scheme. This is the lounge. Dee Dee steps down into a room that overlooks the backyard. This is cozy, I add when I see her raised eyebrows. The walls are covered in jungle print, making the large picture window blend in. The sofa in the center of the room, set up to look out the window, is bright orange with yellow throw pillows. A large golden bird cage stands in one corner, a toy parrot perched on a stick inside. The whole thing is giving me a bit of a headache, but I'm grateful the parrot is a stuffed toy, not another taxidermy product. What do you think? Plenty of room for both of us. The hot tub is out back. Dee Dee points to the far corner of the yard. It's a large house, I say in my best diplomat voice. If you'll tell me where my room is, I'll get unpacked and catch a quick nap before dinner. Dee Dee grimaces, and I'm back to pinching the bridge of my nose, trying to will away the headache that's coming back in full force. What? Gotta go change the sheets first. I didn't know I was having company, and I had a bad day yesterday. She turns and makes her way up the stairs. I follow behind, wondering what having a bad day could possibly have to do with sheets. I ate ramen noodles in bed last night, watching a movie, and ended up spilling them. It's no big deal, but it might smell a little like. Got it. I'm fine with the spare room, I assure her, remembering her offer to let me stay in her room, the one with the balcony. I don't care if the place has a window, as long as there's a bed I can stretch out on. Okay, but I should probably clean up in there first. She's standing with her back to the door that I assume leads to the spare bedroom. Don't worry about it. I'll be fine. All I want is a few minutes to myself. A chance to decompress and recover from everything that's happened today. This is not how I pictured my internship as a journalist, and Matt's going to get an earful as soon as I find the energy to call him and let him have it. Maybe it's time to hire a new manager. All right. I get you. You probably want to clean it yourself. I'll go grab the vacuum and some dust rags and stuff. I turn to look at her and make sure I heard her right. She's either serious or a better actor than I am. I shake my head in disbelief. I'm going to take a nap, and then you can clean the room. I'm your guest, not the other way around. All right. I'll be downstairs if you need anything. Dee Dee steps around me and is halfway down the stairs when I open the door and enter the room, prepared for anything. I yelp and jump back into the hallway, bumping into the wall at the side of what greets me on the bed. This I wasn't prepared for. The picture frame next to me bounces off the wall, falls on the floor, and glass shatters everywhere. What did I do to deserve this? Cash, are you okay? Dee Dee comes rushing back, stopping only when I hold out my hand to keep her from stepping into a large shard of glass less than an inch from her. Oh. Thanks. What happened? I point to the room and the open door. Dee Dee carefully tiptoes around the glass and into the room before I can stop her and starts to giggle. Sorry. I forgot I left Stewart in there. Stewart? Who the hell is Stewart? Stewart the squirrel. He's my Rockville High football team mascot costume. She holds out the offending object. What on earth did you think it was that made you jump like that? She asks, staring at me like she didn't just give me a heart attack. It looked like there was a dead animal on the bed. A large one, I say, louder than necessary. I swear, this woman is driving me inside. How did you think it got up here? And what did you think it was? It's not like I could drag a dead bear up here by myself. Dee Dee shakes her head, looking like she's on the verge of snickering. A grunt is my only response. Oh no! Did visiting Winnie freak you out? She asks, throwing Stewart over her shoulder. No. This whole town has me freaked out. What in the world did I get myself into? Looks like you really do need that nap. Tell you what. Head on in and lay down. The bed's clean, and I promise there are no other animals in the room. I'll take care of your mess and go get us some dinner. Pizza, okay? I nod and walk into the room, resisting the urge to slam the door in her face. I lay on the bed, doing some breathing exercises to calm myself down until I'm confident she's finished picking up the glass and sweeping the hardwood floors. When I hear the front door shut and her car pull out of the drive, I sit up and grab my phone. Matt. What were you thinking? What kind of Twilight Zone town did you send me to? I yell into the receiver when he answers on the fourth ring. You asked me to help you research your role. Arthur is a good friend, and it's only costing us $30,000 to have you spend the summer out there learning to be a convincing journalist. I snort. Right. And where exactly is that $30,000 coming from? Your first paycheck of the new show, of course. I have it all worked out with Arthur. He knows he's not getting paid until your check comes in. You can't be serious. I didn't agree to anything like that. I don't have that kind of money to burn. Especially not on what's turning out to be a vacation into Looney Town. You were the one who wanted to get into the role and gain real-life experience, Matt replies. Unlike mine, his voice is calm, cool, and collected. As usual. I didn't think I'd have to pay for the privilege. There's got to be some other small-town papers out there who'd let me come hang out. Preferably a town with a nice Holiday Inn hotel. There isn't. Everyone knows your name and your reputation, Cash. They don't like the idea that you might burn down their office after too much partying. Come on, Matt. You know that wasn't just me on set that night. And I've been behaving and keeping a low profile ever since. The last thing I need today is a reminder of one of the worst nights of my life. I know, man, but you're the one with the reputation, and you're the one who got charged. The way things are right now, your options are pretty limited. It's the Rockville Tribune or nothing. And we both know you need to nail this role. I know. It's my one shot at getting things back on track, and if I do well, there's a chance the studio will expand my role for next season. It's an interesting character with the potential of becoming a fan favorite. Good, now suck it up and get to work. We both need a good payday, and I know you can make that happen. Matt hangs up before I can get another word in. Taking a deep breath, I throw my ruined bag on the bed and dig around in it for some clean clothes. I walk down the hall. The picture is back up on the wall, minus the glass, and I make a mental note to replace the frame as soon as possible. I open the first door to my left. It's a home office and the tamest room I've seen so far, aside from the bedroom I'm staying in. Now that Stewart is no longer part of the decor, it looks like a regular bedroom you'd see anywhere with a queen-sized bed, a dresser, and a closet I'm afraid to open. I make my way farther down the hall. The next door I open reveals another bedroom. From the purple and teal color on the wall and the stuffed unicorn sitting on the bed, I assume it's Dee Dee's room. The scent of ramen confirms it, and I shut the door, continuing my search for a bathroom. The third try is a charm, and I find a spacious hall bathroom, complete with a shower and a stack of clean towels on the counter, courtesy of my host, I guess. As the warm water blasts down on my back and neck, easing some of the tension I've been feeling since arriving in Rockville, North Carolina, I think about how far my life has gotten off track these past few years. My reputation is shot, and it will take some serious work to repair it. The past few months are proof of that. It's not going to be easy to shake it. I've been the bad boy for a long time. Ever since I was on that kids' show The Johnson Gang. I was so young then, barely 15, and away from mom and dad for the first time. Duncan Street Bride, the star of the show, and I had snuck into the dressing room of the woman who'd played Duncan's mom to sneak some of her bourbon. I'd fallen asleep, and Duncan had left me there. If it wasn't for Matt, I would have gotten canned from the show then and there. But he was a young and upcoming agent, only a few years older than me, and a fast talker. He'd convinced them to keep me on, but that had been the start of my bad boy reputation. After a while, it was easier to live up to it. I'd been drinking too much and had been seen with a girl on my arm anywhere I went. I wish things were different, I say to myself as I scrub my hair with the orange blossom scented shampoo I found, but it is what it is and people won't change their opinion of me easily after all this time. For now, I have no choice but to follow Matt's advice, suck it up, and make the most of my time here. Especially if it's costing me $30,000.
Chapter 5. Dee Dee. I sit up in bed when I wake up to the sound of someone roaming around downstairs. I'm ready to go grab the baseball bat from the back of my closet when I remember my new houseguest. Cash Marshall is staying at my place for the summer. 24 hours ago, I would have squealed and danced at the prospect. today, I'm not so sure. He's nothing like the fun and swoony guy I thought he was. He's grumpy and, if I'm honest, kinda boring. The scent of coffee wafts up to my room. I sigh and pull on a pair of shorts. Arthur asked me to show Cash a good time, and that's what I'm going to do. I've seen the reports of newspapers all across the country shutting their doors. It's not going to happen to the Rockville Tribune, not on my watch. And those $20,000 will go a long way to make sure we stay in business. Besides, unlike other towns, almost every household subscribes to the paper, in no small part to my excellent reporting and way with words. Pretty sure that's right, 'cause I know they don't read the paper for Fanny's contributions. I brush my teeth, pull my hair into a high ponytail and dash downstairs to make my former crush breakfast. Morning, I say when I come to a full stop, seeing the man dressed in nothing more than a pair of boxer shorts in my kitchen, his wide back on full display. He's reaching up to grab a mug from the cabinet, making his muscles stretch. It's a sight to behold. I knew he looked good, but this is very different from seeing him on screen or in pictures. This is Cash Marshall in the flesh, in my kitchen. I gasp when it hits me. The Cash Marshall. In my house. Turning and staring at me like he's seen a ghost. "What are you doing sneaking up on me like that?" he asks, the empty cup still in his hand. "Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. I heard you moving around. What are you doing up so early? It's practically the middle of the night." I glance at the clock on the oven and groan. I could have slept another hour. 2 if I got ready fast and skipped coffee at home. It's morning. Best time of the day. He turns and points his coffee cup out the window, where the sun is barely rising above the trees that grow around the lake. It's barely light out. I walk up to the counter and get myself a cup and fill it with the only thing that will keep me from dozing off at the kitchen table at this hour. I know. It's beautiful out there. Go get dressed. I'd love to get a better look at the lake before we get to work. He turns and stares at me, his cheeks turning an adorable pink, before turning to look out the window. I can see him raise his empty cup to his mouth. Glancing down, I realize I'm still wearing one of the worn concert t-shirts I sleep in. It's long enough to cover all important bits, but hardly appropriate, and I'm sure it's obvious I'm not wearing a bra. Oops. I should probably get dressed. Cash grunts something unintelligible. "Don't forget about your coffee," I say before turning on the radio and dancing back up the stairs to shower and get ready for work. "What do you think about our little town?" Becca asks when we make it into the office 2 hours later. "The lake is beautiful," Cash replies, and I hustle him inside, dropping the box of donuts he'd insisted we pick up at the local bakery. I hand it to Becca before opening the door and basically shoving him into the newsroom. "You're here bright and early," Wade says, looking surprised when I make it into the office a good 30 minutes before I have to be here. No time like the present to introduce this man to the art of typing up copy. Tomorrow's edition isn't going to create itself, is it? I need coffee. And a nap. Or at the very least, some upbeat music, but Arthur made it clear that blasting my favorite playlist in the office isn't appropriate, and I forgot my earbuds at home. "Can't wait to watch you work your magic," Cash says, pulling up a chair and sitting down at my desk. My computer is booted up, and I'm busy showing him the ropes, explaining why we do what we do to get articles ready for tonight's print run, when Fanny walks in. She comes to a full stop when she sees us. "What are you doing here?" she asks, standing there in a dress almost identical to the one she wore yesterday, straw bag in hand, and a large hat covering up her gray hair in an attempt to protect herself from the early morning sun. At least that's my best guess. She only wears the floppy thing from June to September. I work here, and Cash is shadowing me for a few weeks. We talked about this yesterday. I roll my eyes, wondering if she's starting to go senile. I know that. "What are you doing here so early? In the 7 years you've worked here, you've never once made it in before me." Fanny finally wakes from her stupor and moves to her desk, taking out her lunch and storing it in the bottom file drawer where it will sit until exactly noon. "You've worked here for 7 years?" Cash asked, eyebrows raised. "I started part-time in high school." "Can we get back to work, please? We have a deadline, and I still need to type up Fanny's latest piece." I turn around to look at my colleague who is busy putting a fresh sheet of paper into her typewriter. "Do you think I'll have it ready before lunch?" "I'll do my best. But if the two of you keep distracting me," she looks over her shoulder and across her reading glasses at the two of us. "Right." Cash turns and stares at my screen, where I'm busy arranging the paragraphs of what I've written so far about the mysterious case of the vanishing gnomes. "We need an image for this. Wade, do we have any archive pictures of Winnie's gnomes? Or any garden gnome? Let me check." He starts furiously typing away at his computer. The man uses mysterious keystrokes no one else knows about instead of using a mouse or trackpad like a normal person. "Are you publishing this online first or not until after the print paper goes out?" Cash asks. "We don't have an online paper," I whisper in return. "What? Why not?" he asks, loud enough to get both Wade and Fanny's attention. "Keep your voice down. We don't talk about that here." "Why not? Don't you want to move the paper to the 21st century? Make sure it stays relevant," he asks in a low voice. That doesn't seem to be working out for any of the other small papers around the country, does it? Unlike most of our competitors, our subscriber numbers are staying up and the community does everything it can to keep the paper going. Sure, we only publish weekly and we're barely keeping our head above water, but so far we haven't missed an issue yet. Not since the paper was founded in 1856. Maybe you've got a point there. But what about you? Don't you want to work for a bigger paper? Or some other media outlet? Do some real reporting? Cash asks softly, his head close enough to mine I can almost feel the stubble on his cheek. The man didn't shave this morning, and I am liking the rough look. Shaking my head to stop myself from thinking of how that stubble would feel against my hands, and to clear my head, I think about how to respond to his question. Maybe it would be nice to write about something other than what last year's Miss Rockville had as the starter for her wedding, or that Bilton Douglas's dog got loose, resulting in a doubling of the puppy population 2 months later. That's impressive. Cash grins and wiggles his eyebrows. My reporting? The dog. How many puppies are we talking about? I shouldn't be surprised that this is the story he focuses on, not Missy's crab cake wedding appetizers. 32. Cash nods, looking impressed with Buddy's reproductive prowess. We work side by side for a while, him taking notes as I quietly explain what I'm doing. "Coffee?" I ask when I'm happy with the way the disappearing gnome story looks. "Please." Cash stands, stretches, and rolls his shoulders. We walk out to the reception area. It's Becca's domain and the main source of caffeine and nourishment in the building. "Settling in nicely?" Becca asks before answering the ringing phone. Cash nods and holds out 2 of the ceramic mugs with the newspaper logo while I pour what remains of the coffee into the 2 mugs. "Why don't you work for a bigger paper? I'm pretty sure Wilmington still has one." Cash pours an insane amount of sugar into his cup. "I thought about it. I'm not sure I'm ready yet. Besides, Arthur needs me here. Who would go out and do the local interest pieces? And who would type Fanny's articles without me here? Besides, I'm not sure I'm good enough for a real paper, but there's no way I'm admitting that out loud to anyone, least of all Cash Marshall. What about an online version of the paper then? It can't cut into print numbers that much, and it would look good on your resume. Smart girl like you? You'd have no trouble figuring it out. It's basically a blog." He takes his cup and walks back into the newsroom, making his way to my desk before I get a chance to reply. It's the nicest the man has been to me since he got here, and I have to admit, I kinda like his confidence in me. I sit down at my desk and turn to face him. "I'll think about it." "All done." Let me go make some copies of this in case you spill your coffee again. Fanny pulls the last page from her typewriter and walks over to the photocopier in the back, not far from Arthur's office. It only happened once, I say. It had been a freak accident, but almost made us late to print as Franny frantically tried to recreate her report on the upgrades to the local library, dictating it to me much slower than I could type. Better safe than sorry, Fanny calls from across the room, and I swear Wade is snickering, his back turned to me. Cash leans in. Why does it smell like rotting cabbage? I can't smell anything, I say with as much conviction as I can muster. You're lying. There's no way you're not smelling it. It's awful, he says a little louder. I really don't, I say, trying to keep the grimace off my face. Cash turns to Wade. You smell it, right? I shake my head in case Wade needs a reminder. Some things we don't talk about around here. No, I don't smell anything. Wade keeps a straight face. What's with you people? Cash hisses, and I'm grateful the old photocopier is loud enough to cover his voice. I shrug, which doesn't seem to improve his sudden mood swing. I'll be right back, he grunts and storms off toward the bathroom, giving Fanny a dirty look as she passes him on her way back to her desk. That man has the most amazing behind I think I've ever seen, she says, dropping one set of copies off at my desk. I almost spit my coffee over the pages. She's not wrong, though. Cash does look good on those jeans. Why do you think Arthur asked you to take care of Cash instead of me? I've got much more experience than you when it comes to serious journalism. Because I know how to use a computer? I ask. Fanny shakes her head like that should be no determining factor. I'd be a much better match for him. He is a lovely young man. If I were 10 years younger, she sighs and sits back down at her desk, pulling out a folder to file the second copy she made. I'm halfway through retyping her article when Cash makes it back to my desk. Fanny turns and leans across the space between our desks. You're welcome to switch and shadow me for a while if you'd like, she says and winks before returning to her typewriter. Cash looks at me, an unasked question in his eyes. I shrug and take another sip of the coffee that's starting to go cold. He sniffs, frowns, and turns to me. She's the one. She's the one who smells like cabbage, he hisses low enough that Fanny can't hear us over the noise of her typewriter. Right on cue, Fanny lets out a huge belch, and I spit my coffee all over Cash's t-shirt. I knock on the bathroom door. Everything okay in there? Fine. Cash walks out, blotting his shirt with a paper towel. At least you're wearing an olive green shirt. You can barely see the coffee stains. No one will notice once it dries. We'll see. He looks at me, then at Fanny across the newsroom. Is everyone in this town of yours crazy? Probably. I shrug. We have a reputation for being a little eccentric. It's part of the charm of coming to Rockville. I'm guessing that's not your cup of tea? It's not, he growls. Grumpy Cash is back in full force. If it's not stuffed dead animals or 6 feet mascots, it's an old woman who burps up rotten cabbage every 5 minutes. Hush, Fanny might hear you, I hiss. Cash scoffs. Who cares? I do. Right. That's why you're hiding away at this tiny little paper in this tiny little town. I've seen your writing. It's good, but you don't have any confidence in yourself, do you? If you did, you'd be setting an online paper yourself, or better, go out and get a real job. This is a real job, I bark, too angry to keep my voice low. I happen to like it here. Besides, who died and made you head judge? You're giving a pretty good Simon Cowell impression, by the way. American Idol, not X Factor. Cash barks out a laugh. Right. I'm not judgy, just laying out the facts. You're too scared to leave, aren't you? You know nothing about me or this town. I could leave and take a job somewhere else anytime I want to, and any idiot can start a blog. Then why don't you? Because there are people here who need me. I lower my voice and explain that Wade and Fanny both rely on their jobs at the paper, and that I'll do whatever I can to keep the paper alive. Cash finally stops blotting his shirt and throws the balled-up paper towel in the trash can. Isn't that a convenient excuse? I poke him in the chest and get in the man's face. It's not an excuse. Wade has a wife and 2 small kids, and Fanny's dad is in a nursing home that costs a small fortune. So yes, this job is very convenient. I turn, stalk back to my desk and grab my purse, leaving Cash to fend for lunch himself.
Chapter 6. Cash. Where exactly are we going? I ask Dee Dee as we drive in that ancient car of hers in search of a story for next week's edition of the Rockville Tribune. Spring Creek. It's on the other side of the valley, Dee Dee says. I'm pretty sure that's more words than we've exchanged in the past 48 hours. Not that I'm completely blameless for that. It's taken me some time to adjust to living in this quirky little town, and I've spent most of it holed up in my bedroom at her house, yelling at Matt to find me somewhere else to go. As of last night, my agent is no longer taking my calls, and I can't say I blame him. What's the story about? I ask, staring out the window at the beauty of the valley that surrounds the lake and the town at its shore. Janetta Hayes had quads a few weeks ago. They are finally back from the hospital and settled in at home, Dee Dee says. She's in a better mood today, and I get the feeling she's been looking forward to this story for a while. Quads? I guess that doesn't happen too often. Artificial insemination? I guess. No, naturally. It's a pretty good story. Janetta and Bobby tried for a long time. IVF and everything. Nothing worked. The doctors told her she couldn't conceive. Then boom. She is pregnant with 4 of them. That had to be quite the surprise. I know it had been for my parents when they found themselves pregnant with me 8 months after adopting my brother, Milo. The doctors had no explanation after telling my mom she couldn't have kids. I was curious to meet this woman and see if they'd given her answers. It was. She turns to glance at me. Does this mean we're back on speaking terms? I guess so. I shrug. Thank goodness. I don't think I could have taken this whole quiet thing we've had going on much longer. I hate being at odds with people, even if they are wrong. I open my mouth to tell her I wasn't wrong about her and her fellow Rockville citizens being a little wacky, but decide it's in everyone's best interest if I keep my mouth shut. Do you know this woman personally? I ask instead. Dee Dee nods, her entire body bobbing up and down. I do. Janetta was 2 years ahead of me. She and Bobby are high school sweethearts. They got married right after graduation. That must have been about 10 years ago. They've been trying for a baby for ages. I guess they pretty much resigned themselves to not having a family. I nod. That's pretty much how it went with my parents. She turns and looks at me, her eyes wide. Watch out, I yell when we drift into the left lane where a bright red truck is heading toward us. Dee Dee swerves, and we narrowly avoid another collision. This one would have been much worse than the last. That truck looks solid, and we're both going at least 55. What happened? Dee Dee asks, turning back to me. Keep your eyes on the road, and I'll tell you, I say, still trying to bring my heart rate back down to a normal level. They adopted a baby boy, my brother Milo. Not long after that, my mom became pregnant with me. That's why I'm interested in this story. Dee Dee nods. I can see that. Do you get along with him? Your brother? I do. I did. We spent a lot of time together growing up until he got into video games. Nowadays, he spends all of his time in his room playing online with kids from the other side of the world. That's gotta be tough, Dee Dee says, taking one hand off the wheel and patting my leg. Yeah. I didn't realize until this moment how much I miss talking to him. So he basically locks himself away all day? Dee Dee asks. Mostly nights, but yeah, pretty much. Do you think it has something to do with being abandoned as a baby? I did some research on adoption for a story last year, and it seems like there can be some latent trauma that can show up like that. Maybe? I never thought about it affecting him. Milo had always been my brother, treated no differently from me. My parents loved him as much as they did me. There was no doubt about that. What's his story? How did he end up being in your family? Dee Dee asks. For once, the question doesn't bother me. I don't know what it is about this young woman, but I feel like I can open up to her. This is off the record, I say, just to be safe. Of course. I'm not going to write a story about you. She quickly glances over at me, her smile open and honest. He was a year old when he was abandoned on the steps of a fire station. My parents were asked to foster him and eventually adopted him. Technically, he was still foster when my mom found herself pregnant, but in her mind, he was already part of the family. It's sad that he was abandoned after a year. I wonder what happened. Dee Dee's tone is solemn, her eyes firmly on the road as we make our way into Spring Creek, a town even smaller than Rockville. Yeah, it's a pretty sad story. The woman who left him, his mom, left a note. She was a single mom and found out she had terminal cancer. She didn't know what else to do with him. The police tracked her down and talked to her. She told them that she wanted Milo to be adopted and refused to see him again. Dee Dee sniffs, and I see a single tear roll down her cheek. That couldn't have been easy. Are you crying? I ask when the sniffling continues. Yeah, because that's one of the saddest things I've ever heard. What happened to Milo's biomom? She asks, more tears rolling down her cheek. She died 6 months later. My body is flung against the seatbelt, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on when Dee Dee shrieks and the car comes to a stuttering halt on the shoulder of the road. What the? I turn and see Dee Dee with her head against the steering wheel, hands covering her face. Her shoulders are shaking, and she is sobbing. I haven't seen someone ugly cry like that since I turned down Denise Porter's proposal. I put my arm around her and pull her as close as her seatbelt allows. It's okay. Milo is fine. It's what his mother wanted. I rub her back, doing what I can to soothe her. At first, the crying gets worse. I can feel my shirt getting damp from the tears that keep streaming down her face. At least I hope it's just tears. Eventually she grows quiet, calmer. And the sobbing turns into soft sniffles. After what feels like an eternity, Dee Dee finally stops and raises up. Sorry. She wipes the tears from her face and looks at me with those pretty blue eyes of hers. She's pretty, I realize with a start. Even with swollen, red eyes and blotchy skin, she's beautiful. Even her quirky clothes are growing on me. Today she's wearing a denim skirt, covered in sequins, a bright yellow blouse and red ankle boots. It's an outfit right out of an 80s retro party, but also all Dee Dee. I'm sorry about making a scene like that. I'm usually more professional than this. She digs around her purse until she finds a tissue and blows her nose, keeping her face hidden much longer than she needs to. Her embarrassment makes her even more adorable. It's okay. I can take it, I say with a wink to make her feel better. And don't worry about Milo. He's fine. If you want to worry about someone, worry about me. She looks up at me, horrified. What? Why? Are you dying? It's too much. I can't help but laugh at this whole absurd situation we're in. No, I'm fine. Perfectly healthy, I say when I catch my breath. It earns me a punch in the shoulder that's surprisingly painful. It might actually leave a bruise. Jerk. Making me worry about you. You should. I'm the one who has to take care of my entire family, making sure none of them gets themselves killed, maimed, or arrested. Did Blinks tell me everything? She gets back on the road and keeps driving as I tell her a little about my own crazy life, thinking that maybe I fit into Rockville more than I thought. If nothing else, I feel more alive here with her than I have in years.
Chapter 7. Dee Dee. Do you have any idea how this happened? I ask, realizing my mistake the moment I see Bobby and Cash grinning widely. I know how. I mean, did the doctors give you any explanation? I look at Janetta for help. She shakes her head. They didn't. They can't explain it. It was a miracle to get pregnant. And then to have 4 healthy babies? Bobby looks at the 4 infants, sleeping next to each other in the playpen the couple is using as a crib. A gift from God, he says reverently. I glance at Cash. He's not a big believer. I know that much from the interviews he's given. He doesn't say a word, but looks as moved by Jeanette and Bobby's story as I am. They are. And they are adorable. I can't wait to see them grow up. I'm itching to hold them, but they've been sound asleep for the duration of our interview. They are going to be a handful once they start to run around, Cash says. I look up, surprised. As far as I know, he doesn't have any experience with young children. One of my co-stars brought her twins to work with her. They were 2, and it was unbelievable the amount of chaos they created. I can't imagine 4. He shakes his head and looks at the baby's parents. Chaos is fine with me. Janetta smiles, despite how tired she looks. I think that about does it. Thank you for taking the time to speak to me. To us. I'll have Wade get in touch with you about taking pictures for the article next week. My stomach growls by the time we get to the car. The past few days, Cash and I have each done our own thing, but since we're back on speaking terms, I decide to go out on a limb. Would you like to go grab some lunch before we head back to the office? I could eat. Anything good around here? Cash asks. The shack isn't far. What's that? Cash asks. A restaurant, I say with a grin. They make the best calabash seafood you'll ever taste. Sound good? He nods, and I drive a little faster than I should, anxious to get my hands on some of that famous fried flounder and slaw. Are you sure this is safe? Cash asks when I pull into the parking lot of the shack. We're not going to get food poisoning? I laugh and slap my head up on my chest, over my heart. It's perfectly safe, I swear. I jump out of the car and wait for him to join me. If you're sure. I am. Buckle up, cowboy, and be prepared to have your mind blown. I pull the door open and turn in time to see him roll his eyes. His lips twitch, and I'm 99% sure he's holding back a grin. The sight makes my heart skip a beat and gives me hope for the coming weeks. I don't think I could have taken grumpy Cash ignoring me much longer. I hope you're right. Let's see what they can do. Cash follows me into the dimly lit dining room. Aren't you a sight for sore eyes? Trevor, in all 6'2" glory, greets us, giving Cash the once-over before grabbing me in a bear hug. It's been a while, I struggle to say. The shack's owner is pushing most of the air out of my lungs. Sorry, Pickle. He puts me down and smooths out my blouse. Don't worry about it. Did you get a new tattoo? I look at his arms. They are both covered, and something looks different from 2 weeks ago. I did. Check it out. He pulls his t-shirt sleeve up, revealing the Celtic band that wraps around his massive upper arm. Looking good. Where did you get it done? I ask. Since the unfortunate Chinese character mess-up, Rockville's one and only tattoo parlor has shut down. Some guy up in Charlotte who came highly recommended. Cost me a pretty penny, but it was worth it. Cash clears his throat when a group of people walks in behind us. We're holding up traffic. Can we get a table for 2? I ask Trevor, feeling bad about distracting him and potentially costing him much-needed tourist dollars. Of course, sugar. Follow me. Who's the guy? New boyfriend? He grabs 2 menus and 2 sets of silverware, wrapped in a piece of paper towel, before leading us to a small booth in the back corner. I can't help but laugh when he eyes Cash suspiciously while we take our seats. No. Cash here is a big movie star studying for a role for a new show. In Rockville? Trevor looks at me to see if I'm pulling his leg. Yep. They are filming in Wilmington, and he's using me for research. Trevor gives me a strange look. Like he's waiting for me to blink twice for help. Is that even legal? I roll my eyes and grin, taking Cash's hand and squeezing it to prove he's harmless. It's fine. I'm playing a journalist, Cash adds. All right. Let me get these folks over there settled, and I'll come take your order. It's a little crazy today. I'm on my own and had a delivery come in. Doing my best to juggle it all, but it might take a little longer than usual to get something out to you. Don't worry, we're not in a rush. It's the beauty of this job. Minimum stress, and no one's in a hurry until the day we go to print. Pickle? Cash asks as soon as Trevor leaves, showing the tourist group to a table toward the front. The shack isn't too crowded. It's a little late for lunch, and much of the usual crowd has thinned out. It's a nickname. I figured as much. How'd you get it, and should I be calling you Pickle? Cash asks and grins. Don't you dare. Trevor is the only one allowed to call me that. I hope he gets the friendly warning I'm trying to project telepathically. Got it. Why him? Cash isn't going to let this go. I sigh. My parents took me here a lot when I was little. We started coming here the day Trevor and his ex opened the place. I loved their fried pickles and had to have a basket every time we came here. After a while, Trevor had greeted me with my new nickname and brought the fried pickles over before taking our order. My taste had changed, but the nickname had stuck. That's cute. We should get some. I haven't had fried pickles in ages. Cash leans back and surveys the room. Tell me about this new show of yours. Are you the male lead? I've been dying to find out more about his new project. Cash shakes his head. No. It's a small part for now. If I can play a believable small-town journalist, it has the potential for more scenes as we go along. There's more he isn't saying, and I guess it has something to do with his sudden exit from Palooka Junction. Don't worry. I'll get you ready. The real secret to small-town journalism is that you have to care. About the town, the people, the issues. It'll come through in your voice. A good reporter has the opportunity to exercise some real change. By discovering who's stealing garden gnomes and uncovering the jump in puppy birth rates, he teases gently. I wave him off. That's the fluff. It's entertaining, and that's important, too. You wouldn't believe for how many Rockville residents it's the most interesting thing they come across all week. Tell me about the important stuff then, Cash says, leaning forward, his arms leaning on the newspaper-covered table. Last year, I discovered that our one and only grocery store was planning to go out of business. They were trying to keep it quiet until it was a done deal, but we got organized. Everyone in town wrote a letter to corporate, and in the end, we changed their mind. If we hadn't, people would have to drive a good 45 minutes to do their shopping. Not the easiest thing to do for some of our residents. And I'm sure it wouldn't have helped with tourism either, Cash says, looking thoughtful. What else? I found a nurse practitioner to take over when Dr. Gresh retired a few months ago. We talk about various stories from the past few years, and I promise Cash to hook him up with access to the Rockville Tribune archive before Trevor makes it back to us. What can I get you? He asks, and I realize I didn't give Cash a chance to look over the menu. 2 beers and 2 house specials. You've got it, Pickle. Travis turns to get to work on our food when Cash stops him. Can we get a pitcher of water and an order of fried dill pickles as well, please? He asks, clearly a little intimidated by the owner of the shack, who looks more like the leader of a motorcycle gang than a chef. Trevor looks at him like he's lost his mind, but then nods and leaves. What was that about? Cash asks. I shrug. Who knows? Probably surprised about the pickles. I had them so much as a child, I got sick of them and haven't ordered them since I entered high school. Cash nods and looks around the place, taking in the paper-covered tables, past issues of the Rockville Tribune, and wooden walls and floor. Most of it is reclaimed from the old lumber mill that shut down 80 years ago. It's pretty rustic. Even for Rockville, isn't it? I laugh, because he's right. I guess that's why it's called the Shack. Well, Trevor's got his branding on point, Cash says, before scanning the pages covering our table for my byline. He's found it 3 times by the time Trevor comes back with the beer and fried pickles. With ranch dip, of course. As expected, there's no water in sight. Enjoy, Trevor says and turns to walk away. Would you mind bringing us those waters when you get a minute? Cash asks. Trevor shakes his head and mutters something under his breath, and I wonder how long it will take Cash to realize that he's not getting plain water in this joint. Sweet tea if you're underaged, nursing, or Travis is feeling generous, sure. Maybe even a Coke. But water? Not happening. And neither is unsweetened tea. If you're coming to the Shack, you're having fried seafood and beer. Your parents are living overseas? Cash asks when he's done surveying the newspaper pages in front of him. They moved to Africa last year. It's still a bit of a sore topic for me. I remember Arthur mentioning something like that. Any siblings? I shake my head. Only child. They had me early, and believe it or not, they are both a little quirky. No kidding, Cash says in a tone so dry it makes me laugh. I guess you can sort of tell by the house. Sure, let's go with that. Why Africa, he asks. I don't know. I think my mom saw a documentary about some young children having to walk for miles before school to get water in buckets from a river. It sort of messed with her, and when they got the chance, they decided to go work with a charity for a year to bring plumbing to a couple of different villages. When are they coming back? Cash asks. I can't tell if he's still interested or concerned he'll lose his place to stay. To be honest, I'm not sure. Their original contract was up last month, but they decided to stick around for a while. I shrug, playing it off like it's not bothering me. That can't be easy. Is it hard for you that they didn't come back? It did at first. I was looking forward to seeing them in person, and I miss spending time with them. Especially my mom. She and I were always super close. It's why I love 80s music so much. She'd listen to it from the time she got up to the time she went to bed. Probably still does, confusing the heck out of the kids out there. I smile at the image of my mom rocking it out to Nina's 99 Balloons. I can see that. He smiles, and all of a sudden, the Cash Marshall I know and love is back. The one that gives me butterflies. Only this time, it's a whole swarm of them, and they are all doing somersaults. Yeah. Well, I'm sure they'll come back, eventually. At least for a visit. It's not like they've abandoned me. A picture of a young woman, looking tired and sick, dropping off a baby boy at the door of a fire station while he's sound asleep flashes into my mind. Please don't worry about Milo, Cash says. He's fine. I promise. I laugh to dispel the picture and thoughts. It sort of works. Can't help it. Caring. It's what I do. Is being a journalist the best job for you then? He asks. You're not the first person to ask me that question. My mom always says my soul is too gentle to pry into other people's lives. But I love it here. I can't imagine not walking into the Rockville Tribune building every morning. You know, maybe that's the reason you haven't made the move to a bigger paper in a city. He looks thoughtful, and we both get quiet for a while. It's a comfortable silence, something I'm not usually good at. It's nice. Sort of restful. Very different from the tension of the past few days when we were barely speaking to each other. I pop one of the last slices of fried cucumber into my mouth. These are better than I remember. Either that, or you're starving. Cash winks and finishes his beer. You're not wrong. To my relief, Trevor finally appears with our food and a fresh beer for Cash. He must have gotten the hint and doesn't ask for water. "This looks great," he says instead, and we both tuck in.
Chapter 8. Cash. I wake up to the worst pain I've felt in my entire life. The last terrible hangover I've had, the day after the set burned down, was nothing compared to the way I feel now. The pressure and pain in my stomach is unbearable. I'm going to be sick. I dash into the bathroom across the hall, praying I'll make it in time and hoping Dee Dee stays sound asleep. This isn't going to be happy. I make it. Barely. My stomach continues to gurgle, and more pressure is building. I'm going to be sick. Sitting on a toilet in a stranger's house with my boxers around my ankle. I'm in a full-blown panic and almost ready to yell for help when I notice the trash can next to me. It's the only thing that saves me as I empty the contents of my stomach into it. I groan when the vomiting finally stops. Nothing but bile is coming up, and I won't need to worry about workouts for a while. It's that darn seafood. I bite out before I have to throw up again. I'm not sure how long I'm stuck in that small room, but eventually I'm able to get up and do what I can to clean up the mess I've made, spewing out what remained of our late lunch. I'm sweating when I finally stumble out of the bathroom, carrying the trash can with me, just in case, after washing it out twice. I'm pretty sure it's cleaner than it has been since the day it was bought. I see my bed, and all I want to do is curl up in it and pass out when I hear groaning coming from down the hall. Oh, no. I'd hoped I was the only one, but unless my ears deceive me, Dee Dee is ill too. I'm torn between giving her privacy and checking on her. A loud groan that's almost a scream makes the decision for me. "Dee Dee? Everything okay?" I knock on the door, and it pushes open a few inches. Dee Dee groans. She's lying spread eagle on the bed, her arm around a trash can of her own. She has a fan blowing air on her, and even from the door, I can feel the soft breeze. For some reason, it's helping. "Dee Dee?" I ask again. All I get in return is a groan. I walk into the room and put my hand on her forehead. She's sweaty, but not feverish. That's got to be a good sign. "I'm so sorry," Dee Dee says, turning to her side. "It's not your fault." I assure her, taking a seat on the edge of the bed, putting the trash can I brought on the floor next to me. "Yes, it is. I took you there. I've been going to the shack since I was a little kid, and I swear I've never gotten sick. I haven't even heard of anyone else getting sick either." She flops on her back and holds her stomach, pain written clearly across her face. "Are you sure?" I ask, feeling the pressure build again. I eye the door in case I need to make a mad dash back to the bathroom. I pinky swear. Never even heartburn or anything. She groans and runs off to the inside bathroom, slamming the door behind her and turning the fan on. I can barely hear her retch, but it's enough to make me break out in sweats. When Dee Dee comes back out, she says, "I really am sorry. I don't know what happened. I bet you wish you'd never stepped foot into Rockville right about now." Dee Dee flops back on the bed, as pale and worn out as he felt. My gut reaction is to tell her yes, and that it was a horrible idea to eat in a place that looked like the shack, but I swallowed my words. "It wasn't your fault. Who knows, maybe Trevor left the fish out for too long, since he was working on his own all day. That must be it. Or a bad order from his supplier. It's the only explanation." "How are you doing?" she asks, as she climbs back on the bed behind me. "Slightly better. Maybe. Only time would tell." This wasn't my first rodeo, and if there was one thing I remembered, it was that the sickness came and went in waves for a solid 24 hours. We were in for a rough day. That's something. "Same here. Get on." She scoots to the side, making room for me on the queen-sized bed under the fan. "I don't know about this. I'm tempted. The fan feels good, and the room is significantly cooler than mine." "Don't be stupid. We're sick. This way, we can at least keep an eye on each other. It's not like I'm going to make a move on you, looking like this. She rolls her eyes and moves to her back. She has a point, and the soft sheets and cool breeze are more than I can resist. I lay down and pull my trash can closer. Just in case. I laugh at the absurdity of the situation. What? Dee Dee asks, tiredly. Just us. Laying here in the middle of the night, all hot and sweaty, hugging trash cans. It's not how I figured this trip would go. Not exactly how I imagined our dream date either. Dee Dee stares up at the ceiling, her eyes going soft, lost in some remnant of an old daydream. What did you imagine? I ask, hoping for something to distract me from the pain that was returning to my abdomen. Nothing in particular. Tell you what, whoever lasts the longest without puking goes downstairs to get us some water in an hour. We've got to make sure we stay hydrated. I hold up my hand, and we exchange the most pathetic high five in history. The sun is shining its first tentative beams of dawn light through the partially open shades when I wake up. The fan above us is still blowing cool air down on us. I turn and see Dee Dee lying next to me in her short-sleeved PJs. They are covered in small strawberries and are kind of adorable. As is the soft snoring coming from her. She looks better, and I'm glad she's getting some rest. I haven't had to make use of the trash can for a while, and as far as I know, neither has Dee Dee. I'm hoping we're over the worst of it. Either way, there's no chance we have anything left in our digestive tracts. I sit up. My head is killing me, and I break out in a sweat. I flop back down on the mattress. It's horrible, isn't it? I tried earlier and just couldn't bring myself to do it, Dee Dee says. We have to go get water. Or Gatorade. Anything to rehydrate. I'm sure it's a big reason for the headache. I know. I can't face going downstairs to get water bottles. I'm not entirely confident I can make it to the kitchen and back either. Someone has to. 20 minutes later, neither one of us has moved. Let's do rock, paper, scissors. Loser goes gets water, I suggest. Okay, but not too enthusiastic. It might rock the bed, and that's going to make me vomit again. She pushes herself up and holds out her hands. We play. Paper beats rock. I lose. I try to walk out of the bedroom with my head held high, but the attempt fails. By the time I make it to the hall, I'm holding onto the walls and contemplate scooting down on my butt when I reach the stairs. I grab the first 2 water bottles I find. They are at room temperature, but I don't care. I pour myself a few sips of water from the sink and pray I can keep them down. So far, so good. With my treasures secured under my arms, I start the long journey back. I start off strong, taking the first 4 steps at almost a normal speed. Sure, I'm using the handrail to pull myself up, but that's being expected. By step number 5, my legs turn to jello and those 14 steps start to feel like I'm scaling a mountain. By step number 7, I have to stop to catch my breath. Cash, please hurry. I'm so thirsty, Dee Dee shouts from her room. I focus on 1 step at a time and somehow manage to make it to the top. I have to save us, both of us, from dehydration. I'm coming. I'm going to save you, I call as I make my way down the hall, half aware of how ridiculous I sound. Deep down, this feels like a life or death situation. At last, I make it back to the bed. I flop down, drenched in sweat and utterly exhausted. I made it, I say, dropping the water on the bed and turning to check on Dee Dee. She's sound asleep. I collapse back into the pillow and am out like a light before I know what hits me.
Chapter 9. Dee Dee. Arthur, it's me, I say when I finally feel well enough to call work. Where are you? And where's Cash? I was expecting the 2 of you hours ago. His voice is loud and fast, almost frantic sounding, and I wonder if he is worried about us. That's so sweet of him. I'm sorry. We're both sick. Headache, vomiting. The whole shebang. I shudder at the thought of last night, grateful we seem to be through the worst of it. At least I hope we are. Neither one of us has tried to keep anything other than water down. Are you telling me you two have hangovers? Arthur asks, his voice stern. No. Nothing like that. It was the seafood at lunch. I took Cash to the shack, remember? We'd made it back to the office for a while yesterday after lunch. I do. And I remember both of you smelling like beer and cutting out early, giving me some lame excuse. We had a beer with lunch. There was something wrong with the house special. I'm sure we weren't the only people getting sick, I say, thinking about the group that had come in behind us and wondering how they fared. No one in the history of Rockville has gotten food poisoning from this shack. I can't believe you're trying to put this on Trevor. I'm not, I say loud enough for Cash to look over, a question in his eyes. I shake my head. Right. Make sure you make it back to the office tomorrow. Both of you. And Dee Dee? I'm very disappointed you got drunk. I'd expect that from someone like Cash Marshall, but I expected you to be a better influence. Arthur hangs up before I can get another word in, and I'm too exhausted to call him back. Everything okay? Cash asks. When I nod, he rolls over on his side and goes back to sleep. He's snoring softly, and I find myself looking at him. Cash Marshall, in my bed. It's every girl's dream, even if we both puked our guts out all night. Somehow, the guy still manages to look as handsome as ever. Me, on the other hand? I look like a hot mess in the morning on a good day. I don't even want to imagine what I look like right now. Cash snores, and I pull a water bottle out from under his arm. He doesn't stir. I take a swig of the water and lay back down, too tired to try to get up or do anything other than lay here and breathe. What? I wake up with a start. Cash's face is hovering over me. He's close enough that I can see the individual hairs of his beard coming in. I gasp when I realize Cash Marshall, the man of my dreams, is about to kiss me. In real life. Not in a dream. And my morning breath is probably worse than usual. I'm tempted to shove him off, but you only live once, right? I'm about to pull him closer to speed things up when I realize what's really going on here. He's not trying to wake me up with a good morning kiss. He's not even looking at me. He's looking at himself. Well, technically the framed picture of himself that sits on my nightstand. I squeak, heat creeping up my neck and cheeks and all the way into my ears. I know they are bright red. They always are when I get embarrassed, and this is the mother of all embarrassments. What the heck? Cash looks at me, then back and the picture before finally settling on my face. I close my eyes, hoping against hope that this is all a dream. A nightmare. I close my eyes and pinch myself hard enough to flinch. That's gonna leave a bruise, and Cash is still there. In my bed. Staring at me like he's seen a ghost. What are you doing? He asks. Pinching myself to check if this is a dream, I say, closing my eyes again and hoping against hope all of this is part of the nightmare. It's not, Cash says, and flops back onto his side of the bed. His breathing is labored. Are you okay? I ask, opening my eyes again to check on him. He's looking pale, his own eyes are closed. I'm not. Sitting up was too much too soon. He groans. It's enough to convince me to stay in bed a little while longer. Did you poison me on purpose to keep me locked in your house? Cash asks a little while later. Who do you think I am? I ask, horrified he's even thinking something like that. Annie Wilkes. I reach over to slap him, but my hand barely falls on his chest. It's pathetic, but I can't let an accusation like that go. That's rude. And for the record, I'm nothing like that woman from Misery. I definitely don't look anything like Kathy Bates. I'll be the judge of that, Cash says, his eyes still closed. Are you hungry? I ask when I'm ready to forgive him for his rude remarks. We should probably try to eat something. Maybe. My stomach feels empty, but to tell you the truth, I'm scared to eat anything and risk vomiting it back up. My abs can't take it. He sounds tired and defeated. I feel that. Maybe we start slow. A few crackers and some water? I ask. I see him nod out of the corner of my eye. I'll grab us some stuff from downstairs, I say without moving a muscle. Are you sure you can make it? That trek back up the stairs is brutal, Cash says. I sit back up and swing my legs over the edge of the bed. They hold my weight when I stand, and my confidence grows. I'll be okay. Whatever it takes to ensure our survival. Cash barks out a dry laugh and puts his arm over his eyes. He wasn't kidding about this being a trek. I can't believe how much walking to the kitchen and back with a small tray of supplies wears me out. You're back, Cash says, looking surprised and managing to sit up in bed when I make it back to my room. Fizzy lemonade, I explain when I see his questioning look at what I brought in addition to the water and saltines. I'm not sure that's a good idea, Cash says, opening the bottle and taking a cautious sniff. If we let it go flat and then drink it, it'll help with the nausea. It's something my mom always did for me whenever I came down with a stomach bug. All right. He doesn't look convinced and trades the lemonade for one of the water bottles. I pour us each a small glass of the bubbly yellow liquid and set them both on my nightstand, using a spoon to get some of the bubbles out. When I look over at Cash, he's busy gulping down some of the water. Take small sips, I caution, not ready for him to get sick again. You know, for someone who's never been poisoned by Trevor and the shack, you seem to know an awful lot about food poisoning. I shrug. This isn't my first rodeo. I help out at the hospice in Wilmington sometimes. Lots of people with nausea. Cash looks at me, eyebrows raised, like a surprised cartoon character. What? You don't think I'd do something like that? I ask. No, it's just that I've been raising money for that place for years. Since filming there a couple of years ago. It's my favorite charity. It's my turn to be surprised. Sure, I'd read that he gave to charity, but I assumed that meant he dropped a few coins in a charity box when he passed one. It was you, I say, realizing Cash Marshall had to be the anonymous celebrity who donated $500,000 when the hospice desperately needed a new roof. I don't know what you're talking about. He tries to play it cool, but there's no doubt in my mind it was him. It gives me some newfound respect for the man who's turning out so different from the Cash Marshall I'd imagined. Here, eat this, I say, handing him a cracker. And I promise I won't break your ankles while you sleep.
Chapter 10. Cash. I think I can move, Dee Dee says a few hours later. We've gone through the crackers, water, and the flat lemonade. She sits up and pulls her hair into a messy bun. She looks better. Almost adorable. That lemonade did the trick. I push myself up on my arms and get a whiff of my pits. It's almost enough of a stench to knock me out. Never fails. Her smile is wide, and she's not gagging even though I'm pretty sure I smell like a mixture of male goat and spoiled milk. I need a shower. It's a declaration of intent. If I say it out loud, maybe I can make it happen. I need to brush my teeth and change these sheets. She stands up much quicker than last time and I see the amount of cracker crumbs we've left in her bed. Meet you downstairs? I ask. She nods. Leave the door cracked and call if you start to feel worse. That's not going to happen, but I appreciate the sentiment. Dee Dee is busy stripping the bed by the time I make it down the hall. I grab some fresh clothes from my room and head to the bathroom, expecting it to look like a scene of a crime after last night. To my relief, it doesn't look bad. The trash can is missing and there's a bit of a stench, but nothing a cracked window can't fix. I get in the shower, and something about the hot water and soap makes me feel better in an instant. I stand there for a long time, letting the clean water wash away any residue from last night. For the first time in I don't know how long I'm not nauseous. Feel better? Dee Dee asks when I finally make it downstairs. Her hair is damp, and she's changed into a soft blue t-shirt and a cotton-wrapped skirt. She looks like she just got back from a day at the lake, not recovering from the worst bout of food poisoning known to man. I am. Better than I have in ages. Or at least hours. I take the cup of mint tea she offers me and take a cautious sip. No adverse reaction from my stomach. Instead, it growls. We should probably try to eat something, Dee Dee says, eyeing the fridge with suspicion. She's right. Sooner or later, we have to eat. How about some chicken soup? I ask. I don't have any, but we might get some sort of grocery delivery. Do you have chicken? I ask. Chicken thighs in the freezer. She points to the freezer department above the fridge. I walk over and retrieve a package of thighs with bone and skin. Perfect. I dig around the fridge and produce a few sad-looking carrots and a package of celery. An onion from the pantry, a bit of salt, a cup of rice, and I have everything I need to make my mom's famous chicken and rice soup. You're going to make it? From scratch? Dee Dee looks at me like I'm about to cook up some meth or something. It's not that hard. Here, I'll show you. Where do you keep your pots? She opens a cabinet that holds a few small saucepans and one pot barely big enough to cook some noodles. Will this work? Anything bigger? I watch her dig around and climb halfway into the corner cabinet. She comes back with a triumphant smile and a pot that's large enough to make the soup. She blows the dust off the lid and hands it to me. That'll do the trick. I give the pot a quick rinse and start boiling the chicken. How long until it's ready? Dee Dee asks. An hour, hour and a half. It takes a while to make good broth, and the chicken has to thaw out all the way. A pressure cooker would make a quicker job of it, but I know better than to ask if she has one of those lying around. All right. I'm going to put the sheets in the dryer and clean up a little around here. Call me if you need anything. She walks over and brushes a quick kiss on my cheek. Her lips barely touch my skin and she's gone in a flash, but the simple gesture touches me to the core. It feels so natural, so right. Like we've been friends forever. Or maybe something more than that. I shake my head and get to work chopping the veggies when I hear Cyndi Lauper's Girls Just Want to Have Fun play in the living room. It makes me smile. If there's one song that captures everything about her, that's it. She's fun and funky, even when she's trying to be serious. She's nothing like the women I usually date. Dee Dee is the total opposite of who I'm seen with at parties and red carpet events. But this feels right. Natural. Effortless. I shake my head. Don't even go there. I have a few weeks here in Rockville, and then I'll be busy filming the new show. After that, who knows? My phone beeps, pulling me out of my thoughts. It's Matt. Heard from Arthur about you two getting drunk and skipping work. Do I have to tell you how important this is? You need to get it together before you get kicked off another show. I start to type an angry reply, delete it, and start over. We got food poisoning. I think I'll live. Thanks for the concern. I shove my phone in my pocket and stir the chopped veggies into the soup. Right. Just take it easy and learn what you can. I went out on a limb to get you this job. I shake my head, more sad than angry that my own agent doesn't believe me. You've got it. I turn my phone completely off and set it down on the counter. The soup is bubbling away. Adding the rice and setting a timer, I walk off in search of Dee Dee. She's in the living room, music blaring and dancing around with a dust rag and a spray bottle of some sort of antibacterial cleaner. I lean against the door jamb and watch her do her thing, trying to make out the words on the back of her t-shirt I didn't notice before. Check the front out. It's even better, I read out loud. Dee Dee freezes and turns around to face me. The spray bottle is aimed right at my face, and her cheeks are turning that lovely shade of pink again. I clear my throat and motion for her to aim the cleaner elsewhere. Sorry. You startled me. Is the food ready? She sprays the glass coffee table beside her and wipes it clean. Not yet. Give me 20 more minutes. Perfect. That gives me time to go remake the bed. You know, in case the food knocks me out. She hands me the spray and the damp rag and squeezes out the door, her body brushing against mine for a split second. This is good, Dee Dee says, before putting another small spoonful of soup into her mouth. Like me, she eats cautiously. One bite at a time, waiting to see how her body reacts. So far, we're both doing well. Better than expected. You sound very surprised. I hold out the rolls I baked up. They came from a can and aren't anything special, but it makes the simple soup feel more like a meal. I am. I don't think I ever read or saw anything about your culinary prowess. Dee Dee grins and pulls a small piece off the roll before popping it into her mouth and drawing my attention to her lips. I need something to distract me. Tell me about how you got your start at the paper. I think you said you started in high school? Dee Dee nods. I did. I was getting into trouble in school all the time. Talking to people, listening to music when I should be paying attention, that kind of thing. I was bored. My mom and Arthur go way back. Don't tell anyone, but I think he's always secretly had a crush on her. He's never been married, which should tell you all you need to know about the man. I know Dee Dee well enough by now to recognize the signs when she's about to go off on a tangent, and right now. I don't care a lot about Arthur and who he may or may not still be carrying the torch for. She made you go out and get a job. Dee Dee laughs. No, nothing like that. She knew I had an interest in writing. You should see some of the fanfic I've written. I raise an eyebrow. Never mind. I've always wanted to be a writer. A screenwriter, actually, but there aren't too many opportunities for that in Rockville. It's not that far to Wilmington, I say. True, but it felt like a world away when I was 14. Mom called Arthur and somehow talked him into taking me on as an intern. I was a hot mess back then. I bark out a laugh. I can see that, I say when she looks up at me. Point taken. I'm still a hot mess, but a much better journalist. I don't know how he put up with me the first few years. But he put me to work from day one. I had my first byline in the next edition. There's a copy of it around here somewhere. My parents kept it. She waves in the general direction of the rest of the house. I doubt I'll ever get to see it, but make a mental note to look for it when I get back to the paper archives. When was this? I ask. I am going to need a starting point if I want any chance of finding that particular edition. Dee Dee stops and counts on her fingers. 8 years ago this May. I can't believe I've been there that long. Arthur showed you the ropes and turned you into the brilliant journalist you are today? I asked to prompt her to continue her story. Pretty much. There are things I learned from Fanny and Wade and from Mr. Brownstone. He retired a few years ago, and I took his job when I got back from college. Where did you go? I ask. Community college. Enough about me. It's your turn. How did you learn to cook like this? She asks, holding up a full spoon of soup like it's some rare gem. This is my mom's recipe, but mostly I'm self-taught. It was that or eat cold SpaghettiOs 5 times a week. I shrug and know I made a mistake when I see the gleam in Dee Dee's eyes. Your parents didn't cook? She asks. I don't want to talk about it. I said too much already. It's dangerous for people like me to let their guard down. Especially around someone from the press. I can't let myself forget that around Dee Dee. Or anyone, really. Come on. Don't leave me hanging. I told you about my high school troubles. Dee Dee smiles and scoots forward in her chair. Our knees touch under the table, and we both freeze for a moment. I clear my throat, suddenly feeling weirdly nervous. You did. That's okay. Don't worry about it. Thank your mom for me, though. I'm glad she showed you how to make this. It's really good. Thank you. I will. We eat in silence, and somehow, her not pushing the issue makes all the difference. I hate to have to say this, but this is off the record, okay? I say. Of course. That goes without saying. I can't believe you think, never mind. Yes. Everything we talk about is off the record. I swear. She puts her hand over her heart and looks me straight in the eye. The honesty I see there is startling. And a breath of fresh air. It's just that there are plenty of people out there who would publish any bit of info they can get on my family. I've been working hard to protect them. It's working. I've read everything I could get my hands on about you, and I didn't even know you had a brother. I raise an eyebrow. This is becoming a habit when I'm around her. Sorry, that sounds a little stalkerish, doesn't it? Her giggle sounds nervous, and her eyes no longer meet mine. It's okay. You're a fan of the show. I was a fan of Cash Marshall, she says. Was? I ask, surprised at her almost dismissive tone. It's not exactly easy on the ego. I've gotten to know you. The real you. There's an ease between us that keeps growing. I hope I can trust it and jump in with both feet. My family isn't exactly the most functional. My mom is bipolar, and my dad was always working. Milo spent most of his time in his room playing video games. Someone had to step up. I shrugged to play it off like it's no big deal. And you did. Taking care of everyone. I guess you still do, don't you? She asks, her spoon sitting forgotten in the soup bowl. I did. Maybe it was a mistake to take on so much, but the end result is that they depend on me. Not for the money, but to keep everything running. They'd forget to pay the bills. I can't tell you how often we ended up with the power shut off. That explains the cold spaghetti-os. Dee Dee nods. There's no judgment in her eyes. Only understanding. I started making sure bills got paid on time, and when I got the chance to act, I took it. I've been pushing myself for as long as I can remember. I have to keep working. At this point, I'm the only breadwinner. It's up to me to make sure we all have what we need to survive, especially now that my dad's retired. What about Milo? Doesn't he pitch in? Dee Dee asks. Not really. He works part-time here and there, but at the end of the day, I feel like I'm responsible for him. Do you think you feel that way because he was abandoned as a baby? That you're making up for that? Dee Dee asks. No, it's because he's hopeless. Who hires a 31-year-old who spends all day playing video games? You never know, she says, and I'm relieved to see her grin. I don't want to make her cry again with my family's sob stories. I hear gaming companies pay pretty good for people to test their new games. Really put them through the paces. Right, that's exactly what he needs. An excuse to spend more time shut away in that room glued to a headset and a large screen. If it pays the bills? Dee Dee shrugs and puts another spoonful of soup in her mouth. Maybe the girl has a point. And she likes my soup. If I'm not careful, I'll end up leaving a piece of my heart here when it's time to leave in a few short weeks.
Chapter 11. Dee Dee. How are things going over here? Everyone feeling better? Arthur asks, walking up to my desk the next morning. I'm working through the messages I received during our absence and jotting down ideas for next week's issue. Much better, thank you, Cash says. Getting there. I'm thinking of reaching out to Trevor to see who else got sick and do a little investigation into how this could have happened. He was pretty slammed and running the place by himself that day. If food got left out for too long. I'm not going to let you question someone's reputation because you and Cash were too hungover to come to work, Dee Dee. Arthur, can we have a word? Cash rises and looks at Arthur. Please. I spoke to Matt yesterday, and we have a few things to discuss. Arthur turns to leave. Cash puts a hand on my shoulder. He squeezes it before walking off with my boss. Neither one of them speaks until they get to his office. Arthur shuts the door behind them and draws the blinds. I shake my head and try not to think about what these two are doing. I have work to do. Tell me everything, Fanny whispers, rolling her chair over to my desk. What are you talking about? I'm getting tired of everyone second guessing that Cash and I were actually sick yesterday. Come on. Spill it. I know something happened when the two of you had too much to drink. Both of you are alone in that house. Candles, music, she wiggles her eyebrows, and if I wasn't so annoyed, I'd burst out laughing. Instead, I sigh. Nothing happened. We didn't get drunk. We got food poisoning from eating lunch at the shack. And trust me, nothing romantic happens when you're busy hugging a porcelain throne. Or trash can. Don't try to pull the wool over my eyes. No one has ever gotten food poisoning from the shack. Fanny sits up, giving me a little much-needed distance. Well, we did, I say, losing my patience. Trevor probably left the fish out on the counter too long because he was on his own. It's the only explanation I can come up with. I'm shocked, Fanny says, rolling her chair back and crossing her arms in front of her. I know. Me too. It had to be some freak accident. He's usually on top of it. I almost feel bad for Trevor. That's not what I'm talking about. I'm shocked you're spewing accusations like that without anything to back it up. Have I taught you nothing? A journalist always gets her facts. Fanny shakes her head and turns back to her typewriter. Well, I know for a fact that Cash and I both had food poisoning from the shack. I turn to my own work, glancing through what I've written so far in my first story for next week's issue. Did you get to see him without his shirt on? Fanny asks when she turns and rolls back over to my desk. Wade raises his head, and I roll my eyes. Who? Cash? Who else? He is one fine man. Her face goes all dreamy, and I have to bite my lip to keep from grinning. I have not seen him without his shirt on. It's a little white lie. And it's only happened once. Not that the thin white t-shirts he's wearing around the house leave much to the imagination. You can see every muscle stretch and strain when he reaches up to grab a coffee cup. I swallow hard at the memory of seeing him around the house and how close we'd gotten last night over dinner. I don't believe you. I'm pretty sure he walks around the house in nothing but a pair of boxers. And you, Missy, owe it to the world to get that on film. There's plenty of that out there. Google him. I'm sure you'll find exactly what you're looking for. I turn and try not to think about the many images I'd come across over the years with Cash wearing a bathing suit, or an open shirt, some piece of arm candy hanging all over him. It bothers me more now than it ever has in the past. It's not the same and you know it. Throw an old woman a bone here. It's not like I'll ever get a chance to host someone like him at my place. Fanny picks up a piece of paper on my desk, one of her articles that I need to type up, and fans herself. Trust me, it's not all it's made out to be. Except it was. This morning had been perfect. By the time I rushed downstairs after missing my alarm, he'd made coffee and toast, insisting we have breakfast together. By some miracle, we'd still made it to the office in time. Probably because the man had changed every single clock in my house. They all ran 10 minutes fast, making me think it was later than it was. It's one of the sweetest things anyone has ever done for me. Aside from my father giving me his most prized possession, his old VW on the day I graduated from high school. What do you know about this new role of his? And did he really date Taylor Swift? Is that hit song of hers about him? Fanny is almost bouncing in her chair, looking at me expectantly. I don't know. I turn to get back to work. You don't know what? Fanny asks, getting impatient with my lack of cooperation. I don't know anything more than you do about his role. He's playing a journalist. That's why he's here. I have no idea if he actually dated Taylor Swift or if it was all a publicity stunt. And I don't think anyone other than Taylor knows who that song is actually about. I count each item off on my fingers. I don't believe you. You know what? There's nothing I can do about that. If you'll excuse me, I have to go talk to Becca about something. I get up and walk away before I throw something at Miss Fanny Williams. What's wrong? Becca asks the moment I shut the door to the newsroom behind me. I pour myself a fresh cup of coffee, adding some of the fancy hazelnut creamer I usually avoid and a big spoon of sugar to my cup. I grab a triple chocolate chip cookie and cram half of it into my mouth before taking a seat on the small sofa that sits in the lobby. Becca walks over and sits in the chair across from me, her eyes never leaving my face while I do my best not to choke on the crumbs and chunks. I wash the cookie down with a large gulp of coffee, burning my tongue in the process. When I finally feel like I'm physically capable of talking, I sigh. It's Fanny. She's driving me bananas today. More than usual? How? Becca asks, taking the rest of the cookie away from me. Yes. Maybe not. I don't know. I shake my head and pull my legs up, hugging my knees to my chest. Talk to me, Becca says before eating what remains of my cookie. Fanny's been trying to get me to talk about Cash. In front of him? That's got to be awkward. No, he's in Arthur's office. Then what's the problem? You usually love talking about the one and only Cash Marshall. She's not wrong. But it feels different now. She's asking about who he's dating and what his next role is all about. Do you know? Becca asks. I shake my head. Then tell Fanny that. He's new here and pretty good looking. You can't blame her for being curious. I am. Becca sits up in her chair and peeks into the window to the newsroom. Not you, too, I groan. Oh, come on. I can't help it. You've talked nonstop about the guy since I don't even know how long. And how often do we get to work with a big star like that? She looks back at me, her lips curled up in a small smile. I get it, but this feels wrong. Like it's an invasion of his privacy or something. I shrug. It's hard to put into words what I feel right now. You're usually the first to gossip about any celebrity, especially Cash Marshall. What's changed? Becca asks. I don't know. Maybe it's because he isn't some celebrity crush anymore. I've gotten to know him pretty well over the past few days. How long has it been since fate blew him into my life? Less than a week, I think. Delza Dorothea Burns, are you telling me that you've moved on from crushing on Cash, the movie star? That you're developing real feelings for the man? No, don't be stupid. I barely know the guy. I scoff. Becca laughs in my face. Sure. Keep telling yourself that. I glare at her, trying and failing to come up with a spunky comeback when the door opens and Cash walks into the reception area. What are you ladies talking about? He asks, surveying the scene of the two of us lounging around like it's my living room. Nothing, I say, standing up and brushing the cookie crumbs off the skirt I'm wearing. Becca looks at me and bursts out laughing, which does nothing to keep the heat from rising up my neck and into my face. What was that about? Cash asks when we get into my car to get the scoop on a new story I'm working on. I told you. Nothing. Just girl talk. I cough and keep my eyes firmly on the road in front of me. 2 more miles until we make it to the Wickers and Jameson's houses. Right. Cash shakes his head, but to my relief, he lets it go. What are we walking into here? He asks. It's your typical neighbor dispute, but these guys are taking it to the next level. Mr. Wickers got a new dog and built a fence around his yard. I slow down and turn onto Baker Street. And that's against code or something? No, but his neighbors, Mr. and Mrs. Jameson, complained that he was taking their light. They are big gardeners and have had raised beds on that side of their property for as long as I can remember. That's it? Doesn't sound like much of a story. Cash sounds disappointed. I laugh. No, that's not it. Mr. Wickers has a bit of a resentful streak. He responded to their complaint by adding another few feet to the fence. Let's just say the Jamesons didn't take it well, and the city council didn't get involved as quickly as they'd like. I got a tip that all three of them are protesting outside their homes, and it's about to hit the local news stations. I hope we make it there before the news vans, and I get a chance to talk to all parties involved before they get swarmed by other reporters. Are those picket signs? Cash asks. I glance over at the sidewalk that runs along both houses, and sure enough, all three of them are pacing back and forth, holding up signs made from poster board and broomsticks. Though Mr. Wickers looks like he's utilizing an extra fence plank. His sign reads "My yard, my fence." The Jamersons, on the other hand, painted slogans like "The sun belongs to everyone" and "Plants are people too." Sounds like they are chanting too, I say. The sound of "Take it down" mixed with shouts of what sounds like defense, punctuated by a bark from a Great Dane, makes it to the car the moment I kill the engine. How do you want to do this? Cash asks, unbuckling his seatbelt but making no move to leave the car. Let's go talk to Mr. and Mrs. Jameson first. Maybe separating them will calm everyone down, and it will give Mr. Wickers a chance to put his dog away. At least, I hope he does. Despite my excellent dog reporting, I'm not a huge fan of them or any pets for that matter. Stuffed animals have always been good enough for me. Sounds like a plan. After you. Cash doesn't open his door until I'm out of the car and waits patiently by my side as I dig around my purse for my notepad and lock the car. Dee Dee, I'm so glad you came. We need the support of the Rockville Tribune. What will our town come to if everyone can build a monstrosity like this? Mrs. Jameson, who runs the local flower shop, points at the fence before spinning around to grab my arm. Why don't you? You're Cash Marshall, she interrupts me when she spots my partner behind me. I am. It's nice to meet you. I'm here working with Dee Dee. I believe she has a question for you. Cash steps up beside me and points to the notepad in my hand. Right. Why don't you tell me how this all started? I say, pen in hand, ready to take notes. Paul, come see. It's, she giggles and keeps looking from her husband to Cash and back, acting like she's 10 years old. It's adorable. One look at Cash tells me he doesn't feel the same way. He's staring at his shoes, taking a step back, and almost stumbles into a small flower bed covered in purple pansies. You have to excuse her. She's your biggest fan, Mr. Jameson says, rolling his eyes at his wife's behavior. Don't worry about it, Cash mutters. Mrs. Jamerson takes a step forward and grabs Cash's arm. I assume to keep him from trampling her flowers. He looks up, surprised, and the sudden eye contact does the poor woman in. Her face goes pale, and her eyes roll in the back of her head. The scene unfolds in front of me in slow motion. The panicked look on Cash's face. Him, desperately trying to keep her from falling on the concrete, Mr. Jamerson rushing to his wife's side. It's so absurd, it's all I can do to keep from giggling, especially when they lower her to the ground, both men fanning her face and talking to the woman who's laying on the warm driveway, her eyes shut a little too tightly and one lip twitching like she's trying not to smile. We can come back later if you want to get her inside. I look at Mr. Jameson, who shakes his head. Oh no, you came all this way. I don't know where this idea came from, but Mr. Wickers over there started putting up a fence without any warning or anything. You can see from here how much of my yard it shades. There's no way that okra will grow and produce like that. He points to a spot in his yard. Not far from the pool, I can make out behind the small picket fence that surrounds their yard. Do you think it has anything to do with that dog? I ask, watching Cash extricate himself and Mrs. Jameson starting to stir. He says that's why he needs the fence, but I'm pretty sure he didn't get that dog until I said something to him. Mr. Jameson keeps trying to get his wife to come back around. Are you sure you wouldn't rather do this some other time? I'm happy to come back later this afternoon, I say. No, she's fine, and I have to get this out there before he does something else. I'm not sure he's all there anymore. Just look at the way he added to the top of the fence when I went over to confront him about it. I walk over to the fence line that separates the two properties and see what Mr. Jameson is talking about. Mr. Wickers extended the fence by nailing shorter planks to the 5-foot ones he'd put in originally, extending the height by a good 3 feet. The whole contraption looks rustic, to say the least, and something more worthy of the shack than this nice little neighborhood street. Did he give you any explanation for this? I ask, feeling more and more uncomfortable as he gently slaps his wife's face, presumably trying to get her to come around. He just yelled at me, and it was hard to understand anything with that dog of his barking. All I got was that I should wait and see what all that complaining would get me. 2 days later, he started this. Mr. Jameson points to the fence again and shakes his head. None of this is making any sense. I jot down a few notes, trying to think of what else I should ask when Mrs. Jameson decides to come around. She sits up and looks around. Spotting Cash, her eyes light up. You're really real. She jumps up, brushing her husband off, and throws herself at Cash. When he looks at me, his eyes signaling help, I lose it. This is all too much. I collapse to the ground, laughing hysterically. Still sore from yesterday, I hold my side, but there's no way I can make myself stop. Tears are rolling down my cheeks, and Cash looks less than pleased with me.
Chapter 12. Cash. Just when I start to warm up to this town and its residents, this happens. I groan and try to extricate myself from the situation. I don't even know how to put this into words. The only thing I do know is that Dee Dee isn't helping matters. A little help over here? I bite out, looking at her sitting crisscross on the driveway, holding her stomach and laughing her you-know-what off while Mrs. Crazy Pants over here is squeezing me like I'm some teddy bear. Honey, you've got to let the nice man go, her husband says, trying to pry her hands off me. I've seen fans do some crazy things, but Mrs. Jameson takes the cake, hanging onto me like I'm some life preserver while crooning who knows what into my ear. You're fine, Dee Dee puffs out, standing up and trying to catch her breath. Between the three of us, we finally pry the woman from my body. I'm drenched in sweat and ready to get out of here. I'm going to take her inside to cool off. Call me if you have any other questions, Mr. Jameson says. Somehow he manages to get her inside the house, but she refuses to go any farther, choosing to stare at me through the window, her hands making a heart shape. I shake my head at the sight, and Dee Dee snickers when she notices it. Who knew you had such a big fan club in town? Fanny can't wait to get you over to her house. I groan, thinking about the cabbage woman I have to face again as soon as we make it back to the office. I can't take anyone else swooning all over me today. Why don't I go wait in the car while you interview Mr. Wickers? I suggest. With my luck, he has a daughter, or his dog decides to fall in love with me. Dee Dee is still laughing and shakes her head. Oh no, you're not skipping out on me. We have to get you back on the horse straight away. She bends down to pick up her notepad and purse and pulls down the driveway and onto the sidewalk with her. What are you talking about? I didn't fall, Mrs. Jameson did. I look over my shoulder. The woman is still standing there, nose pressed to the glass. You had a bad experience on the job. It happens to all of us. I snort. Doubt that. I could tell you stories. Anyway, you're not going to hide. You're coming with me. Besides, the man has a dog. A big one. She slows her steps as we approach the property next door. Are you scared of dogs? I ask. Not exactly scared. I have a healthy respect for them. She waves at the old man sitting in a fold-out chair halfway up his driveway. The dog, a Great Dane that I'm pretty sure is taller than me, stands up against the chain-link fence that surrounds 3 sides of the property. The wooden fence only stretches between the 2 adjacent properties. Mr. Wickers, do you mind if we ask you a few questions? Dee Dee asks. The old man nods and motions us closer. I'm Dee Dee Barnes from the Rockville Tribune. She holds a hand out, and he rises and shakes it. And this is Cash Marshall. He's been working with me for a few weeks. I know who you are. Your dad's family is good folks. Mr. Wilkes smiles before turning his attention to me. Aren't you the guy who set fire to that bar? He asks after looking me up and down. I sigh, getting blamed yet again for something that wasn't completely my fault. But all anyone cares about is that I was there. Actually, he's not. Well, he is Cash Marshall, and he was there, but he wasn't the one who set the place on fire. In fact, Cash did everything he could to put it out, and when that wasn't feasible, he made sure everyone made it out of the place safely. But you know how things are these days. He's the one that got blamed for it all. Her expression and tone are fierce. It's okay, I say, too shocked that this woman, this fierce warrior, is standing up for me like that. It's enough to make me forgive her for not coming to my rescue sooner with Mrs. Crazy Pants. No, it's not. People need to get the full story, and they need to stop treating you like you're some sort of pyromaniac. Because you aren't. Trust me, we had one, and I reported the whole thing. Dee Dee stands there looking from Mr. Wickers to me and back again, as if the old man is responsible for the various rumors that have been swirling around about me for years. Got it. Your young man over there didn't set fire to the bar. He nods, and I feel a strange, warm feeling in my chest that has nothing to do with the midday sun beating down on us. Thank you, I say and smile at Dee Dee. You're welcome. She blushes and turns away from me while flipping to a fresh page in her notebook. We'd love to get your side of the story, I say to give Dee Dee a moment. Right. What made you put up a fence in the first place? The dog? Dee Dee asks, walking over to the intersection of the wooden and chain-link fence. The dog. Yes. I had to fence in the yard when I got the dog. And build it up over there when Trudy over here tried to scale it. He nods, and I can't shake the feeling that there's more to this story. What made you get a dog? Dee Dee asks, yelping and jumping back when Trudy, the Great Dane, runs over and jumps up against the chain-link fence that seems to do a good job keeping her contained on this side of the yard. I saw a picture of her in your paper that she was up for adoption. I've been kind of lonely with my wife gone. The kids have been trying to get me to get a pet for company, and I thought, why not? He looks over at Trudy, looking tired and exhausted. What made you choose a wooden fence over there? I ask, curious about what he's not telling us. I don't know. I was planning on doing the whole yard in wood, but with the cost of lumber. He reaches below the chair and comes back with a can of soda, popping it open and taking a sip. Right, lumber prices. Dee Dee makes a note. It wasn't an issue, though, when you added more planks to extend the fence, was it? I prompt. What choice did I have with Jameson coming at me like that? Sometimes you've got to double down. He gulps down half of his drink and sets the can down. And this has nothing to do with the yard next door or the Jameson family? I ask, walking up to the fence and reaching through it to pet the Dane on its nose. She's friendly, and so far, I haven't seen her make any attempts to scale the much shorter chain-link fence. I do notice that she's a little on the chubby side though, and that the yard is littered with poop. Nope. It's all about the dog, he says. Then why did you build the wooden fence before you got the dog? I ask. It's a hunch, and I have nothing but Mr. Jameson's comment to go on. That and the fact that it's obvious that the wooden fence was built before the chain link. Looking at the grass growing around the concrete that holds the post, I'd say it was there for at least a week. It was. The old man is looking down at his shoe, then at me and his dog. I got Trudy here to justify building the fence. And now she's a bit much for you to handle? Dee Dee asks. To be honest, yes. I try to take her for walks, but she's built to roam and run. He looks at her with so much love in his eyes, I'm almost willing to forgive him for adopting the dog under false pretenses. Almost. What was the real reason for the fence? I ask, hoping the direct approach is the right one. It's embarrassing. That's okay. You can tell me. Dee Dee crouches down next to him, putting her small hand on his wrinkled one. He has to be in his late 70s. No wonder he has trouble keeping up with a young dog this large. Mr. Wickers opens up and tells us about the pool, and that the Jamesons have a teenage daughter who likes to have her friends over to play in the pool. Don't get me wrong, I don't envy them their fun, and I don't mind the loud music either. But you see, I've always liked to putter around the yard. It keeps my joints limber, and I have to keep Eva's flowers looking nice. I look over and notice a section of fence protecting several garden beds and rose bushes safe from the dog. The front of the house is beautifully landscaped as well. Whoever planned this gave some thought to it and clearly loved this place. You didn't want the young girls to see you? Dee Dee asked, sounding as confused as I feel. It's more the other way around. Mind you, I'm no prude, but with all those young girls running around in their bikinis, it didn't seem appropriate for me to be out here. I didn't want them to think I was spying on them. Everything clicks into place. I feel for the man. Funny how easy it was to take things out of context and come to the wrong conclusion. Have you spoken to the Jamesons about any of this? Dee Dee asks gently, still crouched by Mr. Wickers' side. He shakes his head. How do you even bring something like this up? I'll show you. She stands and holds out her hand. He takes it and lets her pull him up. Trudy barks and clearly isn't happy when we walk down the driveway. Maybe we should bring her along? I suggest. Good idea. Mr. Wickers digs around in his pocket for his keys. Go ahead, we'll meet you there, I say when I see the apprehensive look on Dee Dee's face. By the time we have Trudy on a leash and walk back outside, Dee Dee is waiting with Mr. and Mrs. Jameson at the end of the driveway. I breathe out a sigh of relief when Mrs. Jameson looks up and barely acknowledges me. Sorry about that, she mutters when we join them, her cheeks turning pink. Don't worry about it. I wave her off and turn my attention to Mr. Wickers, who with a little gentle prompting from Dee Dee repeats what he told us about the fence. Why didn't you say something? I could have asked the girls to wear something different, Mrs. Jameson says. I wouldn't want to do that to them. Let them have their fun. You're only young once. I just thought with the fence, it wouldn't seem like I'm out there looking at them. Mr. Wickers is struggling to keep Trudy under control, and I offer to take the leash. I can see how that would make you uncomfortable. Maybe the fence isn't the worst idea. Mr. Jameson nods while I coax Trudy into laying in the grass next to him. The three of them talk and agree to keep the fence up, provided Mr. Wickers takes down the homemade addition. It really is a bit of an eyesore, isn't it? I don't know where my head was at, but with the dog waking me at all hours of the night and my legs aching from all that walking. Don't worry about it. I'll help you take it down. I'm pretty sure I have some wood filler. That and a little staining, and no one will be able to tell those planks had nails in them. Dee Dee turns to look at me and gives me 2 thumbs up. Her smile is infectious. Even Trudy tunes into the joy and gets back up and barks. I know, girl. It's time for another walk, isn't it? Mr. Wickers puts his hand on his back and holds the other one out for the leash. We could take her out for a walk for you, I offer before remembering that I'm not here by myself. If we have time? I ask, turning to Dee Dee. We can make time. But you're walking her. I'm not going to let Trudy drag me down the street. It's a deal. We won't be long. A quick stroll around the block should give Trudy a chance to release some of that built-up energy. Take your time, Mr. Wickers says, and is deep in conversation with the Jamersons before we make it down the sidewalk. You did great back there. Nice job getting Mr. Wickers to spill the beans. Dee Dee is keeping me between herself and the dog, switching positions as needed. You're the one who got him comfortable to talk about the teenage girls, I remind her. But we never would have gotten that far if you hadn't had a hunch that this was about more than the dog. It's sad that the dog was a bit of an afterthought. She needs someone who can keep up with her. I look at Trudy, who seems happy with our fast pace, running back and forth as far as the leash allows, stopping now and then to sniff something on the ground. I never would have guessed it. How did you know? Dee Dee asks, and I'm not sure if the question is about the dog or the fence. Either way, my answer is the same. I get his thinking. Mr. Wickers reminds me of myself growing up. Dee Dee snorts. Yeah, right. What could the two of you possibly have in common? Did you have arthritis in your youth? I shake my head. I used to play stuff up a little, take it too far. Got me in trouble at school more than once, but no one ever bothered to ask me why I did what I did. Like what? Dee Dee asks. I don't know. Failing a test on purpose, skipping school, jamming the locks to the girls' bathrooms. You know, trying to get attention, I guess. I shrug. It's not fun reliving some of my early embarrassments. Not that they ever stopped. Not until that fire. Your parents? Dee Dee asks. You were trying to get your parents' attention? I nod. It seemed so ridiculous now. I wanted them to look after me for once instead of me taking care of them all the time. How on earth were those people ever allowed to adopt a baby? I smile. Because they are good, kind people who just happen to be a little self-absorbed and distracted. It had taken me years to realize that. The therapy sessions I've been taking the past 18 months have helped me see a lot of things more clearly. Dee Dee takes my free hand and squeezes it. You really are a good person. I feel a strange buzz in my stomach, and the warmth in my chest is back. Thank you, I say with a smile. All three of us are hot and worn out by the time we make it back to a grateful Mr. Wickers. Trudy trots inside, lays down, and is snoring softly by the time we take our leave. We need to celebrate your first big scoop as a journalist, Dee Dee says when we finally make it back to her car. What do you have in mind? I ask, afraid of what the answer will be. Let's stop for ice cream at DeLucci's on the way back. Is it any good? I ask. It's at least as good as the Shack. She turns and bursts out laughing at the shocked expression on my face.
Chapter 13. Dee Dee. Trust me. This is worth it. And there's no way you'll get sick from anything here, I say as we walk into DeLucci's. The sweet smell of 28 flavors of homemade ice cream hits me, and I groan. I'll take your word for it. Cash stares up at the board and the large display of frozen treats in front of us. I get it. It can be overwhelming. Welcome to DeLucci's. What can I get you? Tara, the owner's daughter, asks. The usual for me. I grin at her. If Cash didn't walk in with me, Tara wouldn't have bothered to ask. Double chocolate and peanut butter delight in a cone with chocolate sprinkles. Coming right up. How about you, sir? She looks at Cash, and I can tell she's trying to figure out where she's seen the man. What do you recommend? He steps up and looks across the line of tubs of ice cream. Tiramisu is my personal favorite, but you can't go wrong with Rocky Road either. You're welcome to sample a few different flavors if that would help make up your mind. She reaches down and pulls a few different wooden tasting spoons from a box under the counter. Cash waves her off. Not necessary. I'm not a big fan of marshmallows, so let's go with the tiramisu and a scoop of vanilla to be safe. Vanilla? Seriously? You're a vanilla ice cream person? We might have to rethink this whole relationship thing, I tease, and almost burst out laughing when I see the look on Tara's face. I have no doubt that by the end of the week, the entire population of Rockville will be convinced Cash and I are an item. And I didn't realize we were getting that serious. And I might be judging you for the sprinkles. What are you? 5? Cash looks at the cone Tara hands me. Chocolate on the bottom, peanut butter on top, covered in chocolate sprinkles. Just the way I like it. They are chocolate sprinkles, not the rainbow ones. I'll have you know that they are a perfectly acceptable adult ice cream topping. Right, Tara? I look at her, doing my best to convince her that this is one of those girls stick together moments. No comment, she says with a grin and scoops out an extra large serving of tiramisu ice cream before topping it with an equal amount of vanilla. Thank you. Cash takes his cone and insists on paying for our treats. Tara is watching him out of the corner of her eye the entire time. I swear I can see the gears turning. She's trying to figure out who he is and where she knows him from. Without any luck. "It's Cash Marshall from Palooka Junction," I whisper and watch her eyes grow wide before I follow Cash out the door. "You told her, didn't you?" Cash asks. Of course I did. It would have driven her nuts if I didn't. "How's your ice cream?" I ask, looking at him as we make our way back to the car. "It's good. For vanilla." I stare at him like he's lost his mind. "Good?" You've got to come up with some better adjectives. If this isn't the best ice cream you've ever had, I'll eat my hat. You're not wearing a hat, Cash says with a huge grin before licking his cone again. I have plenty of hats at home, thank you very much. Besides, you can't judge this place on the vanilla ice cream. There's only so much you can do with that. Try the tiramisu. I point with my ice cream toward the bottom of his cone, losing a few precious sprinkles in the process. I will. After I've finished the vanilla. It's very good. Creamy with warm bursts of flavor that provide a nice contrast to the frozen nature of the product. How's that? He raises one eyebrow. Sounds like a product description that's as cold as the freezer they keep this stuff in. Try again. I lick my cone, catching the chocolate and peanut butter ice cream that's melting fast in the hot midday sun. Why don't we go for a stroll along the lake while we eat this? Cash asks, motioning to the trail that leads from the end of DeLucci's parking lot to the shore. It continues around a large stretch of the lake. Sure. I learned to ride my bike on that path, I say, pointing to the stretch over to the right that leads through a small wooden area to a rocky peninsula that sticks out into the lake. It's a great place for a family picnic or an unapproved high school party. Don't ask me how I know that. By the water? You do like to live dangerously. Cash falls into step beside me. He's meticulously eating his ice cream, careful to only touch the vanilla portion. I'm tempted to shove that ice cream cone in your face, I say when we make it to the path and out of earshot of the other DeLucci patrons. Why don't you? There's a challenge in his eyes that makes my fingers twitch. It wouldn't be nice. We work together. Besides, it would be a terrible waste of perfectly good ice cream. Even if it would force him to get to that tiramisu flavor already. And for the record, I learned to ride my bike in record time. Only fell every once in a while, and never into the lake. Cash grins. What's so funny? I'm rethinking the whole slamming his ice cream into his face thing. Just picturing you riding your bike. Your dad, running alongside you. I bet you had pigtails. He falls into step beside me, furiously licking his ice cream before it melts. The warm breeze flowing across the lake isn't helping. I'm dangerously close to dripping ice cream on my shirt. Another favorite from my graphic tee collection. I lick until the worst of it is under control before answering him. I did wear pigtails a lot. And ponytails. Anything to keep my hair out of my eyes. And for the record, it was my mom who taught me to ride my bike. I stand corrected. You have a little something there. He steps in front of me, making me come to a full stop so I don't smash into him. Which is a good thing, because we're both holding our ice cream cones in front of us. He reaches up and touches the corner of my mouth. I stop breathing. He's so close I see every single speck in those beautiful eyes of his. He leans in, and I can almost feel those lips of his on mine when I catch a movement out of the corner of my eye. My free hand pushes off his chest, and I scream bloody murder, throwing my ice cream in the grass where a copperhead snake is raising its vicious head. What the Cash spins around, looking for danger. I know the moment he notices the snake, because he jumps an impressive 1.5 feet into the air. Maybe 2 feet. I'm not great at judging height, but it's much higher than I can jump. Instead, I turn and run, putting as much distance between me and that serpent as I can before Cash catches up with me. back so soon? Tara asks when we walk back into the ice cream shop a few minutes later. We had an encounter with a snake and threw our ice cream at it, Cash says, walking up to the counter. Oh no, are you okay? She only has eyes for him. Usually, I'd find that hilarious, but after that almost kiss we shared, the way she ogles him bothers me. I'm fine. Can I get Dee Dee's usual, and I'll take a cone with tiramisu, and… His eyes roam the display instead of Tara's ample bosom, which goes a long way to cool the sudden jealousy I'm feeling. Salted caramel coffee. Do you mind if we stay in here? I ask when Tara hands me my cone. Good idea. Cash is already busy licking his second helping of ice cream. He scans the room and heads for a small booth, tucked away in a corner. I sit down across from him and try not to stare. I fail miserably. All I can think about is that snake that ruined my big chance to kiss Cash Marshall. It's only what I've dreamed about for close to a decade. Except this feels different. I don't want to kiss Cash Marshall, the movie star. I want to kiss Cash, the cute guy who's staying at my house and following me everywhere I go at work. I want to kiss the guy who's still suspicious about any food option in Rockville. This Cash is nothing like the bad boy reputation that first attracted me to him. He's kind and considerate and a little flustered when a fan faints in front of him. We eat our ice cream, chatting about the story and how I plan on writing it up when we get back to the office. There's no mad rush to lick the frozen treat before it melts in the heat outside. Here, in the air-conditioned shop, we're able to enjoy it. Savor it. I'm hoping it will give Cash a much better impression of just how awesome this ice cream really is. We should go, Cash says when a huge crowd of tourists walks in. He pops the last of his ice cream cone into his mouth and gets up. So, what's the verdict? I ask. On what? Cash looks at me like I asked him to solve some calculus problem. The ice cream, silly. What do you think about Deleche's famous ice cream? Does it live up to the hype? I ask as we walk out the door. Your hype, I guess. Tell me, do they advertise in the paper? Cash looks at me. His right lip quirks up into the cutest half smile I haven't seen before. Don't answer that. Yes. It lived up to the hype, and you were right about the vanilla. Told you so. Ready to get back to the office? I ask, unlocking my car. Almost. Cash stands so close I can feel the heat rolling off his body. I turn, and we're back where we were 20 minutes ago. Minus the snake. My eyes are glued to his lips until I lose sight of them as he lowers them to mine. They are rougher than I imagined, and I can smell the coffee ice cream on him. The kiss is soft and sweet, and over far too soon. Now I'm ready. Are you okay to drive? Cash asks, looking at me, his eyebrows drawn together. I laugh, happiness bubbling out of me. You're good, but I think I can handle driving across town. Get in.
Chapter 14. Cash. That kiss was something else. If I'd had something handy earlier, I would have killed that snake for interrupting try number 1. In hindsight, it had made the second attempt even better. I could taste the tension and anticipation, feel it running through my body and hers. The end result had been a kiss that was electric. Life-changing. My lips had touched hers, and I swear there was electricity running from her to me and back again. Her lips were soft, molding perfectly to mine, and that little gasp that escaped them had almost undone me. That was something else, Dee Dee says, pulling me out of my memory of the best kiss I've ever shared with anyone. And I've kissed a lot. Probably a little too much. All part of the bad boy persona my publicist loved so much before the bar incident. In a good way, I hope. I glance at her. Dee Dee stares through the windshield at the road ahead. I can't see her eyes, can't judge her reaction to my questions. Until she nods. Decent first kiss? Best first kiss? Dee Dee laughs. Seriously? You want me to rate it? All right. It was at least a 9. Maybe a 10. That's it? I grin, pleased with my performance. What, 10 out of 10 isn't good enough for you? I'll take it as a challenge. I was definitely planning on something that blew the charts. Because that's what it had been for me. Let's maybe not do that in public again, Dee says, throwing me for a loop. My thoughts start spinning in a million directions. Did she not like it? Is she embarrassed to be seen with me? Maybe she doesn't want the attention a relationship with me would bring. I hope it's the last one. This is a small town. People talk. They already talk about us both living in the house together. If they saw any sort of public display of affection, she turns and the Rockville Tribune building is only a couple of 100 yards away. I understand. She reaches for my hand and squeezes it. That doesn't mean I didn't like it. Or that I wouldn't mind kissing you again. You never cease to surprise me, I say when we pull into the parking lot of the Rockville Tribune. I told you it was good. Dee grins and jumps out of the car. You compared it to the shack. You can't blame me for being a little apprehensive. I quicken my steps and hold the door open for her, earning me another smile. Point taken, she says, walking in ahead of me. I bump into Dee when she pulls up short in front of the reception desk. One look at Becca tells me that something is wrong. Very wrong. What happened? Who died? Dee asks. My eyes scan the newsroom. Wade, Fanny, and Arthur are standing together, heads bent over something spread out across an otherwise empty desk. Did you see what TMZ is reporting? Becca asks, her voice shaking. I get a bad feeling but shake my head. We've been out doing an interview all day, Dee says. Becca turns the screen of her computer to face us. Cash Marshall seeks solace from deadbeat family with small-town reporter, Dee reads. I don't need to hear it. The bright red words of the headline are burned into my mind. I take a deep breath and scan the first few paragraphs of the article. My worst fears come true. It's all about my family and how much they depend on me. They mention my father's dementia and how all of them depend on my income as an actor. My anger turns to rage when I see that they even dug up info about Milo and his birth mom. Every single piece of private information I've shared with Dee is there in black and white. How could you? I ask. Could what? I'm not surprised that she's playing all innocent now. I guess this was your plan all along, wasn't it? Play little Miss Innocent Reporter and use our private conversations to get a foot in the door with a place like that. You think I'm the source? Dee asks, her outrage almost convincing. I can't believe I let you get this close. I should have known better. You reporters are all the same. I turn on my heel and storm out, desperate to get away from her and out of this town.
Chapter 15. Dee. Dee. I look up at Becca. Go after him. I nod and turn on my heel, thankful to my friend. Cash. Wait. I rush to catch up with him out in the parking lot. He stands at the end of the parking lot, looking undecided on where to go, without a car. Cash, please. I had nothing to do with any of that. You've got to believe me. I don't. He turns his back to me. Cash. I reach for his arm, but he shrugs it off. I swear I didn't tell anybody anything you've shared with me in private. He turns and looks at me. Don't you think it's funny that all of this, everything I've kept private for years, for decades, comes out while I'm in Rockville, working with a reporter? He says it like it's a dirty word. I realize this looks bad, but it wasn't me. Whoever came out with this story has to have another source. I'm desperate for him to believe me, and I'm failing miserably. One look at his face tells me as much. I told you I didn't want people knowing about my private life. About my family. I trusted you. His voice cracks, and it breaks my heart. I didn't do it. You know this. Look at me and tell me to my face that you think I would betray you. I feel sick to my stomach about all this, and I know it has nothing to do with the ice cream we shared moments ago. He looks at me, his eyes locked with mine. That's exactly what I believe. Something inside me breaks, but the reporter in me won't let this go that easily. And when do you expect me to have shared all this with someone? I ask, standing up straight and making myself look more confident than I feel. Oh, you've had plenty of opportunities. While I slept, earlier when I was in Arthur's office, cleaning up your mess. For all I know, you gave me food poisoning, or put something in my lunch to make me sick. Right, and I gave it to myself for the fun of it. All in a big scheme to wear down your defenses and gain your trust, right? The pain is morphing into anger. Something like that. At least he has the decency to look unsure about his latest accusation. I didn't do it. I couldn't, I swallow hard. I couldn't do that to you. Not after the last week. Or before. I've always loved Cash Marshall, the actor, but over the past week, Cash, the man, has wormed his way into my heart. He's nothing like his bad boy image, and to my surprise, I like the real Cash even more than the star. I don't believe you. Go away, Dee Dee. We're done. I'm done with all of you. He pulls his phone out of his pocket and dials a number before turning to stride down the sidewalk. I watch him walk away from me, this town, and everything I thought we had. When he turns a corner and leaves my sight, I sigh and go back inside the building. What happened? Becca asks, rushing over to put an arm around me. What do you think? He walked away. He's convinced I'm the source of this ridiculous story. I'm tempted to go home and crawl into bed. But that's not who I am. I'm a reporter, and I will get to the bottom of this. And when I do, Cash won't have a choice but to forgive me. Not that there's anything to forgive. What can I do? Becca asks, sensing my determination. Is there a name on that article? A byline? I ask. That would be a place to start. There is. Becca walks back behind her desk and jots it down on a piece of paper. Are you okay? She asks when she hands it to me. Of course not. I'm nowhere near okay, but I will be when I find out who did this to us. I take the paper and walk into the newsroom, ignoring Fanny, Wade, and even Arthur. I walk straight to my computer and boot it up. Dee Dee? Where's Cash? Arthur asks. He's gone. I hold up my hand. Not now, Arthur. Please. I type the name of the journalist, if you can call him that, into my favorite search engine. The guy may be a hack, but he's prolific. Article after article on a variety of different gossip topics shows up. He seems to get all the scoops, and unfortunately that means he gets paid well. I pull the article in question back up and read it more carefully, picking up on details I missed before. Who do you think is his source? Fanny asks, looking over my shoulder. Someone who knows him well. He's very private about all of this. Especially his brother. He wouldn't let that slip, no matter how much he'd partied. Besides, I can't shake the feeling that he faked most of the bad boy stuff. If his folks are really as flaky as this makes them out to be, one of them could have talked, Wade says. I look over at his desk. He has the article pulled up as well. I shake my head. I don't think so. Why would they let something slip that makes them look bad? Besides, this can't be good for Cash's image or his state of mind. They need him. He's their meal ticket. Maybe they did it for the money, Becca says. I doubt it. Cash gives them plenty, and besides, they rarely leave the house. How would they even meet someone who would pay enough to make it worth their while to alienate Cash? None of this makes any sense, Arthur says. He looks tired. Shaking his head, my boss shuffles off toward his office. Through the cracked door, I can see him sit down at his desk, dropping his head in his hands. What are you going to do? Fanny asks. Wade and Becca are looking at me, waiting for some miracle. I know better than to hope for some miraculous solution. There's only one thing to do. I'm going to find out who leaked this. Because getting to the bottom of a story, no matter how bizarre, is what I do. I knock on the door before entering. Arthur, are you okay? He looks up and shakes his head. Not without those $20,000. We need that to stay afloat. Do you think you can bring him back? My turn to shake my head. He's hurt. He doesn't trust any of us. Especially not me. Dee, that's brilliant. He doesn't trust you. If I say I fired you and bring him back, we can fix this. Arthur jumps up and digs around for his keys. You can't do that. You can't lie to him. Or fire me. I'm aghast. This isn't like the man I've admired from the day he's taken me under my wing. Don't be so naive, Dee. This is the world of journalism. Sometimes you've got to do what you've got to do to get the scoop or stay in business. He finds his keys and heads for the door. Arthur. I wait for him to turn and look at me. Tell me you're not the source. Of course not. I didn't even know he had a brother until I read the article. He walks off, and I follow close behind, my mind churning. He's right. I didn't mention anything about Milo or the adoption to him or anyone else. That rules out everyone from Rockville. What's going on? Fanny asks as we pass by our desks. Nothing, go back to work. I snatch my purse and turn off my computer. The last thing I grab is my phone, an idea forming in my head. Arthur stops me when we get to the parking lot. I need to go alone. As far as Cash is concerned, you're fired. Don't do this, Arthur, I say. I have to try. Sometimes, this is what we have to do, Dee. And if you can't get used to that, you'll never make it in the big leagues. He puts his hand on my shoulder, and I can tell he's serious. You know what? I've been wondering lately if I'm in the wrong job. Now I'm pretty sure I am. Tell you what. Take a few days off. Think this through. And let me fix this. We'll talk more after that. Arthur gets in his car, and I start typing on my phone, hoping the message will get to Cash in time. Leave. Now. It hurts any chance I have to catch up with Cash and talk to him, but then again, that chance was slim to none to begin with. I've seen his room. He didn't bring much and would pack in a matter of minutes. And I spent too much time coming up with my plan.
Chapter 16. Cash. Thanks. I'll be back in a few minutes, I say to the driver of the cab I had to call. No Uber drivers in this town. No big surprise there. At least Dee's Beetle is nowhere to be seen. I can't take any more of her lies. Matt Thompson, please, I say when I call my agent at his office. He's still not answering my calls to his cell. I'm sorry, Mr. Marshall. Matt is in a meeting with another client. Can I take a message? Jessica, his longtime assistant, asks. Have him call me back as soon as possible. I had a change of plans and am leaving Rockville as we speak. I throw my phone on the bed and start to pack my things. It doesn't take me long to shove everything into my torn Hartman bag. Something else I'll have to fix when I get to Wilmington. At least this one will be easier to correct than that article. I rush down the stairs, then turn when I realize I forgot my phone. Grabbing it from the bed, I notice it's dead. No chance of getting a call from Matt or anyone else until I can charge it. Maybe that's not the worst thing. I shove it into my pocket and head back downstairs, locking the front door behind me and dropping the key Dee gave me the day I got here in the mailbox, hoping she'll find it. I turn to take one last look at the log cabin. I liked it here, and somehow it's hard to believe it's only been a week. After a rocky start, I enjoyed my time here. I can only imagine how much more attached I would have become if I spent an entire month in Rockville. To the town, the people, and one spunky young woman in particular. Ready, sir? The driver asks, offering to take my bag. I pull my tablet out of the side pocket and hand it to him. I take one more look and then turn my back to the place, surprised how many wonderful memories it holds, despite being as sick as a dog here. I enjoyed spending time with Dee Dee, even when we were both sick. And there is no doubt in my mind she got sick too. I was angry and lashing out. A small glimmer of hope lights up in my heart. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it wasn't her. I look down the street, expecting her car to appear. No such look. The entire neighborhood looks deserted. I get in the car and buckle up and turn on the tablet. By the time the driver gets into the car, I have the article pulled up, courtesy of Dee Dee's Wi-Fi. Where to now? The driver asks. Wilmington. I hope Max and Maeve are home and don't mind a surprise visitor. Still no sign of Dee Dee, and the small voice in the back of my head tells me it's suspicious that she's not following me here. She had to know this was the first place I'd go. Does it make her look guilty? Maybe. My heart argues otherwise, and I'm inclined to believe it. This isn't like her, but then again, who else could it be? I wonder if I should have left her a note and am tempted to ask the driver to go back. What good would that do either of us, though? I mutter to myself. Sir? The driver looks at me through the rearview mirror. I'm talking to myself. I run my hand through my hair, wondering how much craziness from Rockville has rubbed off on me. If there's anything I can do, he says, looking at me like he's wondering the same thing. You don't happen to have a car charger for an iPhone, do you? I ask, realizing that mine is sitting in the dash of Dee Dee's car. I do. He digs around the dash and hands it to me. I dig my phone from my pocket and plug it in, keeping it off for now. A call to Max and Maeve can wait a little while longer, and I'm in no mood to talk to anyone else. Instead, I scan the article about my family, then read it again, paying close attention to every single line. Whoever this source was, they held nothing back. The article even mentions the name of Milo's birth mother, a detail I didn't share with Dee Dee. I never got the chance when she broke down sobbing, and I didn't bring the topic up again for fear of starting the tears flowing again. Again, this feeling of hope rises in my chest. But I've heard it too many times. Each time, I thought my parents would get their act together. Each time, I convinced myself I'd found the one. Or at least someone who was interested in more than 5 minutes of fame. Each time I thought I'd made it as an actor. I don't know how Dee Dee could have gotten that name, but she's a trained journalist. Finding stuff out is her job. I lean back and close my eyes until we make it to the highway that will take me all the way to Wilmington. When I finally turn on my phone, I see 2 messages. The first is a text from Dee Dee telling me to leave town. Message received. I'm glad she agrees that what we need is a clean break. The second is from Matt. I'm too tired to argue about Rockville and the new show and decide he can wait a little while longer. Maeve, it's Cash. You don't happen to be in Wilmington, do you? I keep my voice cheerful as I call my old friend and fellow actor. We are. I heard you're going to be in town for a new project. Are you heading in early? Maeve asks. I am, and I was wondering if I could crash in that beautiful house of yours for a few days. I cross my fingers, hoping for the best, since I'm in no mood to stay in a hotel, and who knows what's even available with it being tourist season and all. Sure thing. When are you thinking of coming in? She asks. I see a sign on the side of the road. 40 miles to Wilmington. Half hour? Maeve laughs. You couldn't give me a little more warning? What if the house is a mess? You know I wouldn't mind, and if I know your husband, I seriously doubt it is in bad shape. Max is one of the most organized and hardworking people I know. He's not someone who enjoys living with clothes and dishes scattered all over the place. Unlike his wife, or another pretty woman with blonde hair that I can't seem to get out of my head, no matter how hard I try. You're not wrong. I'll go tell him you're coming over and order us some food. Does pizza sound okay? She asks. Pizza sounds perfect. I end the call and look up Maeve's exact address, relaying it to the driver before closing my eyes. I do my best to clear my mind, using one of the meditation exercises my therapist recommended. It doesn't work perfectly, but according to her, that's not the point. Doing my best and improving as I practice is what it's all about. I feel calmer when we pull up outside the beautiful house on the Cape Fear River. Maeve and Max step out before my driver has a chance to retrieve my bag. I'm so glad you called. Maeve pulls me into a tight hug. It's been a while since we've been in the same time zone, let alone the same town. It's good to see you. Before I can stop him, Max pays the driver and takes my bag. You didn't have to do that, I say, looking at the couple. I know. But do you have any idea how much money I'm making these days? Ever since I won that Oscar, it's been insane. Maeve grins, still looking like the crazy former goth I met on the set of The Moonlit Inn a couple of years ago. I can tell. You weren't kidding when you said this place was something else. I survey the front of the mansion in front of me. There's no other description for the large white house with a wide staircase running up to a set of double doors. Let's get you inside, and Maeve can give you the tour. Max jogs up the stairs like my bag weighs nothing. Maeve and I trail behind. You're staying with us, right? You better. There's plenty of room, and I miss seeing your handsome face. Maeve puts her arm into mine and keeps chattering away while we make our way through the house, ending in a large guest room. The bathroom is through here. There's your closet, and check out this view. Isn't it something else? Maeve opens the sliding glass door that leads out to a wide balcony running the length of the second floor. I step out beside her and walk up to the rail. The sprawling backyard, beautifully landscaped, is below us. The river is up ahead, a dock stretching out into it. There's a large boat with twin engines tied up to it. Unless I'm mistaken, it's big enough to take out into the Atlantic Ocean. You're doing well for yourself, I say, wondering if I could have had all this if my career hadn't stalled over that whole Palooka Junction incident. I know, right? Who would have thought I'd make it this far when we met? You were the big star, and we all had a little crush on you. She smiles and hugs me. Nice try, Maeve. You all thought I was a horrible excuse of a man running after every skirt in town. I'd pretended to date Amy, Maeve's best friend, who'd long since given up on acting, and Maeve had gone into full protection mode. That was before we got to know the real Cash. You know that. What's going on with you? What's with this sadness? Shouldn't you be celebrating? You're making your big comeback with this new project. Pizza's here, Max calls from downstairs, and we make our way back down. After a few beers and enough pizza to put me close to a food coma, I fill Maeve and Max in on what happened in Rockville and show them the article. Man, I'm sorry. These people never let up. I had to chase someone off the dock the other day. Max hands me another beer. And you think this Dee person sold you out? Maeve asks. I don't know what to think anymore. I thought she was different. Oh, my gosh. I thought I'd never see the day. Cash Marshall is in LOVE. I have to call Amy. Maeve leans over to grab her phone. Let's hold off on that and give Cash a chance to figure this out. Max puts a hand over hers, and while I'm grateful, something about the look the two of them exchange makes me ache for Dee. I think I'm calling it a night. Thanks again for letting me crash here. Anytime. The sheets are clean, and there are fresh towels in the bathroom. Maeve picks up the empty beer bottles and paper plates and vanishes down the hall. We're heading out early to look at an antique tractor. Should be back late afternoon. Let me show you how to work the security system and get you a set of keys before you head up. The house is quiet when I wake up close to noon the next day. I can't remember the last time I slept for 12 hours. Between the food poisoning and the stress of the past few days, I must have needed it. I make some coffee and take it out to the backyard. Hi, Mom. How's everything? Did you get this week's grocery delivery? I know they have. I received an email notification last night. We did, but can you call them and tell them the bananas they keep sending are too green? Your dad won't drink his smoothie if it isn't sweet enough. I'll let them know. Everything else okay? How are Dad and Milo? They are fine. At least I think your brother is okay. I haven't seen him in days, but the food I leave in front of his door is gone, so I'm guessing he's fine. You should talk to him. I don't think it's good for him to spend so much time in front of a screen. I'll talk to him when I get home, I promise. Good. I have to run. Have fun at your play. She hangs up before I get a chance to reply. Some things never change. I head inside and grab a water from the fridge. Strolling through the house, I imagine myself and my family in a place like this. I look out at the boat. With something like this, I might have a shot at convincing Milo to come outside at least once in a while. If things work out with the show, I should look into relocating here permanently. Buy something in this neighborhood. For the first time since seeing that article, I feel good about myself. I lay on the couch and turn on the TV, flipping through channels to find something to watch. I land on a celebrity gossip channel and keep it running to see if they've picked up on the story while I scroll through my phone. Still no call back from Matt. I start to think that I dodged a bullet when the presenter mentions my name. One commercial break and 5 minutes later, I breathe out a sigh of relief. They barely mentioned me. Nothing more than the usual stuff about the fire and how I'm not living up to my potential. There are some rumors swirling around that Cash Marshall is part of a new political drama set to film in Wilmington later this summer. Who knows, maybe this could be his big comeback, the female presenter says. The camera pans to her colleague, a middle-aged man in a suit who used to be on a sitcom when I was in high school. I seriously doubt that, Tina. Cash Marshall simply isn't relevant anymore. Let's move on to some actual news. I turn the TV off and go in search of something stronger to drink than the beer I know is in the fridge when my phone buzzes. I stare at the text from Dee Dee on my screen. I'm so sorry. I swear I'll find out who sold her story to that paper. I grab the bottle of vodka I found in the back of the freezer and walk down to the dock, staring out on the river and wondering if it's worth being angry about any of this. Especially now that I'm no longer relevant.
Chapter 17. Dee Dee. Hi, Mom. How are you guys? I'm glad for the distraction when the video call comes in. Hey, baby. Did I finally get this time change thing right? My mom asks. Not really. I'm up late, working. I reach for the coffee I made when I realized I wasn't going to be able to sleep anytime soon. What are you working on? My dad asks, moving into view. Hi, Dad. It's a long story. I smile, trying to hide the fact that my heart is broken and I won't be able to rest until I solve this puzzle. Or that there's still no response to the text I sent Cash earlier today. We've got time. What's going on? Does it have something to do with that actor guy staying with you? My mother asks. I groan. Arthur called you, didn't he? Of course he did. My mom shrugs like it's no big deal that my boss called her to tell me about my personal problems. Except that's not all this is it? It's a problem for Arthur, too. One that could cost him his paper if stuff goes sideways. Someone asked Arthur to allow an actor to shadow me for a few weeks to learn the ropes of being a small-town journalist. I say, not sure where else to start. Turns out that actor was Cash Marshall. I expect them to gasp or something. Instead, they both look at me lovingly through the screen of my laptop. Arthur said you two were pretty close. But then he took off, and you requested a leave of absence. What's that all about? You haven't been away from the paper for more than a week since you started there. Mom uses that special stare that always makes me spill the beans. Apparently, it works long distance. All right. I guess you knew that, too. We became friends and talked. Then yesterday, a story broke that included some of what we talked about. Cash swears he didn't tell this to anyone else. He thinks I sold him out. And you didn't? Dad asks. Of course not. Who do you think I am? some tabloid reporter? I'm a serious journalist. And I'd never do something like that to Cash. Of course not. Your father didn't mean it like that. What are you going to do? Mom elbows Dad and briefly knocks him out of the frame. It's nice to know she has my back. I'm going to find out who the source is. How are you going to do that? Talk to the journalist who published the story, my father asks. That was the first thing I tried. I knew it was hopeless, but I didn't know where else to start. And? My mother looks at me impatiently. He wouldn't divulge his source. I shrug. It's what I'd expected. I asked him if he paid for the information. What did he say? He told me that no one does anything for nothing these days, especially when it's 20 big ones. That's a big chunk of change. I'd probably sell you out for that too, my father says, rubbing his chin. Kurt. My mother punches him in the shoulder, hard enough to make him flinch. Hey. Dee doesn't have any deep dark secrets, and think about how much good we could do around here with another $20,000, he says. You've got a point there. Got anything, Dee? My mother asks, mischief sparkling in her eyes. Sure, don't. That's the problem. There's no solid lead to follow with this, which is driving me bonkers. All I know is that the person wasn't beyond taking a big chunk of change. Then you know what to do, honey, my dad says. Follow the money. I laugh. I wish it was that easy. I have no transaction to tail. I'll think of something. I know you will. Don't work too late and get some sleep, Mom says. All right, you too. Go dig some wells or something. I'm going to close my eyes for a bit and then get back to this. I end the call and make a list of anyone and everyone who could possibly know Cash's family. It's a short list. I'm still trying to come up with an angle for this investigation when I drag myself upstairs to go to bed. Dad's right. The money is the key. But who would do that to Cash? It had to be someone close, which is sad in itself. I wonder if Becca's right. It could be Milo, I say to the row of stuffed animals that line the bottom of my bed. Maybe he's jealous because he's adopted, and Cash's their parents' natural-born son? I dismiss the idea as I stare up at the ceiling. It's highly unlikely. The guy never leaves his room. How would he even get in touch with anyone? Plus, it sounds like the four of them really love each other. 2 hours later, I give up and head downstairs to make myself a cup of hot milk. I wake up the next morning with my head on the table and a list of names. It's a short list. 3 lines of possible suspects. Cash's parents, Milo, and Fanny. I scan it again, trying to remember my thoughts from late last night. Much of it is a blur. As the coffee seeps into my system, my thoughts slowly come back to me. I don't think it's his parents or his brother, I say to the list in front of me. That leaves Fanny. Yes, she's been acting funny. Funny Fanny, I giggle to myself. And yes, she's been a little jealous. She could certainly use the extra cash with her dad and all. But how? She'd have to have bugged my house or my car, because as far as I remember, Cash and I never talked about his brother at the paper. And Fanny and technology don't exactly get along. The woman still uses an old-fashioned typewriter. There's no way she has the know-how to install a bug or even any idea where to get one. Another dead end. I get up and pour myself another cup of coffee. Then I do what I always do when I'm stuck in the investigative part of a story. Go back to my source material. Lucky for me, I recorded my conversation with the journalist in question. If you can call someone peddling and gossip that. I try to listen between the lines. Find another clue. No luck. Not even the insane amount of caffeine is helping my brain. Then, on the third try, something makes my ears prick up. I rewind. No one does anything for nothing these days, the guy says. Especially when it's 20 big ones. $20,000. That's the same amount Arthur negotiated for the paper as compensation for letting Cash shadow me. An idea starts to form. Not much, barely a sprout of a thought, but it's something, and more than what I had last night. I rush upstairs to throw on some clothes and head to the office. I knew you'd be back, Becca says with a huge smile on her face when I walk through the front door. Don't celebrate too soon. Arthur might decide to actually fire me. I shrug and make my way through the lobby and past her desk. Doubtful. You're the only decent journalist he's got. He can't fire you. What would he do? Go interview Winnie about her vanishing garden gnomes himself? It's not like he can send Fanny out there to interact with the public. You've got a point there. She does do her job though, and unless. Unless what? Becca asks. Never mind. Random thought. Pretty sure it doesn't pan out. I shouldn't have let that slip. We weren't in the business of printing unsubstantiated rumors, and I didn't make it a habit to spout them out, either. Tell me you don't think someone here leaked info about Cash, Becca says, her eyebrows knit together. Not really. I thought for a moment it could be Fanny, but I think that was desperation speaking. I think digging up that kind of dirt is way out of Fanny's capabilities. I'm not sure she knows how to make a long-distance phone call. And forget emailing. Becca shakes her head. I know, right? But we love her, smelly wind machine she is, and all. I give Becca a hug, glad to have her on my side, no matter how this ends up going down. You've got this. Go get them, Tiger. Becca gives me a light shove in the direction of the newsroom. Wade looks up when I walk over. I thought you were taking some vacation time. Some things are too important. Don't worry, I won't be here long. Good. 'Cause you can't just waltz in here and take over. Arthur finally gave me a real story to write. It might even be this week's feature. Fanny looks up from the notes she's been furiously scribbling in a 10-cent notebook that looks like she's been carrying it around in her purse for close to a decade. Really? What story is that? I ask, surprised he'd task her with something like the feature. Desperate times call for desperate measures, I guess. Some dog gave birth to a big litter of puppies in the high school gym, right in the middle of the court. She made a nice little nest out of dirty gym shirts. I'm off to get the full scoop. That's great, Fanny. I need to go to talk to Arthur. You're not talking this away from me, Fanny yells behind my back. Wade, let's go. I need you to take my picture with those puppies. I shake my head and breeze past the copier and straight into Arthur's office. I barely bother to knock. Dee Dee? What are you doing here? I thought you're taking time off. I sent Fanny to do a story on a litter of. I know. It's fine. I wave him off. It's not, and you know it. Fanny is going to write some long-winded thing that no one wants to read, but what was I supposed to do? I roll my eyes. Don't worry. I'll copy-edit it into something halfway interesting. I'm going to have to type it up for her anyway, if she finishes. What are you doing here, Dee Dee? Arthur asks, eyebrows knit together. I pull out the chair on my side of his desk, usually reserved for visitors or important editorial meetings, and take a seat. I cross my legs and train my eyes on the older man who's always been a mentor to me. How well do you know Cash's agent, Matt Thompson?
Chapter 18. Cash. What are you doing here? I ask when Matt stands in front of me the next morning. I'm nursing a horrible hangover from that vodka last night and am in no mood to talk to anyone about anything. Least of all the fact that I'm no longer relevant. I have no doubt that the little TV segment is what brought my agent out to Wilmington this morning. Sorry, I missed you yesterday. Minor PR emergency with one of my other clients. He shrugs. It's unbelievable what Dee Dee has done. He hands me a large to-go cup of coffee, taking a sip of his own. Me neither. Come on in. I want to talk to you about all this. I lead him into Max and Maeve's home. This is a nice place. Maeve has done well for herself. Did I mention I tried to sign her after she made it onto that TV show? Matt takes the seat across from me. I think I dodged a bullet there. She's mellowed out a bunch since she's gotten married. And she's killing it. Winning awards and stuff. Unlike me, her career is on a path straight into the stratosphere. I wonder if I should look into who her agent is. That she is. So, what are we going to do about this whole Rockville situation? Matt leans back in the kitchen chair. I really didn't think Dee Dee was like that. Like what? Taking advantage of me. Only being out for a big scoop. I thought we were friends. More than that, but Matt doesn't need to know that. No one does. Least of all the rest of the press. I don't want to be in another 20-second segment about how my would-be girlfriend sold me out. I rub my hands across my face, trying to dispel some of the pain. You look bad. What did you do last night? Matt asks, glancing around the kitchen. He spots the empty bottle of vodka on the counter. Ah. Don't worry, it was a one-time thing. It's not going to happen again. I get up and grab a glass, filling it at the sink before returning to the table and sitting it next to the coffee. I read somewhere that hangovers are mostly dehydration. Hopefully, this will help. I'm too old for this. You're not that old, but yeah, drinking probably isn't a great idea. We're still working on rebuilding your image. I know. Don't worry. I'm good to go for the role. That was something good that came from this whole mess. I did learn a thing or two about journalism. The good and the ugly of it. As far as the girl goes, I thought you'd been around long enough to realize that when it comes down to it, all anyone wants is money. And when they see someone like you, who they think has more than enough, they do everything they can to get a chunk of it. Trust me, I know. I thought she was different. What about Arthur? Do you think he was in on it? I don't see him being involved in any way, but apparently, I'm not nearly as good of a judge of character as I thought. I don't think so. I've known the man for ages. Not a dishonest bone in his body. I called and talked to him this morning. If he was involved, he would have told me. Matt takes another sip of his coffee, and I gulp down half of my water. You still plan on paying him the 30 grand for the job? I ask, hoping the water will stay down. Matt shrugs. The whole thing isn't really his fault, and Arthur is an old friend. I'll probably let it go and pay the man. Good. So far, the water is staying down and it may be my imagination, but my headache may be subsiding. At least the throbbing in the back of my head feels slightly less debilitating than it did when Matt first showed up. I wonder if Maeve has some aspirin around here somewhere. You did only stay about a couple of weeks, so maybe Arthur will think half the pay is fair enough. We'll see. Matt's comment surprises me. He's big on numbers and money. The kind of guy who'll get out of paying someone if he can. As my agent and manager, that's his job. Just make sure he gets something for his trouble. He's going to need it. I don't know how that paper stays afloat, I say. Town loyalty and a local sponsor that gives him a cash infusion when he needs it, Matt says. Arthur must be a better friend than I realized if he has that kind of info on the Rockville Tribune. Are you planning on staying at this place through the shoot? I shake my head. I like it here, but once Max and Maeve are back, I'm out of here. I'm heading out later today to find something I can rent. Maybe a condo on the water or something. I'm not looking forward to house hunting, but I don't want to overstay my welcome no matter how much Maeve insists I'm welcome to stay. Good. Let me know what you find and keep it in the budget. Until the checks from the new shows start rolling in, we need to keep expenses under control. He glances at his watch. I've got to go. Got a meeting in town before heading back home. Call me if you need anything. I walk him out and watch his expensive BMW pull out of the drive. The house feels empty when I step back inside. I go on the hunt for that aspirin and contemplate going back to sleep. Cash, it's good to hear from you. I'm putting you on speaker. How is everything going? Enjoying playing journalist? My mother asks when I call her. Everything's fine. I wanted to let you know that I'm in Wilmington, staying at a friend's house until I can find a place to rent for the shoot. Oh, good. It's beautiful out there this time of year. Your brother is so excited. He made it to the quarterfinals of his tournament. I'm about to bake some banana bread to help him get through this next game of his. The boy needs some fuel. You won't believe how hard he's worked to get this far. He's barely slept. That's great, Mom. I don't think playing a video game nonstop for years is that huge of an accomplishment, but to each their own. He is dedicated, and Mom is happy that he's found something he likes and is good at. Why don't you talk to him while I go get this banana bread in the oven? She puts the phone down and walks off. Hello, son, a familiar voice says. Hi, Dad. How are you doing? I take it as a good sign that my father recognizes me. Good, now that I've found my shoes. I don't know what your mother does with them. Between you and me, I think her mind isn't what it used to be. He whispers that last part, but from the snickering I hear in the background, Mom didn't miss a word. What happened? I ask, to keep the conversation going. It's nice to hear his voice. Phone calls have been hard the past few years. I went to the park. They had this big orange bouncy castle, and I thought I'd give it a whirl. Always wanted to try one of them. I bite back a groan. It's quite a workout. You should try it. When I climbed back out, my shoes were gone. I know which cubby hole I put them in, but they were gone. I think your mother gave them to the homeless guy in front of the grocery store. It's not that far from the park. I thought you said you found your shoes. I feel slightly confused and remind myself to stop trying to make sense of what he says. I did. They were in the garage. On that little shelf by the door. How did you get home, then? I ask. I walked, of course. Cash, how's it going? My brother asks, taking the phone off speaker. I'm good. How about you? I heard you've moved on in the tournament. How's the competition? Most of them are pretty weak, but there are a couple of outstanding players. I might have a shot at winning the whole thing. He sounds more excited than he usually does this far into the event. Good. I'm happy for you, man. Hey, I have something I want to run by you. Shoot. I don't know if you saw, but there's an article out there about me. It's making the rounds in all the gossip channels. What else is new? Milo sounds bored. Back when I was on a hit TV show, there was something new about who I was dating or a supposed secret love children every other week. But that was back when I was relevant. This one's different. Someone dug up personal dirt. About you being adopted. I wait for his reaction. Seriously? Who even cares? He doesn't sound upset. That's good, I guess. Do you have any idea who may have sold the story? I ask him. No clue. I don't get out much. Maybe you should. Meet some new people. It's not the first time I brought this up with my big brother. I will once I win this tournament. Grand prize is 50 grand. That's some serious walking around money. He gets louder, clearly excited about the prospect of that much cash. For a moment, I wonder if it could have been him. Maybe he sold the story and is using the tournament as a ruse to explain the sudden influx in cash. The numbers don't add up, though. It does sound like my brother needs money though, so who knows? That's cool, man. I hope you make it. Let me know if you can think of anyone. Sounds like whoever sold our story made a nice little bit of cash themselves. I will. After this tournament. Gotta concentrate on winning that prize money first. If you need some money, I wonder what he needs that kind of cash for. He's sitting pretty with next to no bills at my parents' house. Nah, man. You've given me enough already. It's time I stand on my own 2 feet. I'm kinda hoping. What? I ask. If I win the grand prize, it might give me a chance to move out, do my own thing. There's an undertone to his voice I recognize. Mom and Dad driving you nuts? I ask. I love them both dearly, but they can be a lot. A little. Dad's been something else. You never know what he's going to do next. I think he might be getting Alzheimer's. Feels like he's forgetting more and more stuff, like where he left his shoes. And making up stories to cover it up. Could be. It doesn't seem to be getting worse though, and he refuses to go see another doctor, Milo says. Well, keep an eye on him for me and let me know if it gets any worse. I'll try to make it back for a visit in a couple of weeks. I will. Don't worry about it. It's just Dad being Dad, Milo says. Maybe. Dude, try not to worry about it. Same goes for that article or whatever. It'll blow over, and if it doesn't, it'll just make people love you more than they already do for taking care of your crazy family. I laugh, feeling better than I have since the story broke. Maybe you have a point. Of course I do. Listen, it was good talking to you, but I gotta bounce. My next round starts in 10 minutes and nature calls. Before I get a chance to wish him good luck, Mom comes back on the line. Hi, baby. I'm back. Tell Mama all about your day.
Chapter 19. Dee Dee. You're an angel, I say, tempted to grab Arthur and squeeze the snot out of him for finding out where Cash had run off to. Don't thank me yet. Who knows if he'll even talk to you. Matt says he's pretty upset and doesn't want to have anything to do with any of us. How did you talk him into telling you where Cash was staying? I ask my boss. I'm a journalist. I can get information out of people, he says. Yeah, right. I grin, too happy to hide it, and there's no way I'm missing an opportunity to tease the man who's like a second father to me. He doesn't have kids of his own, and someone's gotta give the man a hard time. Always glad to do the job. I may be a little rusty, but I still have skills. Besides, Matt's an old friend, and he feels bad about Cash running out, leaving us high and dry. I guess that means he doesn't suspect me, I say. I wouldn't go that far. Arthur Z's is gone. He does still blame me. I sigh. Wait until I share the news with him. You really think you've got this figured out? Any sources to back it up? Arthur asks. Yes, and getting there. I wouldn't need to know the man's current whereabouts if I didn't, now, would I? I ask, impatient to get on the road. It's a bit of a drive to Wilmington, and I can't wait to see Cash and get this all cleared up. All right, be careful, Arthur says, handing me the piece of paper that has Cash's address on it. And call me when you get there. I will, I yell over my shoulder, already sprinting out the door. You're not going to tell me who you think it is? Arthur calls. I shake my head and wave at Becca as I make my way out of the building and to my car. I need to grab a few things from my place, and then it's me, my Beetle, and the open road. And 6 miles of road construction. Despite being stuck in traffic for a while, I make good time. I pull up to the gate of the address Arthur gave me. There's just enough room for me to pull in off the road. The house is huge, bigger than I expected. A sweeping staircase leads up to a set of wooden double doors. I don't know who this belongs to, some actor friend of Cash's, I guess. Whoever it is, must be making bank. Alight, Dee Dee. Let's do this, I say to myself as I unbuckle and climb out of my car. My heart flutters when I press the little red button on the intercom. Yes? The voice sounds crackly and strangely garbled, but it's undeniably Cash's. It's Dee Dee. Please let me in. I cross my fingers. This is the tricky part. If he doesn't let me in, I'll have to stalk him from out here until he leaves the house, and the last thing I want to do is spend more time sitting in my little car. Besides, I have to pee, and I'm getting hungry. Why should I do that? He asks. It's hard to tell over the intercom, but he sounds surprised. We need to talk. I have some info you want. Just let me in, okay? Don't make me stand out here by the road. I could get killed. I know I'm begging, but at this point, I'm ready to do whatever it takes to get this man to hear me out. I move from one leg to the other. Instead of a reply, a soft buzz sounds, and the gate swings open. I get in my car and pull in, parking right in front of those steps that give me serious, Gone with the Wind vibes. The doors open, and he looks even more handsome than I remember. I climb out of my little car, again, and make my way up those stairs. I swear it wasn't me, Cash. He's standing there, anger practically rolling off him. His feet are planted a mile apart, and his arms are crossed across his chest. I should be worried or intimidated, or something. But all I see is his bulging biceps stretching the sleeve of his fitted tee to the max. I almost ask if he works out. Why are you here? He barks out, making no attempt to let me pass, let alone invite me into the house I'm dying to see. Because I didn't sell you and your brother out, but I think I know who did. Let me in, and I'll explain. Right after I beg to use the restroom. Why do you keep pushing this? He asks, looking good enough to eat. I know you don't believe me yet, but I swear I didn't do this. I hate the idea that you think I did. So I've been doing some digging. If you let me inside, I can explain. I put my hands on my hips and stare him down until he blinks. All right, come on in. He turns and walks inside one of the most beautiful houses I've ever seen. It's huge. Light and airy with ceilings so high, I wonder how in the world they change the light bulbs in the chandelier that hangs in the entryway. Wow, this is something else. I stop and spin around, trying to take it all in. Wait till you see the view out back. Cash turns and looks at me, the right side of his lip quirking up in an adorable half-smile. It's a start. Can I see it? I ask. Might as well, since you're here. He walks off when my bladder reminds me that I have more urgent business. Any chance I could use your bathroom? I had a big gulp on the way down. Sprite, because too much caffeine would have been a bad idea. Hyped up on sugar is bad enough, combined with the adrenaline that's coursing through my system. Not my bathroom, but it's the first door on the right over there. Cash points down a hallway that leads deeper into the mansion. Thanks, you're a lifesaver. He hasn't moved an inch when I make it back. What makes you think you know who sold my story to that gossip rag? I thought you were going to, never mind. Business first. I look around and spot a kitchen with an inviting-looking table. I pull my laptop out that holds my research and open it. Why does this matter so much to you? He asks, taking a seat next to me. I roll my eyes. I can't believe how oblivious the guy is. Because I like you, dummy. I know you have a crush on me. With that picture on your nightstand and all, he looks at me like I'm just another teeny bopper groupie or something. We're so past that. At least, I think we are. That picture has been there since I was 13 years old. Back when you were in the Johnson. Because that's back when I was that teeny bopper and had the biggest crush on him. That picture was taken 2 years ago, he says, leaning forward, his handsome face dangerously close to mine. I sigh. You got me. I've had a crush on you for a long time, okay? But then I got to know you. And the illusion went poof. Got it. What did you come here to tell me? He sits back and crosses his arms again. I sigh, trying not to think about how much I miss him. We practically lived together at my place, and I miss the easy camaraderie with just the right amount of sexual tension we had going on. Obviously, he's no longer interested. Or maybe he never was, and it was all in my head. I came to tell you who sold that story. Right. And why should I trust you? He asks. I think you already do, or you wouldn't have let me in to hear me out. You know this wasn't me. You know me. Do I? He looks unsure. You do, or you wouldn't have let me in to hear me out. Alright, who do you think did it? I take a deep breath. Matt Thompson. Cash laughs and shakes his head. That's ridiculous. There's no way it's Matt. He wouldn't do that. He's been with me forever. Which gives him access to the information, right? He nods, doubt starting to appear in his eyes. It doesn't make sense that he would do that to his client, though. I've been doing some digging and, from what I can tell, Matt has a bit of a gambling problem. Arthur said he always liked to bet on horses, football games, and stuff, even back when they went to school together. I look at him to gauge his reaction. Okay? He heard from another friend of theirs that it has gotten worse. I reached out to a guy I know from college. He's a sports journalist and pretty connected. Word on the street is that Matt Thompson owes the wrong people a lot of money. Word on the street, he asks. You know what I mean. No one has enough proof to run with the story, but he seemed pretty convinced that it's true. Even if he does have some debts, and I'm not saying I'm buying that, it still doesn't prove that he sold the story, he says. I almost have him. I can feel it in my bones. I know that. And my friend wouldn't give up any of his sources of those rumors either. But here's the thing. Matt called Arthur and told him he wasn't getting the $20,000 for having you hang out that they agreed on. He asked Arthur, begged him, actually, that if you ever called, to say you got half. What? Cash looks as confused as I'd felt when Arthur had shared the details of this particular conversation with me. He gave Arthur this whole sob story about you being a good guy who wanted to make sure the paper got paid. But since I supposedly sold the story, Matt didn't think it was right for Arthur and the paper to benefit. I think he went as far as to suggest Arthur ask me for the money. There's no way. Matt wouldn't do that. Cash looks at me, and I can tell his head is spinning. I was in his office when he called. It's all true. I wish Arthur had recorded the call, but if wishes were horses, we'd all have a huge stable by now. That still doesn't prove he did this. He glares at me, and I lose my temper. Don't be stupid. Matt did this, and you have to deal with it. I lean over, staring at him, my nose almost touching his. It doesn't prove anything. Don't you think I would know if he had a gambling problem? His own voice rises, and he doesn't back away. I watch his Adam's apple move as he speaks, then swallows. Of course not. People close to addicts are often the last people to realize what's going on. You're making excuses for him, and you know it. My temper keeps rising. I feel it boiling inside me, and I need an outlet or I'm going to explode. I'm not making excuses. Believe me. He inches even closer. I don't know what comes over me, but I grab his neck and press my lips against his. It's a violent move, not the tender kiss I'd imagined we'd share after he'd realized that none of this was my fault. He tries to say something, but I pull him closer. I feel him sigh against my lips and give in. When he kisses me back, gently teasing my lips, the anger melts away in an instant. My lips soften, and I lose myself in the feel of him, the scent of him, and the hands that gently cup both of my cheeks. When we finally come up for air, I gasp. I keep my eyes shut, not wanting to lose the memory of this moment. I need to burn it into my brain. Who knows if this will ever happen again? Cash chuckles. You're looking a little pale there, Dee Dee. You're not going to faint on me like Mrs. Jameson, are you? I feel the heat creeping up my neck as I slowly return to reality, and the realization of what just happened sets in. Sorry, I shouldn't have done that. I stare down at the keyboard of my laptop, noticing the crumbs stuck between the letters D and F. Chocolate chip cookie crumbs probably, or potato chips. I should stop snacking while I work. Or at least clean this thing with one of those air blaster cans before I take it to a stranger's house. Hey, look at me. Cash pulls me closer. You didn't do that. I did. And unless there are any objections, I wouldn't mind doing that again. His gentle smile makes my entire insides melt. I started it, I say before his lips mold themselves against mine in another toe-curling kiss. Can you stay for dinner? Cash asks a little while later when I'm almost clear-headed enough to form coherent thoughts. I nod. Good. I'll order something, and we can talk about how we're going to find out once and for all if Matt did this.
Chapter 20. Cash. I can't believe you're here. I stare at Dee Dee in disbelief. We're out on Max and Maeve's back deck, overlooking the marsh. The sun is low in the sky and the mosquitoes are in full force, but with the fans above us going wide open, it's doable, and I'll take the occasional bite if that's the price I have to pay to enjoy this beautiful view as the sun moves lower in the sky. It bathes the entire scene into the most stunning light. You can't replicate this on set. There's a reason they call it the golden hour. I'm just glad you let me in and didn't throw me right back out when I told you I suspected Matt. Dee Dee is curled up in the chair next to mine, looking adorable as always in her graphic t-shirt and cut-off denim shorts that show off her tan legs. The shirt is oddly appropriate and reminds me of the one she wore the first time we met. How many shirts like that do you own? I ask, pointing to her chest, which has the words "I could agree with you, but then we'd both be wrong" written across it. Graphic TS? I have a whole collection. You never know when you need to send a message to the world. She shrugs. I'd say you've got that down to an art form. I grin and take her hand, needing to feel that physical connection with her. The kiss had been something else. Something I planned on repeating at the first opportunity. But my mama raised me right. I should buy her dinner before I try that again. How are things going with the new TV show? Can you do what you need to do here to prepare? If not, I'm sure Arthur would take you back, even if Matt doesn't want to pay him. Dee Dee looks at me with concern in her beautiful eyes. She cares deeply about everyone she gets in touch with. Even that crazy person with the stuffed animals and missing garden gnomes. I'm fine. I say and don't mean a word of it. No, you're not. Talk to me, Cash. She squeezes my hand encouragingly and keeps looking at me. It's hard to form coherent thoughts when I'm busy losing myself in her eyes. She blinks and regains enough mental faculties to answer her. I'm a little nervous about whether or not I can do the role justice. Of course you can. You're Cash Marshall. Acting is what you do, she says with the kind of confidence I wish I still had in my ability. I don't know about that. I think back on the TV segment from a couple of nights ago. Where is this doubt coming from? Dee Dee asks. The Cash Marshall I know and love brims with confidence. You love me? I ask, stunned. It's an expression. Don't change the subject. What's gotten you feeling down like this? She asks, her cheeks taking on a rosy tint like she's embarrassed or something. I tell her about the TV segment and their comments. Seriously? They called you irrelevant. That's all sorts of messed up. She turns and takes my face in her hands. Her eyes pierce into mine. You are not irrelevant. You chose to stay out of the public eye for a little while to let things cool down after the fire. That's it. It was a strategic move. And now you're coming back. With a bang. You, Cash Marshall, are going to play an amazing journalist. I know that in my bones. I smile. It's a pitiful attempt at one, but Dee Dee is trying so hard to make me feel better. How can I not? I'm not sure how much I trust your bones. You should. They'd never let me down. They forecast snow too. Especially this one. I broke it in middle school. She lets go of my face and points to her forearm. I'm sure that comes in handy. I glance back out across the marsh, a small stream of sweat trickling down my back. You'd be surprised. We don't get snow often, but when we do, it shuts the entire town down. I nod. It's the same for me. Except for the rare occasions when I've filmed in Canada or up north. They don't even blink when a blizzard hits. Alright, let's say I trust your bones. You do. I do. So, let's assume I do well. I hope people can forgive me for the bar thing. It was a stupid accident, and I've learned my lesson. I'm a different person now. But I'm not sure anyone else will see it that way. I do, she says. Why did you party so hard back in the day? I shrug, thinking back on my wilder days. Probably imposter syndrome. It's hard when you're surrounded by a bunch of successful people. Plus, I started so young. That couldn't have been easy. Her hand is back in mine, lending support. It wasn't. I was trying to fit in with everyone else and did some stuff I probably shouldn't have. Like what? Dee Dee asks. I tell her about how it all started with Duncan Street Bride and getting drunk in the dressing room. I don't remember hearing about that. And I was following the news about you pretty closely back then, she says. An image of a teenage Dee Dee hanging one of those posters they made of me up in her room makes me cringe. Not sure I like that. Nothing I can do about that. She shrugs. Besides, that was before I got to know the real you. For what it's worth, you're nothing like that party boy persona. Deep down, you're a good guy who cares about people and takes care of those he loves. I guess so. I did some messed up stuff though. After the thing with Duncan, the bad boy reputation sort of stuck. It was easy to let everyone think that was me. Women, parties, booze. That's who Cash Marshall is. That's what they expect. The doubt keeps creeping in, and I know from experience that it can be crippling. It has been ever since that fire. Because that's all they know. You've lived up to it. Now you need to give them a chance to realize that there's more to you than that. I think you'll be pleasantly surprised. Most of them suspect there's more to you than the bad boy. I know I did, and I was right. She smiles at me encouragingly. Then her stomach grumbles, and her hand flies to her abdomen. Have you eaten anything today? I ask. Not unless you count the Skittles I found in my car on the drive down here. I've been a little preoccupied. She smiles sheepishly. I shake my head. I don't see how she's still functioning. I saw some menus in one of the kitchen drawers. Let's go hunt them down and order something in. Can you stay? I ask. Here? With you? Her eyes are wide, her mouth gapes open the tiniest bit. It's adorable. Why not? There are plenty of bedrooms, and it's not like we haven't been housemates before. Yeah, but this house is something else. She looks back at the building behind us. It is. If it makes you feel better, I'll text Maeve and ask her if she'd mind. We can eat and come up with a plan to prove Matt broke the story. Her eyes light up. You believe me? This hit the spot. Dee Dee leans back and puts a hand on her stomach. It's as flat as ever, which is astonishing, considering she just put away an entire basket of fried shrimp, half a fried flounder, and more hush puppies with tartar sauce than I can count. Good. I was starting to think we didn't order enough. Glad you're feeling better. Definitely. A girl could get used to this. Did you hear back from Maeve and Max? I hope they don't mind if I crash here. There's no way I'll make it all the way back to Rockville tonight after all that. She tries and fails to hide a yawn. The feeling is mutual. I pick up my phone to check for messages. They are fine with it. Maeve says to have fun and that there are extra bathing suits in the hall closet in case we want to take a dip in the pool out back. Dee Dee groans. Now you're telling me this? We'll have to wait at least an hour before getting in the water after a meal like the one we just had. Any thoughts on how we could pass the time? I ask, wiggling my eyebrows suggestively. At least I thought that's what I did. Dee Dee nods enthusiastically. We should put our heads together and find a way to prove without a shadow of a doubt that Matt's behind that story about you and Milo. Not what I had in mind, but she has a point. It's why she's here, and we'll both feel better after we figure this out. Not that I think it was her anymore. Let's see. It doesn't look good that Matt told Arthur he isn't getting his half of the $30,000. That doesn't look good. $20,000. I shake my head. The deal was to pay the Rockville Tribune $30,000 to let me shadow you. Matt had been very specific about it. Arthur was only ever promised $20,000. I'm sure of it. Dee Dee's eyebrows are scrunched together. Matt definitely told me he was paying Arthur $30,000. I shake my head and get a bad feeling that she may just be right about all of this. It's not enough, though, is it? Dee Dee asks. I can't believe Matt would lie and cheat me out of 10 grand like that. I reach for my iPad on the coffee table in front of me. The article is still saved on a tab in my browser. I read it with fresh eyes. What are you doing? Dee Dee asks. I show her the tablet. Everything in here is stuff Matt would know about. Right. That's still no proof, though. Dee Dee sits quietly next to me as I continue to read. I gasp when a line I'd blown over catches my attention. What? Dee Dee scoots closer and looks over my shoulder. I point to the paragraph that caught my attention. See this? Where it says Milo spends all his time playing Call of Duty? Yes? What about it? She looks perplexed. Milo plays Grand Theft Auto, and Matt gets it wrong every single time he mentions it. Oh! Dee Dee's eyes gleam with excitement. We have him. I guess that means you're staying, I say. I guess so, since Maeve won't mind. I should probably call Arthur and check in, though. Don't tell him what we figured out, I say. I want a chance to confront Matt myself. You've got it, Chief, she says, walking off with her phone. The only question that remains is what we do with that information.
Chapter 21. Dee Dee. Are you sure you want to do this? I ask Cash over coffee the next morning. He nods and shows me the route he's picked to Matt's place in Atlanta. It's quite a drive. Do you think your car can make it? I laugh. Of course. It's been trucking along since 1975. It'll make it. It's not going to be comfortable, though. And I'm not exactly looking forward to driving into Atlanta. Those roads are insane. But if that is what it takes to take away the last vestiges of doubt Cash might have about my involvement in this article, so be it. We make good time, and it's mid-afternoon by the time we pull up to Matt's house. It doesn't look like the guy is hurting for money. The place is small compared to Maeve and Max's house, but it's nice and in a good neighborhood. Ready? I ask, looking over at Cash. Neither one of us makes a move to leave the confines of my cozy little car. Let's get this over with. Cash looks like he's going in for a root canal instead of a surprise visit to a man he's known for over a decade. You've got this. And who knows? Maybe I'm wrong, I say to encourage him. You're not. He climbs out and meets me in front of my car. We walk up together, and I press the doorbell. A man dressed in suit pants, a starchy white button-down and a loosened blue tie opens the door. He's quite a bit older than Cash, with a receding hairline. Cash? What are you doing here? He asks, raising an eyebrow when he spots me. Matt. This is Dee Dee, the journalist I worked with at the Rockville Tribune. You have some nerve showing up here, lady. After the stunt you pulled? Matt's anger is as fake as the watch on his wide, meaty wrist. The man smells of resentment and cheap cologne. Matt. Stop. I know it was you. Cash steps forward, putting his body between me and the man whose face is turning red with anger. What are you talking about? I wouldn't do that to you. You know me better than to fall for another one of her lies. His loud words are punctuated by a stab of his finger in my direction. I don't lie. Unlike some other people around here. I stare at the guy. It's unbelievable that he would keep up the lie to my face like that. What are you trying to say? Cash, you've got to see what this woman is doing. It's blatantly obvious it was her, and now she's trying to deflect blame on me. We've known each other for what? 12 years now? I know your family. Your mom bakes me cookies when I come over. He looks at Cash, anger being replaced by desperation. You do. You know my folks. And my brother. I do. Now you're getting it. Why don't you tell this girl to go on home if that thing will make it back to the boonies? I'll give you a ride to your place, Matt says, looking at my Beetle like it's some sort of relic. Hey, Matt, what's that video game Milo plays? Cash asks, keeping his tone light. Call of Duty. Why? Matt asks. I think you need to stop deflecting the blame and fess up to what you've done. Cash's tone is angry. All pleasantry gone. What are you talking about? I told you. You just gave yourself away. Milo plays Grand Theft Auto. Always has. You're the only one who keeps thinking it's Call of Duty. That's an honest mistake. Those video games are all the same. Matt's eyes dart from Cash to me, then back to his client. Except the article mentioned Call of Duty. Cash is surprisingly patient. I can feel the anger and disappointment roll off him. It's a common mistake. Take it up with the writer. Matt shrugs, but his confidence is quickly melting away. It was you. And that's not the only bone I have to pick with you. I know you were planning on paying Arthur $20,000, instead of the $30,000 we agreed on originally. What? Stop, Matt. I know everything. Including the fact that you're cheating Arthur of the $10,000 you told me you'd pay him. It's a shitty move, and you know it. Cash is holding nothing back. Matt's face turns red. I swear I can see it creeping up his neck until it reaches the top of his head and the receding hairline. I wouldn't be surprised if I'd see smoke coming out of his ears. The man looks like a cartoon character. An angry little cartoon character man. Is that what it's going to be like? You believe her over me? A woman you've known for what? 2 weeks? Matt's doing his best to look blustered, but it's obvious to anyone who may be watching us from the street that he's guilty as you get out. I do. Cash continues to stay as calm as a cucumber. The man needs an award or something. I, on the other hand, am fuming myself, but this isn't my battle to fight. At least not yet. You know she's nothing more than a money-grabbing. That's as far as Matt gets before his wide, flared nose collides with Cash's fist. You do not get to speak to Dee Dee like that. What's she to you? Matt sputters, clearly as surprised as I am about how protective Cash is of me. My girlfriend. He turns his back on Matt and looks at me. At least I hope so. Every bit of anger I felt moments ago evaporates in a poof. I don't try to stop the huge grin from spreading across my face. Are you sure? I ask, needing to hear those beautiful words again. Am I sure I want you to be my girlfriend? Yes. I missed you the past few days. It wasn't the same without you, the gnomes, puppies, and Steward, the squirrel mascot suit in the closet. I laugh out loud, happiness bubbling out of me. Matt is standing behind Cash, holding his nose. You barely know her, he mumbles. Cash shrugs and turns back to face him. We shared vomit buckets. I'd say we know each other pretty well. But, Matt pulls his hand away from his nose and puts it up. A small trickle of blood runs from his nose onto his dress shirt and tie. It's none of your business. You're fired. Keep the $30,000 and consider it a severance pay. We're done. I don't ever want to see you again. Cash turns back, takes my hand, and pulls me down to the car, holding the door to the passenger seat open. He runs around, gets in the front seat and holds his hand out for the keys. I hand them over, neither one of us saying a word. I look out the windshield and see Matt's stunned face. I have a feeling it'll take the man a while for everything that just happened to sink in. Are you okay? Cash asks, after we back out of the driveway. I am. How about you? How's your hand? I look at his left hand. The man has a mean hook. He flexes it before returning it to the steering wheel. It's fine. Nothing broken. Can't say the same for Matt's nose, I add, doing my best not to snicker. I lost my temper when he said those things about you. I'm more interested in the things you said about me. Are you sure about this? About what? He throws me a quick glance. Me being your girlfriend. I turn to look at him closely. A wide smile spreads across his face. His eyes never leave the road ahead of us where traffic is slowly but surely picking up. Of course I meant it. Why else would I take you to go see my parents? By some turn of good fortune, we stop at a traffic light. The second he turns to look at me, I launch myself at him, grabbing his face and pulling it toward me. I kiss him until the driver behind us honks. Oops. I sit back and push my hair out of my face, doing my best to catch my breath. Not the word I'd have chosen, but all right. Cash puts the car into gear and drives, taking a right the next chance he gets. We drive down a side street and end up at a small neighborhood park. I turn and look at him questioningly when he stops the car in the shade of a large poplar tree. Let's try this again. He shuts off the car, unbuckles, and pulls me as close as we can get in the confines of the front seats of my little car. His lips brush across mine, gentle at first, almost a question. It drives me bonkers and sets the butterflies that have taken up residence in my abdomen aflutter. I reach over, put my hands around his neck and pull him closer, desperate to deepen the kiss. He chuckles and is happy to oblige. I don't know how long we sit in the parking lot at a random park in Atlanta, but by the time we finally break apart, a woman and two small children I don't remember seeing before are at the playground off to our right. That was nice, I say, doing my best to fix my hair and catch my breath. It was. We should do that more often, Cash says. Ready to meet my family?
Chapter 22. Cash. Mom, Dad, this is Dee Dee, my girlfriend. I realize this is the first time I said those words out loud to someone important. Because Matt doesn't count. I make a mental note to have a chat with my mom and Milo about my former manager. I don't want him trying to talk to them behind my back. At this point, there's little I'd put past that man. Oh! My mother's eyes light up. It's nice to meet you. Cash has told me much about you too. Dee Dee holds out her hand. Wish I could say the same, my father says. I roll my eyes and hope Dee Dee will put it down to his scattered mind. I told both of you about Dee Dee. You sure did. And it's very nice to meet you. Come on in, you two, and tell me what you've been up to. Working on a big story, my mother says, ushering both of us into the kitchen and pouring each of us a tall glass of iced tea. I gulp mine down. After those kisses, I need the ice-cold drink. A cold shower wouldn't hurt either. Thanks, Mom. Dee Dee sips her own and looks around the kitchen that hasn't changed since I was in high school. Do you all want some lunch? I was thinking of making salmon patties. My mother sits down across from Dee Dee and looks from me to her. Lunch would be nice, Dee Dee says before I can stop her. Where's Milo? I look around for my big brother. He's still playing his tournament. He'll be out for food in a little while. I'm sure he'd love to meet you, Dee Dee. Mom gets up and digs around the cabinets, pulling out canned salmon and saltine crackers. The moment my mom opens the can of salmon, my stomach turns. All I can think of is the aftermath of our visit to the shack. Do you want to see the backyard? I ask. Yes, please. Dee Dee jumps up and follows me out the side door and into the yard. Did you grow up here? I did. We moved into this house when I was 5. I used to swing and play back there. I point to the old metal swing set. What used to be my brother's and my sandbox is now a flower bed full of pansies. Dee Dee walks over to the swing set and sits in the wooden swing, her hands wrapping around the chain links. What was it like growing up here? She asks, pushing off. The old chains creak as she swings. Normal, I guess. Dee Dee laughs, and it makes my heart sing. How did you end up on the Johnson gang? That was a total accident. My middle school English teacher talked me into joining drama club. I was in a production of Peter Pan, and the uncle of one of my fellow performers happened to work for the network. He invited a casting director to watch his nephew, and the guy ended up approaching me. Let me guess. You played Peter? Dee Dee asks with a grin, swinging so high I worry the old swing will break. Nope. Captain Hook. The expression on her face changes, and she stops pumping her legs, dragging her feet instead to slow down. Hey there. You must be Dee Dee. It takes me a second to realize Milo emerged from his basement gaming cave to join us. His hand covers his eyes. I am. And you must be the famous Milo. How's the game going? Dee Dee jumps off and holds her hand out, pitching forward when the heavy swing hits her in the back of the legs. Wow. Milo's arms shoot out and steady her. I close the short distance to the two of them and put a hand on Milo, surprised how much it bothers me that he's practically hugging my girlfriend. How is the tournament going? You're still in the running? I ask him. Of course. We're on a short break. Mom says lunch is ready. Come on in. She made salmon patties. The man actually looks excited. Ready? I hold a hand out to Dee Dee, and we follow Milo inside. Good. You're all here. Milo, did you get a chance to meet Dee Dee? Isn't she lovely? Mom pulls the last batch of patties from the cast iron pan she's been frying them on and puts them on the table along with a bottle of tartar sauce. A bowl of creamy cucumber salad is already sitting there along with 5 mismatched plates. It looks like home. The smell, though. All I can think of is the bathroom trash can I hugged for a good 12 hours. It feels like it was yesterday and an eternity ago, all at the same time. Take a seat. Milo, why don't you get everyone something to drink? I'll go get your father. Mom takes off her apron and hangs it on the hook by the fridge. Sweet tea? Milo asks, and we both nod. Don't take this the wrong way, but why are you two here together? I thought Dee Dee broke the story about you and me not being biological brothers. It wasn't Dee Dee. It was Matt. I lean against the counter and accept the glass of tea. Really? I never liked the guy. Always seemed shady to me. And the dude can never remember what game I'm playing. Milo shakes his head like it was right on par with scamming me out of my hard-earned money. Sit down, eat. Those patties aren't going to get any better. My mother leads my father to his chair and puts 2 of the patties, lettuce, and a squirt of tartar sauce on his plate. Dee Dee sits down and takes one of the patties along with a big pile of lettuce. Dana, how long have you been dating my son? My father asks. It's Dee Dee, I say. It's fine. Dee Dee puts her hand on mine when I take my seat next to her. Not long. Could have fooled me, my mother says, adding food to mine and Milo's plates before serving herself. Dig in, Dottie. They are good, my father says. When I speak up to correct him, Dee Dee squeezes my hand. She digs around the lettuce and salmon patty with her fork. From the paleness of her face, it's easy to guess she's as excited to eat the food my mother made as I am. Let me take this. I grab her plate and turn to my mom, explaining the food poisoning incident. Oh, dear. I had no idea. Why didn't you say something? I could have fixed something else. My mom gets up, but I stop her. I've got this. Do you want a ham and cheese sandwich? I ask Dee Dee, who nods. I'm sorry. I'm sure they are delicious. They look good. The green tint around her nose and mouth paints her for the little liar she is. Ham and cheese. Yes or no? I ask. This is fine. Dee Dee pokes around the salad and eats a bit before poking around the edge of a salmon patty. Make the woman a sandwich, my father says. Don't worry, dear. Milo will eat all of these before they get a chance to get warm, my mother says, taking the plate away from Dee. Are you sure? She asks. Yes. Gaming at this level takes a lot of brain power. I'm burning an insane amount of calories. Milo spears the patties and puts them on his plate, along with mine. After the meal, I stay behind to help Mom clean up, while Milo shows Dee his gaming setup. I'm glad you brought her over. She's a nice girl, my mom says, scrubbing the cast iron pan in the sink with a sprinkle of salt and a splash of hot water. I think she is the first woman I've dated that you like. I stack the plates in the dishwasher. She's the first one you've bothered bringing home. You really like her, don't you? She hands me the dripping pan to dry. I do. I think she might be the one. She likes me for me. Not Cash Marshall. Despite the fact that she turned out to be a bit of a crazy fan when we first met. Somewhere along the way, probably during that food poisoning episode, she saw the real me. It's hard to stick with the movie star vision when you see him puke his guts out. Over and over again. My mother nods. She does. And she cares deeply for you. You barely know her. I look at my mother's face, noticing the laugh lines around her eyes. I see the way she looks at you. That's hard to fake. What way is that? I ask. My mother smiles, the wrinkles deepening. The same way you look at her. I smile and hug my mother. I hear Dee leaving Milo's room. The tournament must be back in full swing. We should head out if we want to make it back to Rockville tonight, I say when Dee walks back into the kitchen. You want to go back? With me? Dee looks up, surprised. Unless you don't want me to. I figured I could go back to shadowing you until the movie starts. If that's okay with you. And Arthur. I'd love that, Dee says, taking a step to close the distance between us. I know the moment she remembers where we are. She stops short of wrapping her arms around my neck and pulling me in for a kiss. Something I plan to remedy at the first opportunity. Hold on just a minute, you too. My mother rushes off. Dee is taking her leave from my father, who is sitting in his favorite chair in the living room, watching a baseball game from 5 years ago. Here. Give this to Dee when the time is right. It's not traditional, but I have a feeling she'll like it. My mother hands me something. It's wrapped in an old, embroidered cloth tissue. What is this? I gently peel the cloth away, revealing a beautiful ring. The design is timeless, but something about the heft of it tells me it's old. A ruby sits in a simple fitting. It was your great-grandmother's. It passed down to me. I never wore it but kept it for one of you boys to give to someone special. She wraps her hand around mine, enclosing the ring and keeping it out of sight of Dee, who looks our way. Are you sure? I look into my mother's eyes, seeing only sincerity there. Of course. I know it's early days, but something tells me neither one of you wants to waste a long time courting or whatever it is you young people call it these days. She raises her hand and caresses my cheek the way she's done 1,000 times. Dating. It's called dating. I put the ring in my pocket, and deep down, I know my mother is right. Dee is the one, and I'm done wasting time being single and chasing skirts. I'm ready to settle down and build a life with the woman who walks down the hall and out the door with me.
Chapter 23. Dee. Are you sure you're ready for this? I ask when Cash picks up his keys and notebook, ready to head out for his first solo interview as an honorary Rockville Tribune reporter. Of course I am. What could go wrong? Afraid Mr. Fox will attack me? Cash asks with a grin. I laugh. I was more worried about Winnie, but watch out for Mr. Fox and the rest of the crew, too. Wouldn't want him to think you're making moves on Mrs. Fox. Cash shakes his head and looks at me like I'm the crazy one. Hey, don't forget the camera. We want some pictures of those gnomes. Wade jumps up and pulls the digital camera from his desk drawer. Cash waves him off and pulls his phone from his pocket. I've got it covered. This takes higher residential images than that thing. Besides, aren't the gnomes supposed to be missing? Wade looks embarrassed as he locks the camera away, and I make a mental note to talk to Cash about tact and the non-existing budget of the paper. Though, with him footing the bill and paying Arthur the full $30,000 he'd planned on spending in the first place will go a long way toward making improvements around here. If we can convince Arthur to accept. Good luck, and don't forget to take detailed notes, Fanny says, adjusting her seat before returning to her typewriter. Soon the sound of her clacking keys and the hum of the old air conditioner put me in the zone. That mental space where I lose all track of time and space and make good progress on the featured story for this week, the upcoming city council elections. Welcome back, stranger. How'd it go? Fanny asks. I look up, surprised to see Cash return. The only way I can describe his expression is triumphant. Did you solve the mystery of the vanishing garden gnomes? Of course I did. I'm the best investigative reporter out there, remember? Cash says, referring to his role in the upcoming TV show. We've been studying the script for the first few episodes after work at night. Right. Let's hear it. I shut my laptop and turn around to face him. Cash has everyone's attention. Even Arthur is walking out from his office, leaning against Wade's desk to hear the tale of Cash's first solo interview. Turns out Winnie was telling the truth. Mr. Fox caught sight of the culprit. Cash digs into his jean pocket and pulls out a memory card. What? I stare at the small piece of plastic and metal. Plug it in. I'll show you. He hands me the card, and I stick it into the slot on the side of my laptop. Cash reaches across my shoulder and opens the file. A video of what looks like a shot through the living room window out into the front yard of Winnie's house starts to play. Is that? Yes. Mr. Fox has one of those nanny cams hiding inside him. One of his eyes is the lens. I can't believe I didn't notice that the first time around. Cash pauses the video just in time to show a shadowy figure in the dark. I can't make out who that is, Fanny says. Neither could I. But Winnie was convinced that Mr. Fox told her it was Mrs. Driver from down the street. That's impossible. She hasn't left her house in a decade. I did a story on her last year, remember? I look at Arthur, who nods. The police thought the same thing when Winnie called them. I figured a good journalist follows every single lead. So I paid Mrs. Driver a little visit. The smile on Cash's face is smug. Don't tell me she's been sneaking out at night to steal garden gnomes. I'm hanging on to his every word, and not just because he's ruggedly handsome and I can't wait to get him alone to kiss those lips. Not quite. This actually isn't Mrs. Driver. He points to the fuzzy figure on the screen. Maybe I can digitally enhance it, Wade says. Cash shakes his head. Not necessary. The gnomes did end up at Mrs. Driver's house. She has them all over the place. Her counters and tables are covered with them. All eyes are on Cash. Thomas, the boy next door, brings them to her. She doesn't have the heart to turn him down and is too scared to call Winnie to come take them back. Why would he do that? Fanny asks. He feels sorry for her. Mrs. Driver is pretty old and lonely. The gifts make her smile. Make her feel like someone cares for her. She told him when he brought a gnome from his own garden. He hasn't stopped since. Brings her a new one every couple of weeks. When he ran out of the ones in his yard, he moved on to Winnie's. Since she keeps buying more, I'm guessing there's a steady supply. Impressive work, Arthur says, putting a hand on Cash's shoulder. Now write it all up. Dee Dee, you're in charge of copy edits. I want this for the front page of this week's edition. Get to work. By some miracle, we make Arthur's deadline and celebrate with takeout from the shack, a stack of copies of this week's edition of the Rockville Times spread out in front of us. I'm going to send a copy to Milo and my parents. And one to my new agent. Cash sets 3 of the copies aside. We're saving this one. Maybe frame it. And I'm assuming you'll want to send one to that director friend of yours? Prove you're taking the series seriously. Pun intended. I reach for the remaining copies. Cash slaps my hand out of the way. Not with those greasy fingers. I pop another fried oyster into my mouth and grin. Totally worth greasy fingers. Nothing soap and water won't fix. How would you like to meet my parents? What? When? Where? How? It's cute how confused he looks. Video call. They'd like to officially meet you. Are you game? I ask, crossing my fingers and holding my breath. Of course. It would be an honor. When? He asks. In 5 minutes. I smile up at him, excited to finally introduce him to my mom and dad. 5 minutes? You're kidding. I need to shave, change my shirt. He jumps up. I put my hand on his arm. You look fine. I don't. Stall. I'll be back as soon as I can. He rushes off, and I hear water running and doors slamming upstairs. I'm chatting with both my parents via the screen on my laptop when he walks back down and joins me in the kitchen. Mom, Dad, I'd like you to meet Cash Marshall. My boyfriend. I reach for his hand and pull him into view. It's nice to meet you, he says, waving awkwardly. Likewise. Tell us about yourself. Dee Dee hasn't told us much, my mother says. My father laughs. Aside from the fact that she's talked nonstop about Cash Marshall since she was a teenager. The comment earns him an elbow in the side that momentarily knocks him out of the frame. She hasn't told us much about the real you. From what I understand, the real Cash Marshall is a little different from the famous actor and notorious bad boy persona. I sure hope so, my father says, returning to his stool. Cash is a good guy. Tell him about the mystery of the vanishing garden gnomes you solved today, I say. Winnie's gnomes are still vanishing? My mother wrinkles her eyebrows, looking concerned. Not anymore. Thanks to Cash. I give them a quick recap of Cash's finding, feeling him vibrate with nervous energy next to me. That's some solid reporting, my father says when I hold the article up to the screen. Thank you, sir. It's been a pleasure working with your daughter. She's taught me a lot, Cash says. I'm sure she has. And you're staying at our house. My father looks at him sternly. I know he isn't serious, but Cash isn't picking up on that. I hope you don't mind. I promise you nothing untoward is going on here. You didn't tell them? Cash looks at me. Of course I told them. My dad is just pulling your chain. I take his hand in mine. And you are welcome to stay as long as you like. We trust our daughter and her judgment. Which means we trust you. Now tell me something about yourself, Cash. About your family, my mother says. I smile at her gratefully. My parents still live in the house I grew up in. Suburb of Atlanta. Dee Dee has seen it. She told us about that. Your parents seem like nice folks. Your brother lives with them? She asks. He does. Milo is a bit of an odd duck. I guess we all are. He's big into video games. Milo won a big tournament. Got a bunch of prize money, I say, oddly proud of someone I've only met once. But he's Cash's brother, and I already feel protective of him. That's nice. I didn't realize you could make money that way, my father says. He made enough to move out and get his own place, I say. That can't be easy for your parents, my mother says. It's not. They've relied on having him around for a long time. Cash sounds worried, and I realize that this could cause a problem. With him traveling so much for movie projects and spending time in Rockville, it was impossible for him to take care of their daily needs. Money only went so far. Your parents are older? My mother asks. A bit. And my father gets confused, quite a bit, Cash says. We went through that with my mother a while back. It's amazing how much doctors can do to help with that these days. And there are programs that will help with things like groceries, meals, care, etc. I can send you some of the resources we used. I'd appreciate that. We spend a few minutes chatting about their work in Africa and what's been going on here in Rockville. We better let you two go. It must be getting late over there, my mother says. For once, she's right about the time difference. Cash clears his throat, suddenly looking pale. There's something I wanted to ask the two of you. What is it, son? My father asks. Cash looks at me, taking my hand in his before returning to look at the screen. I would like to ask your permission to ask your daughter to marry me. My other hand flies to my mouth, covering the gasp. My mother mirrors my move. My father's eyes are locked with Cash's. After what feels like an eternity, my dad nods. If Didi accepts, you have my blessing. Our blessing, he adds, after exchanging a look with my mother that I remember seeing on rare occasions growing up. Usually, when I was opening the big Christmas present, or when they finally agreed on something to watch for movie night. And assuming Didi says yes, we'll, of course, come back for the wedding. We'll let you go. Call me tomorrow, my mother says before the screen goes blank. Cash closes the lid of my computer and turns to look at me, raising one eyebrow. Oh no, buddy. You're going to have to ask. Out loud. Preferably while down on one knee, I say. Give me a minute. I need to go grab something. When Cash returns, he pulls me to my feet and out the door. Where are we going? I ask, getting into his car. Do you trust me? Cash asks. Of course. Then be patient. I pout but do as asked as we ride down a familiar road that leads to the lake. It's dark. When we pull into the parking lot and Cash turns off the engine, the full moon is the only illumination as it sparkles along with its reflection in the water. Cash gets out of the car and walks around to open the door for me. Ready to do this? He asks, holding his hand out for me. I nod, too choked up and anxious to speak. I hold on and let him pull me out of the car and down the short path that leads to the shore. The lake is deserted. This late at night, we have it all to ourselves. Cash gets down on one knee when we reach the end of the boardwalk leading out across the lake. Didi, I've known you're special from the moment you first crashed into me. I didn't know how much my life would change for the better since you came into it, but it has. I can't imagine doing this without you by my side. Will you marry me? He looks at me with those beautiful eyes of his, waiting for an answer. My head is spinning, trying to process what is happening. This is movie-worthy, I say, looking at my surroundings. Cash shrugs, looking a little pleased with himself. And? It takes a second for my brain to kick into gear. Yes. I'll marry you. Epilogue. 1 year later. Didi. It never gets old, watching Cash do his thing. If I didn't know any better, I'd think I was watching an actual journalist at work. Except this one comes home with me at the end of the day and makes me go over lines for the next day's shoot. He's good, Mandy, the director's assistant, whispers. I swear that woman needs to wear a bell or something. She's always sneaking up on me on set. No wonder they made him a main character this season. I nod, afraid to say a word before the scene is a wrap. The director may be a friend of Cash's, but he threatened to throw me off set on more than one occasion. Especially that time my phone rang right in the middle of an emotional scene they'd been working on all day. I bet this season will do even better than the last. She leaves to take her seat next to the director. I pull my phone out of my pocket to make sure I set it to silent. Paranoid? Maybe a little. Since I have it out, I scroll through my messages, replying to Cash's mom and my own, until I see a text from Becca. Any chance you'll be in town tomorrow? I type a quick reply. Yes, why? Would love to see you. Great. Dinner at the shack. 7 p.m.? I want you to meet my new guy. Becca follows it up with a bushing emoji. She's in love with a capital L. It's adorable. And I can't wait to figure out who the guy is. So far, she's been pretty hush about it, which has my hackles up. That's it. Good work everyone, the director says before calling it a wrap. Cash saunters off set. There's no other way to describe the confidence oozing off the man I love. An assistant walks up and removes his radio mic. Thanks for doing the reshoot, the director says. No problem. Have a great weekend, everyone. He smiles at the crew that's still in the studio this late. Everyone looks like they are as ready to go home as we are. I shove my phone and the stack of papers I've been working on in the ginormous purse that's become my mobile office and get up. Ready to get out of here? Cash asks, pulling me into his arms. Definitely. I put my head on his shoulder, worn out from the long day. Are you okay? Not too bored? Cash asks, squeezing my shoulder and pulling me closer. Not at all. I could watch you work all day. You just did, he says with a chuckle. Sort of. I got a lot of work done. Editing fiction books was the perfect job now that I was no longer working for the Rockville Tribune. Except for the occasional slice-of-life article I sent to Arthur. He faithfully prints each and every one of them. But Dee Dee Burns, the reporter, has been replaced by some big-shot reporter who thinks he wants the quiet small-town life. So far, it seems like it's working out, and while I haven't met the man, his reporting is good and Arthur seems to like him. You got everything done you needed to do today? Cash asks, taking a step away to look at my face. I did. I even got a chance to respond to a couple of texts. Caught up with your mom. They are fine. And Becca wants to meet up for dinner tomorrow to introduce us to the new boyfriend. Sounds good. Cash's eyebrows draw together. Where? The shack. It'll be fine. There hasn't been another food poisoning incident since. There's got to be some other restaurant in that town, he mutters, taking my arm and walking out of the building. The shack is the best. Everyone loves it. And you've got to get over this irrational fear of yours about eating there. I shake my head, biting my lip to keep from laughing. I'm pretty sure his reluctance is mostly for show. It's not irrational when you actually get sick. We could have died that night. It had felt that way, but we both came out of it fine on the other side. You'll be fine, I promise, squeezing his hand. All right. But it's Delucci's after. I have got to have more of that salted caramel coffee ice cream. I wonder if they ship. You can ask when we get there. I'm sure they will, for the amazing Cash Marshall. I grin and toss him my keys. Cash reaches over and squeezes my hand as we pass the small wooden church on the outskirts of Rockville where we got married. I can't believe it's been almost a year, I say, thinking back on the small, simple ceremony. My parents had flown in from Africa, and Milo had driven up Cash's folks. Arthur, Wade, and Fanny were there, of course. And Becca had been the most amazing maid of honor anyone could ask for. I hope to return the favor one of these days. Time's been flying. Cash lets go of my hand to shift into a lower gear before turning onto the road that leads to the house I grew up in. Becca takes care of it while we're gone, and since Cash's show continues to film in Wilmington, we come back here as often as we can. Here in Rockville, Cash is my husband and the guy who tried to be a Rockville reporter. Not the big TV star with a huge mostly female fanbase. You should see the stuff he gets in the mail. I shake my head and then giggle at the absurdity of it all. What's so funny? Cash asks, rolling his shoulders. It's been a long day. We packed the car and headed up here as soon as we got out of the studio. Even so, it's close to midnight. The road ahead is only lit by the headlights and the occasional street lamp. Even the moon isn't helping. It's barely a sliver. I was thinking about how all this started. Me, a huge fan of Cash Marshall, the actor. And you trying to learn how to act like a journalist. I shake my head and keep laughing. Hey, I broke the gnome story. I have a byline. I'm officially a journalist, and I happen to play one on TV. He takes my hand and kisses the rings he put there. Both the engagement ring, an antique that had been in his family for generations, and the matching wedding band that came a little later. True. Don't take this the wrong way, but I think you do a better job playing a journalist. I lean back and look at the man who is my husband. He's nothing like the guy from the picture on my nightstand. Nothing like the cocky persona. The real Cash is so much more than that, and I love him more than I thought was possible. It is strange. We were both working reporters when we met. And now neither one of us is in the business. Are you sure you don't miss it? Cash asks. I do miss part of it. But I'm enjoying editing all those fun books. It's like I'm getting paid to read the stories I'd devour otherwise, anyway. It's been surprisingly fun and profitable to work as a romance editor for indie authors. And it allows me to travel with Cash wherever the next role takes him. Not that I think we'll move away from Wilmington anytime soon. The show is a huge hit, and everyone expects it to run for years. Which is fine by me. And it all started with a crush on Cash. Cash groans. No wonder you gave up journalism. You're way too cheesy for anyone to take you seriously. He points at my t-shirt and shakes his head. Hey. There's nothing wrong with that. I pretend to be upset, but I know he's only teasing. I may be cheesy, but I'm all yours. Cash takes my hand again and kisses the palm. That you are. And I am truly grateful that it all started with you crashing into me. The end. This has been Crash into Cash, written by Susanne Ash. Copyright 2022 by Susanne Ash. Production copyright 2023 by Susanne Ash. Thanks for listening. Please like and subscribe if you want me to put more of my books on YouTube. Visit my website at www.susanneash.com for more of my books or find me on Amazon.